Hello, and welcome to our 10th and final Time Space Visualiser from Fantom Events.
Yes, welcome. I've got no better at doing the introduction, so I apologise for that.
Maybe we just need to do a few more so you get a bit more practice.
Is this live?
Yes.
Oh, it's like Doctor Who used to be in the 60s. It used to go out live.
Okay, Carol Ann Ford. Should we see what's on the first hour of tonight's show?
I think we should.
Coming up in the next hour.
We head over to the social hub and launch our first competition of the day.
Stop the Matrix. It's a time warp reunion with Trevor, Laird and Gordon Warnecke.
Velile takes on the fearsome Quiz of Doom.
And Raquel Cassidy pops in for a chat.
But first, we have the second part of our interview with the legendary Philip Hinchcliffe.
Was introduced, you had The Deadly Assassin, which is a story I think is often overlooked. Was that a deliberate choice to have a sort of companionless story between the two companions?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I was taken a bit by surprise that Liz Sladen suddenly wanted to bow out. So we didn't really have a sort of plan in place, really. And so I thought it would be a good idea. And Tom was very keen to try and do a story on his own. So I said, well, we'll do one. And Tom said, but do I really need a companion? I can't really do the voice, but do I really need a companion, Philip? Can't I just talk to myself? I said, well, that's really entertaining for some of the time, Tom, but not all of the time. So we will get another companion. I think he really thought he could do it all on his own, which of course is not, I mean, James Bond doesn't have a companion, does he? But I think it worked really well having a companion. So I thought, right, we'll do one without. And I said to Bob Holmes, let's do something really, weird and a bit surreal, and just go for it, something different, So it ended up being The Deadly Assassin. I had the idea for that, the basic idea, which was that I had in my mind, I was thinking really of a sort of, America, and the president is sort of assassinated. That was the idea I had. And could we transpose that to Gallifrey? We'd never really seen, I'd never seen Gallifrey, and so I thought it would be a bit more like the White House or the Congress, and it'd all be sort of CIA sort of, kind of. That was the idea of the story I would have, and the Doctor is kind of framed, for it, and so that was my idea, and Tom's, Bob said, yeah, okay, yeah, no, we could do something like that. And then he went away and thought about, and he came back with this virtual reality idea, and the battle between the two of them. Are you sure we're going to really believe that? Because they'll know it's just in their mind. No, he said it will work. It will be exciting. And I needed convincing. Of course, it was the same story idea that was done many years later with The Matrix, but we're talking about 1975 or 6. And, so Doctor strapped down, in the studio with a funny helmet on. But Bob was right. It would work, and he said we'd get all this adventure, and Bernard Horsfall would be fabulous. And of course, it did work. I mean, it was, a lot of people loved the show. It's so unusual. So that was a good example of me having half an idea, Bob having another half an idea, and the two, coming together. But we didn't need a companion for that. It worked really well.
And as you say, without a companion, was it particularly important to have the villain as an established character within the series? Because, of course, that was the master for the story.
Yes. No, I don't think so, really. No. no. But
And-
we
and-
wanted, I mean, the Gallifrey Time Lord world, Bob wrote the story, and he's got this sort of rather dry, sort of waspish kind of humour in a way. And suddenly it didn't look like, you know, the CIA and the president and all that sort of, you know, Cold War look that I thought it would have in Time Lord land. It was a bit like people with funny helmets on, sort of in a Cambridge or Oxford college. But it was very funny and witty, but it wasn't what I'd imagined. Although I do think the, you know, Jim Asherson's costumes were very striking, and they've kept them all these years. Funnily enough, that series that's been on, the Philip Pullman series, you know the one I mean, that's been
his
done
Dark
recently.
Materials.
Yes. Funnily enough, a lot of the world in that is kind of pseudo Oxford, Cambridge sort of colleges and people who look like academics who are, you know, they're not what you think, and they've got more power, and you know. So I was really intrigued when I saw that. So I thought, oh yeah, it's kind of, it's not an echo of what we did, but actually it was, you know, somebody else went into that power area, which sort of got academia sort of connected in some way.
So is that perhaps Doctor Who at its best, when it takes something established or from everyday life and twists it somehow, do you think?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I think we plundered all sorts of literary conventions, or I did anyway, but so did Bob. Yeah, and took elements of them, and I think that's the beauty of the format of Doctor Who, is that you know, you're not in any particular world. You can do anything with it, really. And for me, the joy was to bring all these, I suppose, you know, literary elements or cinematic elements or sci-fi tropes and things like that, you know, and in a melange, you know, and just sort of make stories out of them that were as gripping as we could make them, you know, and as mysterious and imaginative as we could for younger viewers. So it's a joy to do, really. You know, because it's a sort of like a portmanteau. You can shove anything into the formula, but there are certain rules that you need to follow, I think, for it to really work. You know, which is, you know, what's the Doctor's mission, and you know, the character of the Doctor, and you know, how you handle the enemies and all the rest of it. Yeah, it was interesting because when I was doing it, sci-fi was not really very popular on British television at all. And then suddenly we had, you know, Star Wars came along and Space 1999, and suddenly, you know, it was all over the place. But I can remember having conversations with people trying to sell, you know, sort of sci-fi idea and say, oh, no, nobody watches that. We don't want that. So it's amazing, isn't it, how fashion changes very quickly. It shows you that people in power know nothing.
Yeah, because of course, particularly in terms of your last season, things like The Towns of Wenchang, Robots of Death are sort of are hardly science fiction. It's all character-driven plot more than it being out there science fiction. Was that your particular sort of fondness for the Doctor Who format?
Well, I think we could. I think what it was good. What I liked was the Bob Holmes didn't. When I said, "Can't we do historical shows?" He said, "No, they're boring. He was probably remembering some early ones which I haven't seen, where perhaps the Doctor went, I don't know, touring around the world and meeting historical characters, you know. But what I had was, I don't know where he got the idea from, but was the sort of conflict or the collision of you know, something from the future in an earlier human time of history, because they don't understand what it is. They don't know it's a spaceship. They don't know anything about that. And so you've got this one wonderful frisson of the being in a period, and so you truthfully portray that period, and then you've got and we know more than they do, you know, and so it's just a wonderful dramatic device, and you know, it worked first off on Pyramids of Mars, I think it was the one, and you know, we did it a lot of times, and the Robots of Death was more of I wanted to do a robot story, and you know, obviously I'd read Asimov, and the idea of you know, could you overcome the prime directive of a robot? You know, that was sort of borrowed from Asimov, and that was my idea. And Bob said, yeah, but we could do it. We could do like a sort of Agatha Christie, and I said, yeah, great. But then we thought, well, you know, where? I mean, it can't be a sort of, I mean, it's the closed house mystery, isn't it? You know, the murderer is in the house, you know. So I said, yeah, but it can't be a house. You know, it's boring. And then this is me pinching ideas. I remembered reading, when I read Dune, I remembered they had this sand digger or whatever it was, digging for minerals. It was just a thing mentioned in passing, and they had these great worms in the deserts there. And I suddenly thought, well, we could invent something like that, and that can be our closed country house, you know, in the genre of the Agatha Christie. But it's absolutely futuristic, and there they are trapped in this, you know, great mining vehicle. And we did, you know, a little bit of modelling for that, which was only, you know, done really cheaply, but it worked quite well, I think. And so that was again a kind of me coming up with something, Bob coming up with something, and the you know, out of that we got what we got, you know.
And of course, you know, you've developed this series. You know, you've got your scripts. You and Bob have developed them. How much is it a case you've got to match then a director to the right story? For example, had Michael Bryant done The Hand of Fear, how different do you think it would have been? You know, how much do you have to match a director to the script?
Well, I did try to do that very, very the best I could, and you didn't get a great selection of directors. It was a hard show to do, and people didn't want to do it, or they couldn't. They feel they couldn't do it. So if you know, an actor that you thought was more maybe actor oriented, and what, you know, like, I don't know, a Rodney Bennett or Paddy Russell, you might cast them more towards that sort of a story if you could, and something which had a bit of everything, probably, you know, Dougie Camfield and David Maloney, whom I used a lot. Michael Bryant I inherited for the first show, The Revenge of the Cybermen, but I realized he was a technical whiz in the short time we had in studio, and he loved all that, and he'd really mastered CSO, but how do you use it very quickly in the studio? And if you look at all those little inset things in The Robots of Death, he was absolutely brilliant that he managed, you know, wristwatches with, you could then see things on it. Today people would take these things for granted, you do it with digital, but you know, this was precise, putting one camera on one thing and another and somehow getting it done in the studio with a clock ticking, you know. And he had the personality to not panic in those situations, and get that detail of sophistication into the show. So he was the right guy for that. Yeah, I don't think Hand of Fear would have been a lot different, actually, whether it was Lenny Mayne or Michael. But that gives you some idea, I think. Yeah, I did try to cast the stories to the right director. Yeah.
And when you came to finish working on Doctor Who, having dealt with all these complicated elements, directors that perhaps weren't so keen to work on the series, did it sort of give you this sort of perfect training ground as a producer for anything that came later?
well, I wouldn't say it's a perfect training ground, but it certainly. Yeah, I mean, I knew how to make a show at the BBC by the end of it, and I knew all the creative key people in the BBC, working in drama. So that's what it gave me. Yeah. I don't think it. I mean, at that point in my career, because I came up through the script editor route, I didn't really know enough actors, and so I struggled, I think, with knowing a lot of knowing as many actors as I should have done. But I rectified that, quite quickly. But it didn't give me. I met a lot of, interesting actors who could do things, but I wasn't working with major actors doing, big drama or anything like that.
Because of course you then went straight on to Target, which was a totally different format. And am I right in thinking you pushed for that to be done on film?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And was that to suit the plot line, or as a result of something you'd learned from Doctor Who?
No, it was just because I felt that, if the BBC were going to do a sort of a new cop show, it ought to be on film, because otherwise it would look a bit old hat. And so that was really the major sort of creative decision, and managed to sort of get the BBC to agree to it, which was a miracle. I don't know how they did, but they did. I think we under budget, probably we didn't quite tell the truth of the budget, or we didn't know the budget would, because we created the film series with that on the BBC. They'd never done a series on film before, and how the BBC was spread over different departments, which was perfect for feeding a show that's running in the studios, but was totally wrong for being like a little commando film unit going off and making a film series on its own, that's how they made Euston Films, made the Sweeney, and how they made the Professionals, and how they made the Avengers. It was just a small little film production of its own, like making a movie, a film theatrical movie, and and everyone's there in the same building, and also in the BBC you had design up in White City, you had the filming in Ealing Broadway, you had my offices in Shepherd's Bush Green. It was a nightmare trying to run a film series, but anyway, we started it, and the BBC learnt pretty fast really how to do it, and then afterwards they had even really good success with Shoestring and Bergerac. They got it, the unions and the working hours, the overtime, all that got sorted out.
But it meant you had to do the legwork initially to make.
Yeah, I think we were the pioneers. Yeah, I mean, we threw the show together really, and we didn't have time enough to get scripts which had proper development of character. So but it had a swashbuckle and daring do and crash bang wallop, and it had energy and cinematic pace, which was I think it's been overlooked actually because of all the row about the degree of violence, I suppose. But it wasn't really doing anything that any other programs were doing really, but it just had a tone to it, I think, that the BBC didn't like, the bigwigs. But actually, they were all really good, stories, but it seems to have gone into some BBC purdah, never to be seen again. And actually, it was eminently watchable and very entertaining.
Well, on the note of another pioneering BBC series, I'd just like to say thank you very much for your time, Philip. It's been an absolute delight to talk to you.
Okay, well, I hope you've got something there to entertain the fans until we all come back.
Hello there, you're watching Time Space Visualiser, the final Time Space Visualiser from Fantom Events. Now, we left you last night on a little bit of a cliffhanger. We were talking about what we did in the 90s, and our Jason of Social Hub fame took part in a telethon. Well, we managed to, for the wonder of technology, we can now bring you that clip. Enjoy.
While we come back here, we're going to have a check presentation from, I can't believe it, the Cardiff Doctor Who local group. How did you go about raising the money for a start?
We did a 24-hour snookathon in the City Snooker Centre in Cardiff, City Road.
They were very hospitable to us as well. They were lovely.
Made us very welcome, made it quite comfortable.
And we collected a fair bit in the old tins as well. Yeah, they were good to us there.
Tell us a little about the group.
We've been going for about 2 years now. We have over 25 members and we meet regularly every fortnight in the Cardiff YMCA. Yes, we have a good time there.
What do you do in meetings?
Occasionally we watch things, but most of the time it's talking, swapping gossip and sharing magazines, that kind of thing.
Who are the Doctor Who's, according to you experts, then? Is it William Hartnell or is it
John
Bill...
Pertwee, definitely.
John Pertwee? Why do you say?
Well, he was just very flamboyant in the role. He sort of brought... The series came into colour then, and it was just a definitive years, I think, for me.
Yes.
Tom Baker as well, but John Pertwee, I think, more so than the others.
Well, thank you very much for coming in, and you've raised £200 and 1 pence for telethon here in Wales. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Well, Jason, did you enjoy that video?
I hope you can't see me all blushing at home. Yes.
I was watching your reaction and I thought I should have put a little box in the corner so we could all see your reaction.
Well, okay, I'm not quite sure what to say about that. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to say I've not changed, but I'm not entirely convinced.
I don't know, a bit of a slick back do, and you know, the years would just drift away.
Well, you know, I could get myself a little wig, I'm sure, somewhere along the line.
So, how can people get in touch today, Jason?
Okay, I've got to get my thoughts back together again. All the usual ways you can get in touch with us, as always, on the social hub. You can chat to us on our Twitter at Fantom Films. Don't forget to use the hashtag Time Space Visualiser because I can pick up on the comments much quicker. Our email address throughout the evening, particularly for our competitions, is tsb@fantomfilms.co.uk. You can chat along, as always, on the live feed, and it's lovely to see so many of you already chatting along. Keep those comments coming. We'll give you plenty to talk about through the course of the evening. And, of course, as always, please take some time to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We love those subscribes, and we definitely like those likes.
See, it's taken us 9 weeks or so, but the patter's there, isn't it? We know what to say.
It has taken a long time to work out how to do this properly.
Okay, what's the competition today?
Okay, our first competition, and we've got 3 competitions, and we've got some amazing prizes for you as well today. Okay, so the question to the first competition is as follows: June Hudson designed the costumes for which Dalek serial? So that's June Hudson designed the costumes for which Dalek serial? Now, as always, whatever you do, put those answers into the live feed. Only way you can come into the competition and enter the competition is to email us, and that's on tsb@fantomfilms.co.uk. The closing time for entries is at 6:30 BST. Now, what a prize we've got for you here. We have a prize of a Doctor Who Ultimate Adventure Dalek Hemisphere piece donated by our very good friends, the Movie Reliquary. Fabulous prize.
Lovely. And what do you want to get people talking about this evening?
And as we're giving away a Dalek themed prize for our first competition, the first thing I'd love to hear from you today is tell us which Dalek design is your favourite and why. Drop your replies into the YouTube chat, or of course tweet us on @Fantom Films using the hashtag Time Space Visualiser.
Don't forget that. After 9 weeks, don't forget the hashtag.
Almost did there. I was doing quite well. I'm still flummoxed, actually, after that throwback to the 90s there.
Don't worry. Nobody Crawley's just going to put that on Twitter for everyone to share.
Not
at all. Not at all. So would you like to introduce our next video, Jason?
Yes, of course I will. Next up on Time Space Visualiser today, Andy Footer talks to Trevor Laird and Gordon Warnecke. Please enjoy.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am now going to be speaking to two actors who will be very well known to those of you watching, and not just from Doctor Who. Please welcome Trevor Laird and Gordon Warnecke. Trevor and Gordon, how are you both? Trevor, you all right?
Pretty cool. It's warm. It's all happening. What can you do?
Gordon, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I've got my cap on because the missus cut my hair. So I'm covering it up.
Such is the joy, a lockdown haircut.
I haven't got any hair, so it's fine.
I didn't want to say anything, Trevor, you know.
It's great to see you both. It's great to see you both. Of course, as Doctor Who fans, we know you from the Trial of a Time Lord, episodes 5 to 8, otherwise known as Mind Warp. It doesn't feel like it should be, but it was all the way back in 1986. It seems kind of crazy. Trevor, how did it all come about for you, ending up with a part in Doctor Who?
Well, I mean, that time, of course, I was Martha's dad as well later on. But
yeah.
That time, I just got an audition. My agent sent me down there, and I seemed to get the part. I remember the guy. He was like, he was in charge of it at the time. Remember him, Gordon? He looked like he was in a heavy metal band.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Writing a book, didn't you? Why you're so happy to be in Doctor Who. You know, everyone had to do it. I remember writing because I was a young scallywag. No classical actor who thinks he's worth his salt would be anywhere until he'd been in Doctor Who or some such nonsense. Brian Blessed called me because had to go at me. Blessed.
Gordon, how about you? How did it was a fairly similar route, one presumes,
Exactly
an agent.
So, yeah, I auditioned and I got the part, and as quite rightly as Trevor said, it was like such a kudos to be in that show. And Trevor and I played for a football team made up of actors and professional footballers. And some of the boys like Ray Winston, Perry Fenwick, all those boys, they came up to me, and I'm sure they came up to Trevor, and they were like, "What? You're in Doctor Who? You're lucky so-and-so." And it, you know, even with actors, it's got this great kudos to be in something. It's such an institution, you know, and you don't really realise it at the time. And then, of course, I'm sure, Trevor, you grew up with it. I grew up with it.
Exactly. It's funny because I was trying to remember earlier on. Oh, Gordon, where did we know each other from? We knew each other before Doctor Who. I'd forgotten we used to play football together. Yeah.
The football team sounds like quite a lineup. I can't lie. I'm pretty impressed with that. How did that come about? What was this football team?
TV Entertainers 11.
It was TV. They had some really, really top boys in it. Ray Winston, as I said, Phil Daniels, Trevor, myself, Daniel Day-Lewis played a couple of games for them. Glenn Murphy, all sorts of John Alford. Lot of actors were around at the time, and then a couple of Brookside people came and played for us in Coronation Street, and we play around the country at charity matches, for charity.
But
was great.
do you remember Davy Jones from the Monkees used to play on the right wing?
Davy Jones, yes, I do.
He used to stay out on the wing chatting all the girls up on the sidelines.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
It doesn't sound like he was necessarily in it for the football. So was it? Were you a fairly intimidating team? High scoring?
Well, we used to
were
play.
all right. We were okay, weren't we, Trev?
We weren't bad. We used to play against old ex-pros, so they used to teach us a lesson. I do remember once playing against the Tottenham 11. Glenn Hoddle had arranged a game for the Harlow Hospital because he comes from Harlow, and he arranged a big game. And he had been injured for a while, very famous footballer, and it was his first game back. So I scored a goal in the game. Daniels laid me on and I cracked one. And I actually got mentioned on the back page of the Mirror because all the papers turned up because it was Glenn Hoddle's, coming back. I got a mention for scoring.
That was brilliant. But the thing was that we played, as Trevor said, we played a lot of quite hard teams up north. So a lot of their players, they brought their girlfriends or wives or their partners, whatever, to see the game. So they were out to make a point. Yeah. And they were thought, a load of namby-pamby actors. I'll never forget, Ray Winston would sit in the dressing room and their players would pass our dressing room and he'd be like going, right, come on, lads, let's have it. And they'd be going, whoa, it's like Ray was out ready to battle, and we had some very tough games.
Raimondo used to love it.
Oh, he did.
It sounds like you took it terribly seriously, and I think, as we know, the famous quote, it is indeed we should take football serious, as it is more important than life, of course. Now, listen. So you knew each other. You knew each other beforehand. So did that help when you were on set on Doctor Who?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it's nice to meet a fellow actor when you get on set. It gives you just that little bit of confidence and security.
Yeah.
And don't forget, we were very young then, 1986, believe it or not. And
I was about 12 years old when I did that, Trev.
I mean, all the other guys, older actors, so we were like the two youngsters, so all the other actors.
Yeah.
Get the Mickey out of. So I'll never forget Patrick Rycard, what a top man. Posh actor, but an absolute top man.
Yes.
I was up at Oxford Stage Company doing much ado, and we did we used to do 1 week, it was a tour. 1 week was open air. We did it at Arundel Castle in West Sussex. Wow. And I turn up one day to do the play, and I see these two people on horseback coming towards me on horseback, and suddenly I heard, "Is that Trevor Laird?" It was Rycard. He was married to the daughter.
Friends in high places, you see. That's what that is. Friends in high places. Trevor, you played Frax, who was an attendant to the Mentors over on Thoros Beta. With this wonderful, it was the second time Nabil had appeared on Doctor Who as Syl. What's that like, working alongside? That's a very much a larger than life character.
What a top man. And I've known him since then. I haven't seen him for a long, long time, but I used to bump into him here and there after that. What an absolute top man and an absolute darling man. As was Chris Ryan as well, because we all love I forgot the name of the show now. Huh?
It was the young ones.
The young ones. So Chris, top man, lovely, very humble guy, very quiet. And then you loved him from the young ones, and he was in it. And of course, well, what needs to be said about Blessed?
Well, I was going to say, Gordon, you were working, a lot of your time was spent working alongside Brian. A force of nature. How do you deal with that as an actor?
I think you just hide. Brian is lovely. He's great. He's larger than life, as everybody knows. He had this thing, you know, he's dressed up as this samurai warrior or whatever, you know, with a big helmet and everything. And he used to go onto set. And of course, the studio was a very large set for Doctor Who. And he would go out onto set and he would say, tea break, tea break. And you'd see these people climbing down from their cameras, from all the cherry pickers or whatever, and coming down. Everybody's going off. And Ron Jones, the director, would go, "Where's everyone going?" Because he's crying, calling out tea break. Come on, tea break.
Well, one of Blessed's jokes. He's a great practical joker, Brian. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Because of course, don't forget, in those days, everything he used to rehearse, we called it the Acton Hilton, which was like a big studios opposite North Acton Station. So we'd be sat in there having dinner, and Brian took us under his wing, the youngsters, because, you know, we'd be sitting there having dinner. Morecambe and Wise would walk in, or anyone, you know, or the two, you know, anything that was on the BBC, they rehearsed there. And Blessed used to get up and practically start a show in the canteen with Morecambe and Wise, and of course Eric would, you know, they're giving it backwards and forwards, you know.
That's great. That's really good. So, yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot about the Acton Hilton. For some reason, this week it was the first time I'd ever seen an actual photograph of the place. Now, obviously, it was only one of the rehearsal rooms, but that looks like quite a large space, and something I don't think one gets quite so much of nowadays. A rehearsal like that. Did you find it valuable? That kind of rehearsal time?
Of course, you know, it was like being in the theatre. You know, they'd put the mark on the floor like you would if you were rehearsing a play. You'd rehearse it a bit, because when you went into the studio, they'd have the 5 cameras running, and then you just did it as if you were doing a play, and then the cameras would be cut in between you. You know what I mean? So it looked as if really you were just doing it continuously. And then, of course, something would go wrong, or they'd have to go in for a close-up on it. So you'd go back. But essentially, they tried to run each scene all the way through, with the 5 cameras cutting, you know, like, you know, balletic. The guys used to push those cameras around. They were like on, you know, like little hovercrafts, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm sure Trevor has. In fact, I know he has. We both, back in the day, rehearsed a lot of TV at the Acton Hilton. It's a mainstay. What we didn't know, or what I didn't know, was when we did those episodes of Doctor Who with the tunnel. It just looks like this never-ending tunnel. But it wasn't that big, to be honest. Yeah. And all I did was I reversed the camera and shot it from a different angle. So it'd be running up and down the same tunnel. But
of course.
When it came out, it looked like a very long tunnel.
I mean, it's done very well. And I have to say, watching it, I think it's one of those that stands up really well in terms of how it looks. You know, we know that it's a BBC budget. There's almost no money there to be had. As it was, the tunnels that you had, I know, are reused from a story earlier in the season. They're just painted a different colour. But nonetheless, I think it stands up really well and looks really good. Have either of you, Trevor, have you had a chance to see it in recent years at all? Or would you even bother?
Well, now, bizarrely enough, I did a convention a few years ago now, and we had to do a thing on stage. And I said, look, I haven't seen it since 1986. It went out, and a guy came up to me, you know, a fan, and said, look, I've got it on DVD. If you like, if you give me your address, I'll send it to you. And I thought, wait a minute, should I do this? Shouldn't I do this? Okay, here's my address. And he sent me the DVD, wow. You know, like a copy of the whole 4 episodes. Yeah. And it must have been, well, it would have been, yeah, it was after I'd done the ones with Dave Tennant. So, you know, so then my kids, who are now 21 and 18, were a bit younger than my son. He was into the David Tennant and all that and loved it, right? I played it to them, and my son, he got a few years, say he's 18 now, he would have been maybe 11, 12, so I don't know. He said, oh, blimey, Dad, everyone's just talking. It's just talk. There's no action.
That's how we used to do telly. That's how it worked. I mean, that said, though, it's a good opportunity. If you bear with us a moment, Gordon, I am just going to come on to that because, Trevor, 21 years later, you were back in Doctor Who, and it was what's known as a semi-regular role. Clive Jones, dad to companion Martha. That must have been a huge difference to what you'd experienced back in '86.
wow, I mean, that was like shooting. It was like big time stuff, like shooting a movie. You know what I mean? We'd be up, late night filming, all, special effects and crazy stuff. The wonderful, gorgeous David Tennant, of course, the wonderful Freema, and of course, the girl that played her sister, Gugu, who's I'm with the same agent as her, is now a mega star in Hollywood.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
So that was a great cast, and of course Adjua, I feel like I've been with Adjua all through this lockdown. She's like the biggest voice on Radio 4. Every play, she's on it all the time, so and all the different people, and it was great, that I really enjoyed that, particularly because David Tennant is such a top class person. I saw him recently at National Theatre. I was doing a show down there and he turned up, and he's such a top man, Dave Tennant. You wouldn't believe it. You know what I mean? He'd do anything for anyone type of a guy. He was a star. I won't mention that John Barrowman's not quite the same, but
I've heard all sorts of things about John Barrowman. Let's just park that and leave that on one side, shall we? I think it's safest. So a lot of camaraderie on that particular set. But that's been said, I think, almost throughout the history of Doctor Who. Gordon, did you find that you were welcomed onto the set by Colin and Nicola back in '86?
Yeah, it was a very, very welcoming set. It's like, as Trevor will say, although he was part of the family when he did it again, the first time we both did it, you're like the second cousins. You're entering a family's domain. Do you know what I mean? And whenever you do anything like that, I mean, Trevor's done so much work, and I know he'll verify what I'm going to say. It's like, I've done Only Fools and Horses, EastEnders or whatever. You're kind of like a bit of an outsider, but you've been invited and you come into the threshold, but they make you feel welcome. And that's exactly what happened with Doctor Who and all of that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now, Gordon, I happen to know the answer to this next question because we had a chat beforehand. Now, Trevor has said there that he's got the DVD. I think you've got a slightly older version of the story.
I'm trying to top you there, Trevor. I've got one of these babies, right? And inside is nothing, but what is actually in it is the videos.
Wow, the whole of the trial of it.
Look at that. Proper videos.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Trial of the Time Lord, whole lot.
Amazing, Trial of the Time Lords, yeah.
Gordon, did you rush out and buy that to at the moment it went on sale?
I think my partner bought it for me. I think she saw it. She didn't know me at the time.
Yeah.
But she knew that I'd been in Doctor Who, and I think she gave it to me as a present for my birthday or something, which I was quite touched by. So we have it proudly at home. That's
really nice. Have you seen it since?
I've seen clips of it. I don't know why I've seen clips of it, but I've definitely seen clips of it. I don't have a video recorder anymore, so I can't watch it on video. I'm sure I've got the DVD of it. Maybe I should crowd back into it. I'm too busy watching Trevor. I was watching him a couple of weeks ago in One Man, Two Governors.
God, yeah, that's
Well,
absolutely. Because
and every time I go to the National, I'm not being serious. I'm not trying to suck up to Trevor. It's a joke. Like last year, before lockdown came in, I'm sweating every show. I went to see Trevor. Oh look, there's Trevor. Oh look, there's Trevor. He was in a show at the Royal Court. He was on at the National. It's like, and I turn on the TV. He's in One Man, Two Governors, which I knew was him because I saw him in the original. And there he is now. It's like I can't get rid of him.
There are worse people to be bumping into. So, Trevor, it sounds like it's been a busy year or so then.
I've had a couple of very busy years. Last year, I mean, luckily, touching wood, because of this lockdown business, was a big year because, of course, an old movie I was in, I started at the beginning of my career, Quadrophenia, that was 40 years old. So we spent our time going and doing a lot of conventions for that. Then the One Man, Two Governors, it was 10 years of what they call NT Live, is where they film all the they film it and put it out worldwide, and they chose that one to be the celebration. They re-released it worldwide, so a nice little thing there. And then, of course, when the one came, they decided, we'll stick that one up as the first one on YouTube for people for free, so that people can watch it. So then that was that going on again. So yeah, it was a good. Then I was at the National for 8 months last year doing a play called Small Island about
which I saw and was really, really good.
So yeah, and then did a couple of movies. I mean, I had a good year last year, I've got to say. So very good year.
Good stuff. Well, and of course, talking about movies, Gordon, you're the year before Doctor Who, you were My Beautiful Laundrette. I mean, that's a huge thing to be involved with relatively early on in a career, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. I'm coming back to Trevor now because this actually. Okay, so last year, Hanif Qureshi, who wrote Laundrette, wrote a stage version of it.
Oh well, yeah.
And we performed it at the Curve Theatre in Leicester, and it went on tour. And it was supposed to be coming to London, like now or whatever, but obviously it can't. And I bumped into Trevor because what happened was I was on the South Bank, and I'd seen Small Island, and I met up with one of the actors, and who should walk past. And this was like 3 months before we started rehearsing. And I said, "Oh, Trevor, this is Trevor Laird." He came over, and you met the guy who played my part in the original film.
That's right.
Do you remember? And it was your last performance of Small Island that night.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that, sort of outside the National Film Theatre.
Outside the National. You see, he's stalking me, or I'm stalking him. So last year we did. I played the father this time of the character that I played in the original film, and it was fantastic. Loved it. The Pet Shop Boys came up and they wrote the music for the show.
Yeah,
they did three sort of interlude numbers, if that's the right word. And one of the songs they've released as a single. Nikolai Foster directed it. It was an amazing experience. And I hope it comes to London. It won't be this year, next year.
That would be great. That would be great. Really good. Really good. Something I was interested in talking to you about, Trevor. I know back in 1978 you were involved in founding the Black Theatre Cooperative.
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, how did that come about? I mean, given some of the frankly awful stuff, it goes beyond awful, but I probably shouldn't swear, that we're seeing in the news at the moment. Work like that back then seems possibly more relevant now than ever. I mean, what drove you to set that up in the first place?
I mean, I was at the Royal Court doing a play. It was just before we did Quadrophenia, and a stage manager there, a guy called Charlie Hanson, who's now a big TV producer, said to me, we were doing this play called The School Leaver. It's basically about a young hooligan who's at school. He runs the school, and then when he leaves school, he has a rather rude awakening, life on the outside, and then he ends in prison. It's following this story, which was upstairs at the Royal Court. Anyway, Charlie was the stage manager, and he said to me at some point during that, "Listen, I've got this play, right? No one wants to do it. It's about young black kids. I think you'll be great in it. Do you know any other black kids?" And I do. I knew Chris Tummins and Victor Romero Evans. So I said, "Yeah, I know some of these guys. They're from Anna like me." So then we decided to form this company with the writer and the staff from Matura. God rest his soul, he died. I was at his funeral just before Christmas. We formed this company, the Black Theatre Cooperative, ostensibly, so that because in those days you could get a project grant. If you formed a company, then we could get a grant off the Arts Council and then it was just to do that one play, and it was such a big hit that then the company, went on. And so on. And then, eventually the company ended up having a TV series, which I wasn't in because I was signed to do another thing at the time. So I couldn't do it, but they used to have a series on. They did a couple of series of No Problem, which came out of the theatre company, So that company, made a big splash going into the 80s. Money got tighter, of course. Mrs. Thatcher cut things off.
Oh, but,
yeah. It could be that if you were a young theatre company, you had an idea, you could go to the Arts Council and Or they used to have a thing, the London Arts Association, GLAR, Greater London Arts Association, which was like a regional art. They used to have them all over the Arts Council. That was the London one, and it was when Ken Livingstone was in, you know.
Yeah.
And if you went to GLAR and they gave you some money, the rule was the Arts Council had to match the money that you got from GLAR. So, of course, you know, Ken Livingstone, they're all left with, you know, we went to them, got, you know, they wanted to support this project, gave us some money. The Arts Council were obliged to match that. And then we put the on and it became a hit, you know, and then we went on from there, you know.
Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And Gordon, I mean, we talked about My Beautiful Laundrette, which actually, you know, it's often said the theme of same-sex relationship, and given the time, given the political time then, you know, that was dramatic in itself, you know, and important in itself. But also, it's as much a film about race as it is about sexual identity. Were you aware that did it feel like that, or was it just, you know, the gay film?
No, because I think, as you say, there's a lot of different levels to it. You know, it's about becoming an entrepreneur. It's about homosexuality. It's about relationships with your family. It's about all sorts of things. So I don't think any of us ever, while we were making it, thought of it as a gay film. It was just a natural progression within the relationship between two characters.
Yeah, yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Do you think? And this is to both of you, but I'll start with you, Gordon, as I'm speaking with you. Do you think, particularly at the current time, that drama, both, you know, film, television, theatre, has a part to play in breaking down those kinds of barriers, both about race and gender identity and sexual? Does it still have an important part to play?
Undoubtedly, I think Trevor and I are very lucky to be part of a profession that can bring certain issues to the surface for the public to see. Every time Trevor or I walk in front of a camera or on stage, it's already a political statement. It's already a political statement. And to be able to give voice to certain things you agree and sometimes disagree with is a fantastic thing to be able to do. And you feel as though you're contributing to society. I was speaking to Hanif Qureshi very recently, about a month ago or so, and he basically said that performers are key workers. We are key workers. What are we all turning to now during lockdown? We're turning to books, we're turning to television, we're turning to these amazing live productions that are being shown, turning to films, Netflix, you name it. You know, and people are spending hours. We are key workers, and I feel honoured to be part. And yes, there's nurses and people that on the front line, they're key workers. We are all having a massive input into the current situation that we currently find ourselves in now.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Now, Trevor, I mean, what's your take on that? Do you think, likewise, do you think it still has an important role to play, the arts in challenging these issues?
Yeah, of course. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, as Gordon has rightly said, in these great times of stress like we're living through now, people go, you know, to drama, they go to, I mean, I was thinking the other day, and I've been doing a lot of reading here and, you know, just catching up with myself after the years of so just working. You know, I was thinking about Hanif, because I used to know Hanif very well. I mean, Black Theatre Cooperative, we spoke about that. We were offered by the great Peter Gill, who's one of the great, he's about 80 now, but one of the great stage directors, certainly from the 60s onwards, right? We were asked to come and we could be based at his theatre, which was Riverside Studios in Hammersmith. And Hanif Qureshi used to work in the bookshop. We're talking about 1979, 80. So he used to be a young guy, very quiet young guy. We got to know him, young Asian guy, we were black kids, you know. And then I saw his first play that he did at a place called the Soho Poly. A mate of mine, Marc Wingett, who I'd been in Quadrophenia with, said, I'm doing this two-handed play with Neil Pearson, you know, who went on to be Face. You know, and they were both very young, maybe it was 1980, I don't know, something like that. and went to see this play at the Soho Poly, which Hanif had written. It was his first play, and it was about two young skinheads, ostensibly, racist. But interesting thing, and this is why I mention this, is because Hanif has always been, and the more you look at it now, and I'm thinking I might go back and I was thinking the other day, I must go back and read some of his novels, because, the things that guy did at the time. You look at the story of My Beautiful Laundrette. You look at the story of that play, which I can't remember the name of. These two young skinhead kids, supposedly, they're racist, hacky bashers, pardon the phrase, but he looks into them. You know what I mean? He looks into them and examines their psychology even then. And other things he's written, The Buddha of Suburbia. I must go back and read that novel. I remember seeing the TV thing, and he's written some great stuff. And the films he did, from, Sammy and Rosie. And after he did My Beautiful Laundrette, he got, obviously, a platform. That was a big hit. I think Dan Day got nominated, you know what I mean? What doesn't he get nominated for? But, for that. He's Hanif, writers, the more I think about it, writers and people like that are key. They are key works. Obviously, we as actors, we would perform in their works. But people like Hanif, has been doing it for 40 odd years, certainly 40 years. Yeah. I think I met him in 79 or 80 when he was working in the bookshop. He'd have been writing then, you know what I mean? But working in the bookshop till he got his start, you know what I mean? But it's so important. So important.
Well, as well as being obviously the time we're in, as well as being a physical health concern, there's a huge mental health concern. There already is that issue within the nation, and more so now. A lot more of that's coming to the fore. Without the creative arts of all kinds, there would be nothing. People would be at home with nothing to turn to, nothing to look to. So I couldn't agree with you more. At the risk of sounding, terribly worthy, actually, the creative arts are vital for these times, and actually for always, and not just, from that side of things. And I hate to boil it down to this, but also economically, it's a huge contributor to the way the country works. It's crazy to think it isn't.
The money that the creative arts makes it's astounding, and of course we're right on the edge of it now, because of course in the theatre particularly, people have to gather to watch the theatre, and of course that's not going to happen. If you're on a film set, as Gordon knows, we all know, loads of people hanging about, the crew, the cast, the supporting artists, whatever, hair and makeup. That's going to be a problem to get that back on, going until certainly and what do you call it? Something that can cure the thing is.
A vaccine, something, yeah.
So, we're right on the edge of stuff, and who knows how long this thing's going to last. But
it's great, because a lot of people have taken up the mantle. We are in a situation which we don't know how long it's going to go on for, but there's some fantastic work, a lot of monologues and online stuff that's being produced and made. Not just by actors, but just by people. And, we're all filtering into the system, the whole internet thing, and talking to each other about what we've been watching and so on. So if there's one good thing, if you can say that, has come out of this lockdown, is the amounts of stuff that we're communicating with each other, and seeing the stuff that's out there online and making you think about stuff. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more, and that's part and parcel of what our event has been about. I mean, we've been doing these for quite a number of weeks now. But one thing I do have to say, as we have come to the end of our time, what I do have to say is we wouldn't be able to have done any of these events without being able to speak to people like you, Trevor, Gordon. It's been an absolute pleasure. Really interesting. I've really enjoyed myself. I hope it's been good for you guys as well.
Really good.
So I'd like to say a huge thank you to Trevor Laird and Gordon Warnecke. Now, I know that at home people will be doing a virtual round of applause. I'll do you a real one. I'd like to say thank you both for having a chat with me, and stay safe, and we'll see you soon. Thanks ever so much, chaps.
Very much for inviting us on, and good luck, and stay safe, everyone.
Stay safe.
Stay safe.
I'm very excited to be joined by a star of The Next Doctor. I think we've got oh. Is it Dervla Kirwan? Have we got No.
Have we got Dervla Kirwan?
No, sorry, we've got the wrong line here. Who have we got? She's not going to introduce herself now. She's over this now. She's done the prep.
I thought you were going to introduce me. I'm being a diva.
No, I'm happy. It's Velile from The Next Doctor, aka Rosita.
So hello there. It's lovely to be here. Thanks for having me. As lovely Paul just said, yes, I did play Rosita in The Next Doctor of Doctor Who, and it's lovely to be here with you guys on this lovely sunny evening.
Was that scripted? Was that scripted? I don't think you got the part. We'd like to thank you for your time today, but we've got other people to see. Thank you. Anyway, we'll be nice now. Let's go back to Doctor Who, because that's what we're here for. Mm-hmm. Can you remember getting the part in the show?
Yeah, I do, actually. So I was doing a tour in and around Manchester, and it was the last day, I think. So luckily, actually, I had a couple of days off to do the Doctor Who audition on the Friday, and then I had to go back to Manchester the next day and carry on with the last week of this tour. So a week went by, as you can imagine. Every time the phone rang, I was like, is it them? Is it them? And the poor person, whoever it was, ringing me when I'm finding out it wasn't my agent saying I got the part. You can imagine, wasn't very nice to them. Yeah, it was a bit of a nightmare that week, as you can imagine. But a week went past, and I was staying at a friend's in Bradford, and it was the last day of the tour, and we'd had a pretty heavy night. So I remember just the weird thing was that night when I was sleeping, I dreamt that I got the part of Doctor Who, and then when I woke up, obviously I was like, really upset about that. But literally, it was really weird. 10 minutes later, my phone went, and it was my agent saying that I got the part. It was crazy. It was mental. Still remember that like it was yesterday, even though it was 12 years ago now. It's crazy, but I remember calling up my dad really, really excited, and I don't think I was making much sense because I was like, Doctor, that, just screaming down the phone, and I didn't sound great, obviously, because I didn't have that much sleep and I'd been out. And all he picked up was Doctor and started really panicking because he thought there was something wrong with me. But yeah, once I'd calmed down, then I could, explain to him that I'd actually got the part. And it was such an amazing feeling. It was brilliant. Lovely.
So, I mean, it was sort of sold to the public as being, is David going, not going? Did you know when you were filming it that he was going but not then, or?
I had no idea. I literally had no idea. I found out when everybody else found out. They kept it really, really quiet, and they did a really good job of it as well, because the Doctor Who fans were amazing at finding things out and stuff. But they were asking me questions. I was asking them. So you probably know before me anything that's going on. But it was really clever the way Russell T Davies wrote the Next Doctor, because obviously there was so much speculation as to, the Next Doctor. Is it David Morrissey? Is it, there was so many questions flying around, and he did a really good job of that. I remember doing a press conference. So as you can imagine, it was so difficult for me because, as you know, Paul, I've got quite a big gob. And for months, we finished filming The Next Doctor in April. And then you can imagine I had to keep quiet from April to December. I just remember as soon as that episode aired, I was like, oh, thank God for that. I did a press conference, and they're really clever at trying to ask you questions to trip you up. So I had to be very, very careful to think about what I said before I said it, which is not one of my strong points. So it was quite a big relief when it did all come out. But as for David Tennant leaving, I had no idea during my time on the show.
So would you, at the end, was there a sort of feeling where you're like, do you know what, I've been with the fake Doctor, could I just, could I hop in with him? Would it be all right?
Yeah. They didn't let me in the TARDIS either. Rosita didn't get to go in the TARDIS. She had to go and look after the kids at the end.
That's sexism in action, that is. What was David like, though? Do you think David would have made a good continued Doctor?
I think he would have been amazing. He was so good. I really liked his energy, actually. He had this very kind of it's hard to explain, this kind of very suave that I really enjoyed, and I know that the fans really enjoyed as well. For whatever reason, it didn't happen, but he's doing all right anyway now, isn't he? So
he gets the odd job, doesn't he?
Yeah, he gets the odd job
Pays
in
the
there.
bills.
I mean, between working in a fish and chip shop and whatever other jobs he's probably got. But yeah, he was amazing. I was so lucky actually to have both of them. It really was a dream, and they were brilliant. They were so down to earth, and they go back. As you probably know, they did Blackpool together, and I think maybe some other stuff before the next Doctor, and they just used to just have me in fits all day, just tell me stories and stuff, and they were so lovely. Very lucky lady.
The other big thing I suppose about it was that you got Cybermen. Were you a fan of the shows? Did you know what Cybermen were, or was it?
I did, yeah. And it's really funny because we did a lot of night shoots, and even though I knew it wasn't real, the Cybermen, when I first saw the Cybermen on set, I did run away. They were really scary. There was a really funny, I shouldn't laugh at this, but it was funny. There was a moment where usually before a scene, especially like a big scene, you'll do like a tech run, you'll do a little practice one before you go for the real one. And do you know that scene where they had all the kids like lined up as slaves, and they were sending them down into like the sluice to go and work?
Right.
Yeah, so there was a moment where the Cybermen had to burst out of the doors, and I think they must have been just lining up the shot or something, and they already had the kids in place, but they didn't warn the children. So there's two massive geezers, like 6 foot plus, dressed as Cybermen, literally just went like burst out these doors. The kids right at the front were really, really little. They pooped their pants. They were really, really scared. So we had to apologise to them. But it was really funny. It was so funny. And I'm horrible, aren't I?
No, well, those are the kids you do want to be looking after, aren't they, really?
Yeah, exactly. They did me a favour.
Is it something that you're surprised, actually? I mean, we're talking to you now 10 years. I don't want to pretend it's 10 years. So, is it something that surprises you that it still sort of comes back to you?
Yeah, it's lovely. It really is. I did think. I remember when I first got the job. I remember someone saying to me, "That's it. What is it they said? You've got a job with Doctor Who for life." And I didn't really understand what they meant by that. I was just like, "Oh yeah, okay," and smiled and nodded the way I do sometimes when I don't understand what's going on.
I know the feeling.
Yeah. But I do understand it now, because I still get asked to do stuff like this. Is so lovely, because I kind of thought, not in a worries me little violin playing way, but I thought, I've just got to do this amazing episode. Yeah, that was nice. Probably like try and move on and get the next thing or whatever. But the Doctor Who fans were amazing. I still get letters and really nice. Just people sending me things like the old Doctor Who DVDs and letters and cards, and it's lovely. I still get to go and to do conventions, and it's 12. It's actually 12 years, Paul. 12 years ago. Blimey. Yeah, and I still feel very much involved in the Doctor. It's like a family, Doctor Who family. It really, really is, and I'm very, really blessed to be part of it.
Gosh, do you think I was only 5 that Christmas?
What's that?
That's not a joke. On the subject of games now this is where it's going to get exciting. This is where you get to you're going to win a prize here if you're lucky.
Really?
Do you know what I found in the kitchen?
Pardon?
Do you know what I found in our kitchen? It is a bottle of Ace crisp and refreshing apple cider. Send
it over.
It's 2.5 litres, 7.5%, and it could be yours.
Just for me.
In lockdown, the value of that's almost a £5. We're going to be playing the Alien Armies Doctor Who card game now. This is tense.
Okay.
And Dex is going to keep the score, because I can't do 2 things at once.
Oh, right, that's good.
Your card is going to be you, which you can't see, obviously.
No, I can't.
This is your Rosita Farisi. Farizzi, are we calling you? Farisi? Did you... Far Easy? I don't know.
Far Easy.
Rosita Far Easy, this is. That's what they called her in the East End. Right. I've picked out 5 opponents for you. The way
Yeah.
this game works, you're defending. If their attack is more than your defense, you lose.
Okay.
So your first opponent is your co-star. It's Dervla Kerwin. So it's Miss Hartigan versus Rosita. Now, if Miss Hartigan came at you, could you take her down?
Could I? Yeah. Didn't you see that white hook I gave her in the episode?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
You could take her down. She down.
She down.
Right. Number 2. Everyone's favourite companion white trash. It's Rose Tyler.
Ooh.
Oh, now if Rose Tyler came at you for a fight on the estate, would you beat her or not?
Oh, it's Rose though. No, I don't think so. I think Rose will.
You're wrong. Rosita would beat her.
What?
Whoa.
I think Rose.
She's feisty. Okay, so the
So
Doctor
that's
went
white
Rose.
ace.
If David Tennant himself, the 10th Doctor, said, "Come on, love, you've had enough, let's have a fight," who would win? Would Rosita win? Or would the 10th Doctor win?
Oh my god, it's got to be the Doctor. Rosita can't win against the Doctor, can she? No, it's got to be the Doctor.
You're saying that? Tennant down! She's feisty! What? Tennant down!
You start calling her Rosita Tyson. You're joking.
I swear, it's quite a good card. It's the one you want on deck. Okay, your penultimate foe here.
Yeah.
It's Kylie Minogue. She's the oldest waitress in space. It's Astrid versus Rosita. Who wins in that fight?
Oh, I'm getting cocky. I think it's Rosita. I think Rosita can.
She wins. She said, "Kylie down." This couldn't be tighter if I'd scripted it. You've got one opponent left. This, ladies and gentlemen, is for the Ace cider. That refreshing apple taste.
I'm literally one away from winning the cider.
One away. Now this is the closest
excited.
match you can get. There is 1 point in this card between victory and failure, right?
Okay.
It's a sparkly Dalek. If Rosita came against the Dalek, would she kick its ass or would she be exterminated? 1 point in this. Dalek or Rosita?
I'm gonna say Rosita.
She beats Daleks. What is with this woman? It's the best card you can get in this game. Incredible.
Literally the best cards because it's got me a bottle of apple cider.
Everyone is a winner today. We've played a children's card game for alcohol. Only with Fantom.
How PC is that?
That's quite grim. Right. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'm going to live link into another interview. So virtual round of applause at home for Velile for all that. And we have now got Raquel Cassidy.
Oh. Ooh.
Here I am with Raquel Cassidy, who is very kindly giving up her time to be with us this afternoon. How are you?
I'm really good, thank you, John. How are you?
Very good. Yeah, not bad. The casting in Doctor Who. You had quite an unusual experience as you were cast very much at the last minute in the 11th hour.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how usual that is for Doctor Who. It could be very usual, but I do know that it wasn't originally given to me as a part. So I didn't audition for it or anything. The person whose part it originally was, I was told that for personal reasons that person had to withdraw at the last minute. So they'd already started filming and they didn't really have any time to audition anyone. So I think the director and I had worked together beforehand and it was a straight offer, but it did mean that everything that needed to be done in London before going down to Cardiff had to be done in, like less than 48 hours. So, and sort of tidying up whatever needed to be tidied up in London, doing costume fittings, having the intricate I don't even know what the process is called for the mask to be made for the almost people, for my ganger. I had to go and have that done, and so it was kind of very strange because I was put in a car, driven out to the edge of London, and had this incredible process which I will never forget, of this thing being wrapped around. It was kind of like torture. It was deprivation torture by it was sort of a man in a studio on the edge of the world, it felt like, because it was sort of civilization and this incredible view. And I'm like, oh yeah, I could have been cast in Doctor Who, or it could be this elaborate plan to sort of, I don't know, to take a human being and take them out of their life and go, now we have you, and you can no longer see or hear anything, but we will let you breathe through your nostrils. So yeah, it's strange.
So when they put you in that situation with the latex around you and the tubes up your nostrils, what sort of space do you have to go to in your own head to get through that?
Well, I think you do have to, because they did say, and they have to say this, is that it you're going to be in there. The process of putting it on takes probably about 20 minutes, and then you're in it for something like 20 minutes or half an hour, which is a long, long time. So they do say that if you need to get out, we won't leave you, but you don't know that you're not going to be left, because once you can no longer hear or see, that person could have gone. You could actually never see anyone ever again. You don't know. So I suppose what I did was I calmed myself right down. I knew that I could put my hand up and come out of it. But if I put my hand up and came out of it, either they'd have to do the process again, or they'd have to cast someone else, and who knows, maybe that's why the original person decided not to do it. I don't know. I've done some meditation in my life, and I've done when I was a student, I did some still life modeling. And I think I just combine those two things of maintaining sort of stillness and going inside, breathing and trying to be as calm as possible, because I'm a little bit claustrophobic. So I don't, and that's been much worse in my life, but I'm much, much better at it now. But the way to be better about it, I suppose, is to not panic and to actually go, right, I'm going to breathe. I know this is happening, and I know that I can get out of it as long as I don't panic. So I've kind of combined all of those things. And I was also really curious about the process and about having my senses taken away from me. Touch wasn't taken away from me, but really it was like being the man in the iron mask. And there's one other thing I played really early on in my career on the Fringe in London, in a play called St. James and the Tattoo Man. I played a blind girl, and for that I kind of desensitized my eyes. I don't quite know how I did it, but I stopped using them, and I practiced not using them in my everyday life. So I was kind of quite used to at least letting go of that, or at least I had a memory of it. And as an actor, to have that experience and know pretty much that actually it's not somebody who's just going to wander off or do you harm is kind of a privilege, because that might happen to someone, or something like that might happen if you're locked up and you're kept somewhere really dark and nobody talks to you and you can't hear it. Do you know what I mean? So for all of those reasons, I was I used curiosity, sort of gentle breathing, and let's see what this is like. And I challenged myself, because of my claustrophobia a little bit. It's not massive. I challenged myself to rise to it. So all in all, it was a great experience. Weirdly, just that bit.
So you had obviously quite complex makeup requirements and prosthetics, and Doctor Who's renowned for the special effects. How were these scenes where you essentially had to meet yourself achieved?
Well, as with all these things, I think they put a stand-in who looks like you from the back, so they make a stand-in up. So they pick somebody who's your height, has your kind of hair, and they make that person up. And then you talk to them, you talk to them in the best way that you can. I think it's easier when you've done one of the scenes in one direction, because then you can help the stand-in to respond in the way that you would have, you know. But until you've put one down, it's quite tricky, because I don't necessarily know what I'm going to do until I do it, you know. And I'm much more of a reactor than an actor, I would say. So if you give me something, I'm hoping that I will be open to reacting to it and not stick to what I've prepared. So, and you know, the stand-in isn't you and isn't an actor. So I suppose you do the best you can. I don't know, really. I mean, you know, you talk to that person, you try to be real with that person, and give them as many clues to help you through the scene, I suppose. But ultimately, those meeting scenes were really profound for the character. So whether it was the ganger meeting Foreman Cleves or Foreman Cleves meeting her ganger, they were scenes that involved a lot of searching. So if I needed to search for something with the person standing opposite me, it probably wasn't inappropriate.
It must be a nightmare as well for the continuity people to deal with what you were doing in each different take as well. It's hard enough with just one person.
I know, it is difficult, and to an extent you have a responsibility to write down your own continuity, because they're looking at more than one person. But they're great. I mean, without those people, you would be you'd be cutting from doing sort of this to this. Do you know what I mean? Without anything in between. Luckily, in those scenes, they were fairly simple scenes, I think. So it was literally two people meeting. I remember one through a window in a door. But one thing I don't remember, John, and you may be able to tell me this, is I thought it was my ganger who survived, not actual Foreman Cleves. I'm pretty sure at a convention that we attended recently, or that I attended recently, I was told by my much more well-informed fans that it was Foreman Cleves who survived and not the ganger.
It's been several years since I last saw it, so I thought I would go for the ganger. I thought it was the ganger, but
I thought it was the ganger as well. I thought it was the ganger.
Anyway. Answers on the postcard, please.
Yes, let us know, please. Anyone who's watching.
Yeah. Can we talk a bit about the leads? How was it working with Matt Smith? Because it was all still relatively new to him then.
Yeah, it was. Well, adorable. I'd already worked with Matt on another show called Party Animals. And yeah, he's just adorable. He was very, very helpful to me, because obviously I joined, the show was already up and running, not Doctor Who, but that actual those two episodes had already started, and I'd had very little time to prepare. As I said before, I think I hadn't read the script. Oh, I'd read the script, but I'd only read it the once, and that first time I'd read it, I didn't realise I was playing Foreman Cleves because it had a man in the name, and I just thought Foreman Cleves meant that was a male part. So I was like, I don't know which part I'm up for. So it was all very, very confusing. It was a 5-week shoot because it was 2 episodes. And I do remember my first day, Matt literally going, "You haven't got a clue, have you? You don't know what you're doing. Don't worry." And there was a big explosion, and there was loads of jeopardy, and it was right at the end of the second episode that we were supposed to be filming. And he literally held my hand. And then that evening, because we were staying in the same hotel, or apart hotels they have for you there, or they did when I was doing it. And he was on the top floor and I was on that second floor, and he knocked on my door and he gave me this sort of episodes of him as Doctor Who and went, "Have a watch of this." And so that was my homework. But we'd worked together in Party Animals, and I'd played his boss, and I'd been really mean to him, but I loved him. My character absolutely loved him, and you know, off screen we had a good time, and we were really close friends. So it was kind of fun because the tables had turned. You know, he's a consummate actor, and he, you know, maybe he was still finding his feet as Doctor Who, I don't know, but he seemed brilliant to me, and you know, with a little bit of help from him, I found my feet pretty quickly, and it was fun. It was fun working with him.
Well, thank you for reminiscing on your time on Doctor Who, and we will finish for now, but we'll have another chat about other work that you've been involved in a little while. Thanks very much.
Thanks, John.
The second part of our interview with Raquel Cassidy will go live on YouTube later this week. Coming up in the next hour,
David Ames talks buses in the desert.
We catch up with Jason in the Social Hub and launch our viewers' vote.
We have the second part of our interview with Phil Collinson at just after 7.
Darren Farrant gives us insight on sonic design.
But first, we have a chat with the lovely Dame June Hudson.
So it's my great pleasure to welcome to Time Space Visualiser costume designer June Hudson. Hello, June.
Hello. Hello, everybody. This is a new one, isn't it, in lockdown?
It is, yeah.
Well, we got round it, didn't we, somehow?
Yeah. We can still talk to everyone. It's great.
We can.
Yeah. Now, we know you as a costume designer on Doctor Who, but was that your first job in television costuming, or had you worked quite a long time?
No. My first job in television costuming was the late 50s at ATV at Elstree, when it was not only black and white, it was live. And I did Emergency Ward 10, Sergeant Cork, and all those alarming, particularly the Emergency Ward 10, because there was no recording, they weren't recorded, which meant that if a nurse went on without her apron or there was something wrong, it was too bright, you couldn't do anything about it. It was live, but it had the advantage that you hoped nobody was recording it. Well, they didn't, you see, in those days, and they'd equally forget it. They'd forget the bits that went wrong and the lines that were dropped. So yes, I've been a costume designer for a very long time, and I didn't join the BBC until the 3rd of January 1966.
Okay.
And I left, I think it was 1992.
Wow.
So I was fortunate enough to design in the golden years of Doctor Who, and the golden years of television, particularly the 70s, 80s, were just wonderful. And I consider myself so lucky to have been working and designing for the BBC at that time.
Yeah.
And above all, of course, to have had the wonderful luxury of designing Doctor Who.
Yeah.
And it's so nice that you take such an interest, in this old series that was a long time ago.
So you were working at the BBC. Did you choose to go and work on Doctor Who, or were you asked to go?
As a matter of fact, Doctor Who is the only programme in my career at the BBC I ever asked to do. Because I had done that. I mean, I'd done sort of all sorts of productions, mainly period Dickens. My CV runs into 14 pages of shows I've done. But they were mainly, they were modern and period and all the rest of it. And I enjoyed it, because I think at the BBC we were scheduled to do things. You went into the office where the costume office, and they had a huge graph on the wall, and you could just look at it and see blanked out what you were going to do over the next 3 months. I mean, you were scheduled to do it, and you'd look at it and say, oh gosh, I'm doing Dolly and Son, or, and I went in, and I was scheduled to do a modern production. And I said, I said, why have I never designed Doctor Who? Why have you never put me on Doctor Who. You know, it's a designer's dream. So I said, but June, you know, you mainly do period, and you know, it's a kids show. It's part of the kids department. You know, normally we didn't think that you would want to do it. I said, of course I want to do it. I've been waiting for you to cast me as a costume designer. So that is how I came to design Doctor Who. I actually demanded to do it.
So what was it about the show that appealed to you?
Well, as I said earlier, it was a designer's dream. It was the unlimited possibility of using all my knowledge of period and all my imagination and curiosity about everything, because I am very curious about everything. I'm interested in everything, which means you can't move in my flat for books on everything. And I mean, I think that it gave one the opportunity to use, you know, you could just use anything. Interest, for instance, in thinking about monsters, the curious forms of nature. It was just wonderful, and there was no constraint at all of which you would normally have in a period production, though you do design within a period, but even so, I mean, Doctor Who science fiction, the sheer fun of it, the sheer joy of just doing something new. Well, you're not going to do something new. I think that is something I found out very early on when I tried to design for Tom Baker an original shirt. There is no such thing as a garment that has not been designed before in some form. And after struggling and doing endless little sketches and drawings, I thought, nobody's done a front like that, or a collar, and only to find, of course, they had. So I found that I could not design anything. I don't think you really, to be quite honest with clothes, you know, if you look back far enough, you'll find somebody got there first. But at the same time, you just find something that was either a very long way away, because people didn't fly around the world so much as they do now, a long way away, or being used a long time ago. So you could always find something and glue ideas together, Oriental, European, whatever, you know. This was a wonderful thing about designing Doctor Who. You could just do anything. And they always cast gorgeous people. Like Suzanne Danielle, well, and Lala Ward, who, you know, just lovely, and Mary Town. And it's just, and of course, the Tom Baker, the incomparable Tom Baker.
Yeah, you've mentioned Tom Baker there. Obviously, you're probably most famous for having redesigned his costume. Yeah. Was that quite a daunting task? Because obviously he got such an iconic look.
Yes. Well, John Nathan Turner said, I want him to have a new costume. And I thought, what an honour, you know. I was very excited, then scared, then thinking, yes, it mustn't be like anything he's worn before. And I thought, well, that'll be difficult, you know, because in fact, the Norfolk suit look, which I think really suits Tom, he's able to wear it, it's vaguely period. But also, Tom himself, you see, is the actor himself will show the way. I mean, Tom's enormous, strong and vibrant personality meant, and his height, 6'3", and he has such wonderful imagination and just sheer personality that I could dress Tom in a costume that would drown or dominate any other actor. There is no costume ever designed that could dominate Tom Baker. He will stand and the costume will always follow him. So I was able to really design anything. Tom Baker said to me, I will wear anything you design, June. So I said, well, that's very nice. So thinking about the colour, The colour, well, in a way, the colour chose itself, because there are sort of obvious no-nos, isn't there? I mean, it can't be black, that's a master. It can't be white, obviously. Green, no. Too many green back, it's just not right. It would look like a porter. So gradually, each colour cancelled itself out, and it got smaller and smaller choice. I needed something fairly regal, which will have a maroon, I thought, is slightly royal, slightly dominating, and it will stand out. You will see it wherever that Tom is. That colour will stand out distinctly among all the other colours. So it's absolutely perfect for Tom, and that was a colour that I decided on finally. But that was the thinking behind it.
Yeah.
That it had to be a strong colour that suited Tom, obviously, and that did perfectly. And I happened to find a whole roll, a whole bolt of wonderful face cloth in this marvellous maroon colour. So in a little fabric shop that sold offcuts just off Oxford Street. And I remember going down the steps into this basementy place where there's all this fabric, and there was this fantastic bolt of fabric that was perfect for the coat. And Mr. Davies at Morris Angels cut Tom's coat, because he is the acknowledged master of tailoring. And my goodness, he did the most beautiful job. The coat itself was based on a Russian soldiers, a Russian military coat. Again, you see, that coat, the length of it, the weight of it. I mean, okay, the cloth was not particularly thick. It was quite a very, very good quality, very fine wool, but it was heavy. When it was made up into this coat to fit Tom, it was very heavy, and it would take someone of Tom's height and strength to wear it, to carry it. And so I wanted to do it all in one colour. His breeches, I made actually, or I designed, because of course when I say I made, I mean Mr. Davis, but a Norfolk jacket, because actually a Norfolk jacket had been designed before. I'm just trying to remember, I think it was John Bloomfield designed it before, because that, I mean, I was told this afterwards. I mean, I didn't know, because I never really looked at other people's ideas, because however you can be influenced even if you don't want to, so it's better that you don't, because then your mind is completely free and you can do what you want to do. But I knew that vaguely, that period look, Tom had this wonderful ability to fit into any period, and I knew that he would look great. And it's a sort of a Norfolk suit. It's just personal taste, really. I just think he looked wonderful in that garment, and particularly the coat. I know he was very pleased with it. I had designed Argyle socks and brogues, which I had got really, and I'm trying to think, I never thought, I should have thought what they were. Anyway, they were handmade, they're very expensive. Brogues, and he looked great in them. The only problem with that was that they didn't, they worked okay, wonderfully with the Norfolk suit, the Norfolk jacket and the breeches, and the Argyles, but they did not work with the coat. And because I saw the first time he wore it, I don't know why, it was either there was an occasion and he'd got the big overcoat on, and I saw him from a distance, and it was just his ankles and feet in the brogue, and they looked odd with, and I said, oh, that's not working very well, or not working as well as it could. And so he always wore boots after that. So The shoes were, I mean, we kept them, but he never wore them, and the Argyle. But he wore the Argyles under the boots. But the boot, I mean, with that coat, these lovely brown boots looked great, and so that was sold. So that it sort of evolved. Now the scarf. It was a huge temptation as a designer. To get rid of the scarf. I mean, I had been asked to design a whole new outfit, and it would have been an opportunity to get rid of the scarf. And as a designer, you can't help your sort of egotism as a designer. You know, you get rid of the scarf. And I did think of it very hard. And I finally decided that the scarf, Tom used it, you see. I knew that he used this scarf. I mean, you'd see it, he'd lasso things with it, or it would trail behind him. In the humor, it had the element of humor that Tom always had that one, and that scarf had the element of humor. And I knew that that scarf was part of Tom's personality and part of the Doctor. And it would be doing a great disservice to the show if I did not keep that scarf. And also it would work with that long heavy coat that he was wearing. It was the only sort of outfit that scarf would really work with the rest of his costume. The new costume on design, the scarf would work with. But of course he couldn't use the old scarf because it was rather a skinny scarf actually, and in the wrong colours. So I decided that I would use not wool, chenille. And because it was such a long, I'll tell you what Tom did with that scarf. It was chenille, and I got it, and I chose colours in this chenille, which is a lovely light material. And for a scarf of that length, I mean, wool would have been impossibly heavy. So I made two, because you always, I didn't personally, obviously I got them made, but it was Roger Olmsted's stepmother that actually knitted the two scarves. So Roger Olmsted, whom the fans will know, has made many of Doctor Who clothes and props and monsters. And Tom looked at the two scarves and he said, can you sew them together and get an extra long scarf? And this was this ludicrously long scarf. So he ended up with this incredibly long scarf. And all I can say is, thank goodness it was chenille. Because of the weight, of course.
Yeah.
And lovely colours. So, and the hat came from Hudson. So that's the hat maker. And he didn't really, I mean, he had the hat, he used it as a prop. But of course, like most actors, they don't really like wearing hats. I mean, as they say, the smaller the part, the bigger the hat. You don't normally have a leading man continually in a hat. Sometimes you do, but most you don't. And Tom used it as a prop. He used it, but he never really wore it. And also with that magnificent hair, and you know, it would be a pity to wear a hat. So that was why. So anything else, gloves, we didn't really know. We sort of left it. I did buy some, but we never really wore them. Yeah. But that is the story of the coat.
Yeah.
Hi, David.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Would it be right in saying that Doctor Who was your first big TV break?
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. I had done a small drama production for ITV called He Kills Coppers, but I mean, blink at it, you missed it kind of moment. But no, Doctor Who was absolutely the big one.
So there you are, a young actor. You've got a good role in BBC flagship drama and a trip to Dubai.
Yeah.
How excited were you?
Insanely. Obviously, you know, the sort of secretive nature of Doctor Who, I couldn't tell anyone. So as soon as I found out, I was absolutely ecstatic, and I was like, oh my god, I can't tell anyone, I can't say anything, I can't, you know, because obviously, you know, they didn't want anything to get out to the press, who's casted, anything, for obvious reasons. So I just had to kind of go, okay. I mean, I told my parents, obviously, but that was about it. But I was absolutely over the moon. It was, I mean, going and getting the train to Cardiff to go and do the script read with everyone sat around the table was just, even that, I was sort of pinching myself on the train there.
Walking into that script read through around the table must have been quite daunting, if not terrifying.
Yes. Yeah, it was hugely daunting. I mean, we started to figure out who was in it when we got there and people were getting picked up and taken to the hotel where we were doing the reading and stuff. And absolutely, it was just so exciting and a real thrill. And I mean, for me, you know, sort of being there, and then Russell T Davies wandered in and came over and said thank you for agreeing to do the show, and I was just like, thank you, you know. So that was huge. It was just a really lovely moment for a young actor to kind of go, oh my god, this is a real thing, I'm doing this.
Do you remember your first encounter with David Tennant?
I mean, I met him at the script read through and stuff, and we sort of introduced, but there was a room full of, it must have been about 60 people, 70 people, because everyone goes around and introduces the whole cast. We all sit there, and then it's, you know, series producer, executive producer, writers, people from BBC Worldwide, people from BBC. So it's just, you know, you feel a little bit swamped, and you don't really want to be going up to anyone too much and saying anything. And, you know, it's all a little bit, you want to seem professional whilst you're quietly fangirling yourself. Do you know what I mean? So,
definitely. So we mentioned Dubai. How long were you there for?
We were there for about a week. We arrived quite late, and you kind of walked out of the hotel. We got straight into like this big minibus just full of all of us. And then we headed out right into the desert, and we had hired there was like a large, like holiday complex almost. Sort of, it was quite bizarre. It's sort of down some sort of, you're looking around and you're like, there's nothing here, it's just desert. Then all of a sudden it's like a Haven holiday park has just appeared. And there's lots of villas and a little pool in the middle, and they've laid out food for us, and it was quite incredible. Yeah, I mean, it was just, yeah, quite a surreal time, but so beautiful, so beautiful. It's a beautiful place to kind of go and see at some point, you know.
Honestly,
I don't agree with everything Dubai has to say about people like me, but still.
Yeah, interesting point. How did you feel about that?
A little awkward, to be honest. I mean, obviously you can't tar an entire country by the laws that are being upheld by their particular government. You know, otherwise we wouldn't have gay people in Russia, or gay people specifically in Poland at the moment. There's quite some horrendous stuff going on. So yeah, I don't kind of tar the entire country with that brush, but it's, you know, it does make you a little uncomfortable. Just make you kind of very wary of whatever it is you're, you know, carrying in your suitcase or anything like that. You know, I think I had a copy of Gay Times or Attitude magazine or something like that in my, and like, I honestly had forgotten about it. And then I was like, oh God, and I suddenly sort of had a little like panic moment. I was like, what, oh, ooh, you know, it's very, very strange in that respect.
You could have been carrying a copy of Doctor Who magazine, but no, you're taking Gay Times
Well, you know, I was busy making Doctor Who magazine. So yeah, no, I mean, yes, I should have been. To be fair, I'm sure there were a few copies lying around while I was there. So you know, I could have picked them up somewhere.
So obviously, beautiful location, as you said, but in reality, what are the practicalities of working in a desert environment? I gather there was a issue with sandstorms.
We had a sandstorm one day, and we literally, I think they had to scrap a lot of the footage that we had got that day. So we, it was so heavy, and obviously we all have makeup on, and me specifically, I had to be kind of digging the bus out. So I had different levels of sweatiness. So I'd sort of had, you know, this is at the beginning, it's kind of mild sweat, and then there was like near the end, full on sweat. And in order to make it stay, a lot of people probably don't know or realize, sweat is often sprayed on you by makeup, and it's glycerin mixed with water. So it's kind of basically like having droplets of Vaseline squirted over your face. So the droplets stay exactly where they are, and they don't move. So you constantly look like you're perspiring, but it's just, it won't drip down your face. So obviously, having had that done, when the sandstorm kicked off and it just hit my face, I just looked like I'd been coated in like a layer of render. You know, I looked like the side of a house. So it was it was a little bit crazy. I mean, David's hair turned sort of a slight ginger shade. You know, it was sort of trying to do any kind of sit, and we're all doing that because there's so much sand flying around. We couldn't see. So in the end, they were like, I think we're gonna have to call it a day today. And then yeah, when they got back and they looked at the footage and they were checking through it all, they were like, it's not a lot that we can use. I think they used bits, but I don't think there was a great amount that we could have used for that from that day. But after that, it was fine.
So presumably you had to remount everything the following day and redo it.
Yeah, we had to try and cram everything else in. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think they had contingency time. You don't fly all the way to Dubai with a giant double-decker London bus waiting in the sand dunes just to try and rush through things. So I think they gave themselves enough time to be able to get all the shots that they needed, and took into account what if something happened, what if something else happened. So yeah, so we definitely got everything with plenty of time.
Well, as you just said, what else if something else happened? But of course, famously, the bus didn't quite make it in one piece.
No, it did not. No, it was actually meant to be a fully functional bus. No dents or nicks on the side, and obviously in transit, a sea container was dropped on it, crushing the top deck, which is where I was. So I was the only character that happened to be upstairs on the bus, and that's why I come tumbling down after I'm like nearly crushed to death.
So there you are. You've left Dubai. You're back in Cardiff. Bit of a contrast. You've gone from the expanse of an open desert to the confines of a small bus set. You must have been relieved to get off that set in the end.
I mean, it was a very busy, sort of bizarre couple of months, in so much as we kind of went through so many different sort of weathers, and geographically, it was just, you know, one minute it was very cold and wet in Cardiff, and then one night it billowed with snow, and we didn't even know if we'd be able to get to the airport to go to Dubai because it was so cold. It was that freakishly sort of cold February, March time in 2009, early 2009. And then obviously we then had the heat in Dubai and the sandstorms, and it was just sort of a continual sort of, I don't know, it was like the weather was on shop demonstration. It was going through every single thing it could do. It was just like, and here's sleet, and here's snow, now sunshine, and now rain, and now you're in Cardiff, now you're in Dubai. And obviously they can control it when we had the bus and it was in the TV studio. They could control all the weather with all the lights and everything else that they were doing. But there was a couple of nights where we were filming the night shoots as we were driving around the city of Cardiff, and we're just going, you know, and there were some nights where it poured with rain, other nights it was fine, just a bit cold. So yeah, it was crazy. It was really crazy. But then obviously we also film out of time. So there'll be certain, you don't begin with the beginning of what you're shooting. You sometimes shoot what's easiest to shoot then, and then you'll go off and do that. So sometimes you'll do episodes of things where you do the ending first. And you've got to, as an actor, then get into that mindset of going, okay, so I've gone through all that. I haven't acted it yet, but I've gone through that. Now I have to try and act like this, and that can be quite confusing.
This does sound like the cursed production of Doctor Who. It's going to end up with a reputation like there's rumours about The Exorcist or Poltergeist. It's cursed somehow.
I mean, thankfully no one died. No, I don't think anyone became haunted or possessed. But no, I mean, there were a few sort of little bits and bobs like that, especially with possibly not getting to the airport in time to go and get to Dubai. But Edmund was just one of the most incredible sort of few weeks of my life. I still look back on it now, and I'm still in touch with Victoria Alcock, and we chat like loads, and we still laugh about certain things that happened during that period of time. We still regale friends of ours with stories from those few weeks of filming, because it was a little bubble, and it was incredible.
So once the production was complete and then it was broadcast over Easter, did you sit and watch the broadcast with friends and family?
Do you know what? I don't think I've ever watched it with family. I watched it with friends when it first was on, and consequently I've seen it sort of several times around Easter time and stuff like that, just when it happens to be on, and I'll get a tweet or something from someone saying, "Oh, you're on the telly." So yeah, no, I've watched it, but I have watched it a few times since, and it just sort of brings back all the memories.
Well, I'm going to conclude in a moment, but I'm just bringing us full circle. At the beginning, you were saying the secrecy that was involved with your casting in Doctor Who, and you said, "Well, of course, I told my parents," which made me think, how on earth did you stop your mother from telling everyone? Because my mother would be the worst person to tell.
I honestly. I'm assuming she didn't, because I did say to her, seriously, you cannot. And I don't think she was quite as prolific as she is on things like Facebook and stuff now. But I think she probably told my nanny pegs as well. But apart from that, it was all kind of kept quite stum until I disappeared and started filming. And then, obviously I had people going, where are you going? I was like, filming. I'm trying to kind of, but yeah, I was able to then sort of tell a few people and say, look, I'm filming this, but I can't tell you anything about it. So.
Well, thank you for telling me about it. And
you're welcome.
We'll chat again later.
Indeed.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hello, you're watching Time Space Visualiser from Fantom Events. Now, don't worry, even though this is our last live stream, we do have lots of material coming your way, including the second part of June Hudson's interview with Helen and the second part of David Ames's interview with John coming later this week. But before we get to the second part of our Phil Collinson interview, we're going to go over to see Jason in the Social Hub. Hello, Jason.
Hello again, Dex.
So what feedback have you got for us?
Feedback. Okay. Yes, I've got a lot of feedback coming in today. It's been brilliant, actually, because lots of you are engaging with us on all of our social media today. I'm going to start with some of the nice comments that we've been receiving back about what we've been up to over the last couple of months. Brigitte, first off, you have been doing a great job for us. Can't thank you enough. You helped me to forget the lockdown and cancelled trips. David Hughes, sad this is coming to an end, but was great fun bringing us Whovians together even from afar. Andrew Stocker, friend of the show actually, looking forward to another great night in the company of Fantom Events. Nobody does it better. Colton Bradley, thank you for keeping us Whovians in America, including yours truly, entertained with all your awesome content. And Jonathan Turner, you're all brilliant. Thank you all so much for all these amazing events.
Oh, that's really fantastic. Really, it is really nice to receive all these lovely comments, because it does make all the hard work that all the team are putting in worthwhile. I think it's about time we released the name of the winner of the competition.
Thank you, it is. Our competition that we set on First Social Hub was a very interesting question. June Hudson designed the costumes for which Dalek serial? Now, the answer to that is Destiny of the Daleks. And the prize fabulous prize, actually, donated by our good friends, the Movie Reliquary. It's a Doctor Who Ultimate Adventure Dalek Hemisphere piece. And the winner of our competition is Ben Coxall from Cambridge.
Oh, wow. Congratulations, Ben.
Ben, if you wouldn't mind just dropping us an email with your address, and we'll get that prize out to you over the course of the next week. And I actually did have some feedback off the back of my last question, actually, on Daleks. So just if I could just give you a bit of feedback quickly. Gary Kay says his favourite Dalek design is the bronze Dalek from the Russell T Davies era of Doctor Who. For me, it takes the best aspects of the design used for the Peter Cushing movie Daleks and makes them look more formidable. Quite butch, I think it makes them. Harold Penner, his favourite Dalek version has to be the grey ones from Genesis of the Daleks. They are the iconic version for him, and these are the ones that he remembers most from his childhood, and the ones that sent him running behind the sofa. And I'll agree, because that's exactly what happened to me in Genesis of the Daleks as well. And Andrew Stocker again, actually very quickly, I have to mention this because of Rusty sat behind me. The original design by Ray Kuzik, of course, the best for sure, and I think you know that I agree with that.
Lovely. One of our favourite parts of the show over the past few weeks has obviously been Avenue Who. So would you like to introduce today's viewer's choice?
I would indeed. Okay, so we've got 4 of the previous Avenue Who sketches up for you to vote on. They'll be on Twitter in the next few minutes, and effectively you are going to vote for the one you would like us to replay later on in the evening. So what I'd like you to do is you'll be voting on the following. That's Cyber Upgrade, Decision of the Daleks, Scheme of the Daleks, or Girl Power. Now, vote on our Twitter poll. As I said, that will probably be up in the next 5 minutes or so. And the vote for your which one you'd like to see closes at 2200 BST this afternoon.
That's fantastic. Shall we announce the next competition?
You are keeping me busy, aren't you?
Well, I've got to get my money's worth. There's only a few hours left.
Money? Hang on, that's the first time I've heard money mentioned. Okay, second competition. And it's really another good question here. Phil Collinson was producer on which soap opera? So that's Phil Collinson was producer on which soap opera? Now, again, as always, don't put those answers in the chat. This time, you need to email us to enter the competition. And of course, you do that at tsv@phantomfilms.co.uk. And we'll need to have had your response no later than 2000 hours BST, that's 8 o'clock. Now, again, a fabulous prize up for grabs here. We have an Eagle Moss 13th Doctor and Ryan, Yaz and Graham figurine set donated by our very good friends over at Hero Collector this time. So, wow, these are great prizes we've got today.
Oh, it's fantastic, and we're very grateful to all the different companies that we work with along the way, because they've been very, very generous. So, it's about time that we had the second part of your Phil Collinson interview. Would you care to introduce it?
I will do, but before I do that, I need to hear from you on the chat. I've got a question I want to set you for the next, so I can feed back into the next social hub. And I'd like you guys to tell us what your favourite moments from our Time Space Visualiser events have been and why. So tell us what your favourite moments from our Time Space Visualiser events have been and why. Drop your replies into the live YouTube chat, or you can tweet us on our usual Phantom Films Twitter using the hashtag Time Space Visualiser. Right. Now I'll introduce the next interview. And last night we played the first part of my chat with Phil Collinson on how the new series was reinvented for TV. The second and final part follows now, where we talk about the impact of the return of Doctor Who in 2005. Please enjoy. Next on Time Space Visualiser, we continue with the second part of our interview with Phil Collinson, who was one of the key architects of the return of Doctor Who to our screens back in 2005. In this part, we'll discuss the series further, including the casting of David Tennant into the lead role. So we've got the series ready for air, and it launches with a massive spectacular. What sort of a reaction were you expecting for the show?
Well, a few weeks before the show premiered on Easter Saturday, we had a big press launch in Cardiff, and usually these press launches happen in London, and you know we all have to get on the train and go down there, and we didn't do it like that. You know, obviously a big part of the show's identity was Wales. BBC Wales was really important to the show, and as the producer of the show, took that role very seriously, and they were very excited about it. So we brought everybody to Cardiff, and we took over a hotel and for the night, and it was phenomenal. It was just phenomenal. It was the biggest press launch I'd ever been to or seen. You know, the title sequence was projected on the side of the hotel. There was a red carpet. There was people in costume, and you know there were Slitheen and Daleks and various different monsters sort of lurking about. Lots of local press and national news came, and we showed the first episode, and then we showed a clip reel of 10 minutes, and the first episode we showed, and people laughed in all the right places, and then we started showing the clip reel, and at the end of the last reel on the clip reel was the Dalek saying elevate, and he starts to rise up, and the whole room went mad, and everybody stood up and cheered. And this is diehard journalists. You know, this is not just, you know, this is not fans, but this is diehard journalists. And the best part about it was that sitting in front of me was Terence Dix and Barry Letts. And before we'd sat down, I went across and I introduced myself to Barry and told him how wonderful I thought the show had been under his tenure, and how thrilled I was to meet him, etc. And he said, well, you know, I have to tell you that, you know, Terence and I are, you know, we're watching you now. We want this to be good. It better had to be good, because we, you know, the last time they tried to resurrect this show, we were less than pleased, and we let them know that was the case. So I was quaking in my boots, really. Anyway, as everybody was cheering, Barry turned round to me and gave me a thumbs up. And he said afterwards, he said, I think it's brilliant. I mean, you know, obviously it felt very much like his era of the show, because it was modern day contemporary London with autons bursting out of windows and all of that. So they were chuffed to bits. So I sort of, in my head, I knew that we sort of had it was like having having their stamp of approval really mattered to me, because their reaction felt like the fans' reaction as well to me, because they were, you know, the godfathers of Doctor Who, really, weren't they? Let's be honest. And so I love that. But then also seeing that reaction from the journalists, and I sort of felt, and also was my instinct as a fan myself. I loved what we'd done with it. I was thrilled to bits. And so, you know, having said that, you never know. We were taking on Ant and Dec, who were unbeatable at the time. You know, you can't ever forget how popular that show of theirs was back then. You know, and it went from being by a million miles the most watched show to handing that mantle across to us, because we overtook them very quickly and kept those viewers. So I sort of, without sounding arrogant, I was confident that we had made the best fist of it that we possibly could, that everything possible we had done to make this show as brilliant as it could be, we had done. And, you know, and at the same time, it was science fiction, and it was, you know, it was bonkers, some of it. and so you never quite know how's that going to land. You know, I kind of thought we might get 5 or 6 million views, and that would have been really respectable. But I wasn't really prepared for how big it would become as the weeks went on. And you know, that first, even the press for that first show was insane. You know, and then we became architects of our own problems at some point, because the show then became a show that the tabloids were fascinated by and desperate to blow stories on, and so then a whole new thing came out for season 2 of, well, how do we keep our secrets, and how do we, we knew that keeping the secrets of the show were as important as making it, really.
I mean, the press getting hold of the story quite so early on about Chris.
Yes, that was a shame.
Would have
a shame, but again, I think in hindsight, it worked in our favour, because there is a saying that there's no such thing as bad publicity, which to some extent is true and to some extent is not. But certainly, it meant that there was, the first 4 or 5 weeks of the show's run was on the front pages almost every day for some reason or another, and that just helped this huge buzz that was going out about this show, and obviously it being matched by what people were then turning on and watching. Week 1 they were in modern day London with dummies coming to life. Week 2 they were on a space station in the far future with a trampoline with eyes. Episode 3, Dickens in London with Simon Callow as Dickens, and 4 and 5, Big Ben crashing, farting aliens in 10 Downing Street. This show never, it didn't let you stop and catch your breath deliberately. In that first season, it was breakneck speed, and it was brilliant and vivid, I think, and that's what it didn't let you turn off, really. You had to keep coming back for more, really, because you saw that next week either you were getting a bit more of what you'd loved this week, or you were somewhere completely different with these characters that you were fascinated by. So he's a very clever man, Russell, and I think he was absolutely the best man to be masterminding the return of this show, without a shadow of a doubt.
I rewatched season 1 beginning of the year.
Good.
And I was impressed, because I reevaluated it. It had been a couple of years since I'd seen it, and I was just impressed. I was blown away, because actually the ambition and the scale comes through really clearly. But the scripts, I mean, Dalek is just an amazing story.
Yes, it is. I mean, it's wonderful, and a big part of the success of the show was particularly episodes like Dalek, where you had a brand new audience, little young audience coming to the show, and who genuinely didn't really know what a Dalek was. And they sat there with their dad, who's saying, well, it comes from the dark planet Skaro, and there's a little man inside. And I lost count of the number of people who said to me, this show has been brilliant for bonding me with my kids again. And I think we sort of got a little bit out of the habit of watching telly with our children. I think CBeebies is fantastic, but I think it's a sort of show that a lot of parents will put their children in front of, and while they're doing something else. I think the idea of sitting down with your kid and watching something that you both get as much from, and that there are enough sort of gags and there's enough hooks and brilliant storytelling to keep you involved, but enough vivid, brilliant, wonderful chases and farting aliens and pigs in spacesuits to keep a kid completely wide-eyed and entertained and thrilled. Again, that's Russell's genius. That is nobody, I think, writes that sort of show better than him. Sarah Jane Adventures as well, I mean, was just brilliant, and look how popular that show became with children of a certain age, because it was, it's those same sort of, that same ability of that Doctor Who always had, really, that it could appeal to the generations, and would be that show that you could all get a little bit of something from.
It became cool again to be a Doctor Who fan.
Yeah, I know. Who knew, right?
When it wasn't cool when we were growing up, but it was cool to be a Doctor Who fan.
Well, it was cool when I was growing up. It was cool, you know, when the BBC still loved it and it had a big enough budget and Tom was there. Tom was cool. Tom and Liz, you know, Tom and Liz, Tom and Louise, Tom and Lala, they were cool. You know, I think, but it sort of became not cool as it struggled with its identity as it sort of in those last few years, really. But I think it was a thrill anyway for me to be that fan, making it and feeling that it was, you know, it was just, I think it was as good as I wanted it to be, yeah, and that mattered a lot to me.
How did you approach recasting Chris then? How did you come about choosing David?
Well, I didn't have very much to do with it, to be fair. Julie and Russell were making Casanova for BBC One, working with David and watching rushes of David every day. I think they started making that 4 or 5 episodes into Doctor Who's run. So it was pretty much, they were watching Doctor Who rushes and Casanova rushes one after the other. And I think it just was one of those moments where they both came in this one morning and said to each other, when we come to recast, he's going to be perfect, isn't he? And then obviously, you know, that happened a bit sooner than we would have anticipated, but was nonetheless another piece of wonderful luck that we had, really, making that show, that they would literally be watching 2 sets of rushes with those 2 men in. Was just this kind of thrill, and allowed them to kind of go. And if you watch Casanova, actually, there's a lot of Doctor Who in Casanova. That Casanova. There's a lot of cheek. You know, there's a lot of what David brought to the role in that performance as well.
I chatted recently to Louise Page for Time Space Visualiser, and she shared the story behind how she came up eventually with the costume. It's such an interesting story, the way she just magicked that out of where it came from.
It was brilliant. Well, she turned up to she came to when Lucy, who designed Chris's costume and the whole first season, decided that she was exhausted, God bless her, I think, and she just couldn't come out. I met a lot of costume designers, and Louise came in with that costume design already, and I loved it, and Russell loved it. We all loved it, and that's what she first did. What story did she tell? I didn't hear her tell this story. What did she say?
She told a very similar story where she came in and it was part of her portfolio almost, and I think you guys asked if you could take that away to have a consideration about it.
Well, I said that's the costume, isn't it? And she was, well, yes, I guess so. And I took the picture. I took it out. Well, I took the portfolio back with me, and I said, look at this woman. Look what she's done. Look at this guy. And that was the costume we went with. And it was things like the length of it, the length of that coat. That's what set it apart. And the Converse. And the skinny, you know, what she absolutely got was the kind of skinny waif David Tennant, you know, and what do you do to that skinny waif, like, really, to make him really fly? Yeah, she was brilliant, brilliant, a very, very brilliant costume designer. And you think about how many costumes she had to do across one season. Lordy God, mad.
And changing, obviously, the lead actor after just one season. Obviously, you knew you had the right person. We probably, as fans, knew you had the right person because we were aware of him. But it's a little bit like if you think about the Hartnell to Troughton regeneration, you're never quite sure how it's going to work.
Yeah, well, and that's part of the success of the show, isn't it, really? That, again, as it turned out, we were giving the big audience another reason to tune back into season 2, because they were good, because the show never settled into where you knew it would settle. You think about what happened. Season 3, Billy was gone, and there was a brand new companion coming in. Season 4, that companion had gone, and there was another new companion. So the dynamic changed all the time, and that's why the show has gone on for as long as it has, really. Because I think you never quite settle into knowing what it is, and what to expect from it, and that's that worked brilliantly for us. So no, I don't think people did know what to expect. David certainly was not a well-known actor by any stretch at that point. Not the household name that he would go on to become as the Doctor. So in many ways, it's more like, for me, it's more like John Pertwee going into Tom Baker, really, because, with Tom Baker, you had a brilliant, wonderful actor who we were sort of aware of, but suddenly an actor who blossomed in this part, who sort of the Doctor Who allowed him to become a superstar, really, Tom and David, I think. An already fantastic actor then gets this role of a lifetime, I think, in many ways, and just grabs it with both hands. And and I think the brilliance of David is manifold. He's a magnificent actor, and that ability to be brilliant and funny and run around and have a fantastic time, but then to turn on a sixpence and be serious, and then to turn on a sixpence and break your heart. All the things Tom had done, all the things lots of those actors who played Doctor Who did really, really well. But I think David was magnificent as Doctor.
You could see the shift change, actually. The show just kept going up through the gears. Second season, third season, you were getting more confident in the production.
Well, I suppose, like everything, you learn what you can do really well. I think Russell's scripts kept getting more and more ambitious, but we were glad of that as a production team. We were taking them and saying, "Yeah, give us more, give us more, give us more." We were loving it, and of course, there was a confidence as we went into season 2, because we knew we had a hit show. We weren't trying to second guess what people liked and didn't like. We weren't trying to work out if the formula worked. We had a hit show and we loved it. It was brilliant.
And a happy show behind the scenes at that stage as well.
Yeah. I mean, we were learning on the job in season 1. We kind of knew what we were doing from season 2 onwards, really. And so then it allowed you to put your effort in the right places and concentrate on making what you could do the best you could do, really. And relaxing a bit. I think, I certainly relaxed a lot more as we went along, and started to enjoy it a lot more. Yeah.
And that's going to have been probably the right thing for you, because production is not the easiest of jobs, is it?
No, I mean, it's a big, you're keeping a big machine going, a big machine that's moving around on the back of a lorry all the time, that's getting in and out of locations. We weren't making Doctor Who like they made Doctor Who in the 60s, 70s and 80s, where, most of the time they went to studio and built the sets, or they would go towards the end of the run, they would go to one location, wouldn't they? And so they'd go to Whitby and do a big load of filming for the Curse of Fenwick. We were all over the place all the time, moving in, moving out. So logistically, it's a huge show. It was enormously successful. So there was a whole other layer of keeping it there, in terms of press, feeding the press, but starving the press at the same time, so that they were hungry for stories and what you wanted, and just the management of that, and still keeping it on budget. The thing about a day's filming on Doctor Who is a lot more expensive than a day's filming on a lot of other shows, because the cast's often big and guest and expensive, and not only have you got some cast, but you've got 5 monsters played by 5 actors in suits. We've all got a technician with them, stunts, special effects. All of these things are liable to run away with themselves financially if you're not careful. So it had to be managed financially really carefully and practically really carefully. And then, you know, you've got to, there's a whole level of, I mean, it sounds boring, but just safety, so that when you're making a show that is relentlessly stunt heavy and special effect heavy, you make sure that you're doing that safely, and you know you're not going to injure anybody, and it's all been, and all of that takes time and management. So I never worked harder before or since, really.
Do you have a favourite story out of the time that you were there?
I've quite a lot of. There are lots of them that I love. I mean, I love Rose for lots of reasons. I watch that time and again. I love The Unquiet Dead. I love Midnight. I love Turn Left. I love Journey's End. I just love Journey's End. Makes me cry. I love Shakespeare Code. I love. There are lots of episodes that I'll watch again and again and again. Satan Pit. I've probably watched more than anything else. I just think that we were at the top of our game when we made Satan Pit. Actually, when I watch it now, it stands up now against anything that the show can deliver now. Any other sort of. I remember watching that for the first time. I couldn't believe we'd made this in a little studio in Cardiff, in a half-empty, disused power station, you know, in Tredegar. I think it looks $1 million, and something that I'm incredibly proud of.
And you should be, because you're quite right. It's some of what you did, particularly in and around on some of the locations I know you use, because that's local to me, Cardiff, and it put Cardiff on the map to a degree for a lot of people. But I know what went on behind some of the scenes. I was there on probably some of the filming sessions. The crowd.
As we, you know, again, I always. It's hard doing these things because there's a fine line between sort of blowing your own trumpet, which I'm not want to necessarily do, but being proud of what you did and what you achieved is where I come from always, you know. And at the same time, you know, Russell and Julie were also making Torchwood. You know, I was executing Sarah Jane Adventures as well, and we were you know, there was sort of, you know, 40 odd episodes of sort of Doctor Who related stuff coming out of that, our little team at the time. I mean, incredible, really. I really now think we were mad, and I don't know how we did it, but we did. We loved it. We were all completely devoted to the show and to our place in it, and making it the best we could possibly make it. You know.
And you showed no fear after you left Doctor Who either, and moved, eventually arrived at in Weatherfield for Coronation Street. It's really unusual because I'm getting to talk about two of probably my most favourite programmes that I've followed over the years. The 50th episode, the tram crash. Good grief! What were you thinking?
You know, it was a bit the same, really. I'd grown up watching Coronation Street, and, you know, it was a big favourite of my parents and my grandparents, and I'd sort of grown up loving it and being devoted to it. So it was a similar thing, really. I came to it expressly for the 50th anniversary. I took over in the January of the 50th year. My stuff started going out on screen in July of the 50th year, and then that 6 months of stuff all very deliberately led up to that one night. And so, I mean, it was, again, I live and die. It was among the best stuff I've ever done. I think it was my, you know, I live and die, and I won't ever have the chance to do that, because the thing with Coronation Street is what you transmit on Wednesday, the nation talks about on Thursday. You know, people are devoted to the show in enormous numbers still. And I knew that I wanted to just do justice to this brilliant, wonderful icon. And I was a little bit worried because I knew that it needed to be a big disaster, and that a part of it would be live, But it was about that, you know, and I think lots of things I'd learned on Doctor Who, really, about dealing with the press and how if you get them on board and get people's imagination fired up enough about what you're doing, they'll be dying for it. And I did a lot of that, engaged with the press a lot, you know, dribbled bits of stuff out, so there was a real sense of anticipation of that week. And then it just became, it sort of, you know, people just got into it, really, and you know, they arrived because they wanted to, because I think what I did was I said, this is going to be amazing, you must watch it, this is going to be amazing. And then I went home and kind of went, oh God, what if it's not? So then that pushed me on to kind of go, God, it's got to be amazing, it's got to be amazing. So I sort of was pushing everybody to their limits on that show. I, of course, you know, brought in, you know, one of the best action directors, Graham Harper, came in to direct the first part of that the crash and the first episodes of that. Nobody else could have done that, I don't think. Corrie has a wonderful, brilliant bunch of amazing directors, but these particular episodes needed someone who knew how to direct action, because I knew that I wanted it to be as big as possible. And then the live was something I'd never done, and it's when I started thinking about a live. EastEnders had done live, Corrie had done live. Corrie was doing live in 1960, for God's sake. But you know, then you kind of think, well, if I'm doing live, it has to be live like nobody else has ever seen before. You know, and so then that grew and grew, and that became, well, because there was an option for us to make the first episode live, the episode that sort of leads you almost to the crash. That would have been easy because that's just Coronation Street. So then I was like, no, it needs to be right slap bang in the middle of the week when it's all going wrong and houses are collapsing and the fires are blazing. And how do you do that as a live action? Which no one had ever done. You know, we did, the show opened with a shot that was a CGI comp that was happening live before you, really. And it, you know, so there was a huge ambition there and a thrill. And you know, a week that I'll never forget ever, as long as I live. And then sort of to keep, I stayed possibly a bit longer than I planned to stay, but it's a lovely place to work, and it's a really nice bunch of people. And as I say, you are speaking directly to the nation on that show, in a way you never will. You know, I never will ever again. I never would want to, actually, because it also brings with it a bit of, you know, press intrusion and sort of people poke you in the supermarket and say, you know, what are you doing to Gail or Rita, and don't do that, and you know, it's your fault that Audrey's got a transvestite boyfriend or whatever it is. There's a bit of that goes along with that show that wasn't my favourite part of it, but I loved it. I had an amazing time there.
Like Doctor Who, the Coronation Street of the modern world owes a lot to its roots, and the whole genius of Tony Warren creating.
Well, I was lucky enough to become friends with Tony, and Tony was still very much involved when I was producing the show, and I would meet him every few weeks. We'd go out for lunch, we'd talk about what he'd watched, he'd tell me very candidly what he'd liked and didn't like, and so he was still really the godfather of the show and still really very involved, and so it was an absolute privilege to have him. Yes,
I could carry on for hours and hours and hours chatting about Coronation Street, Doctor Who, and all sorts of things with you, but time's beaten us, I'm afraid. Phil, it's been a real pleasure to spend some time with you, hear your thoughts behind Doctor Who and a little bit about Coronation Street. Appreciate you taking time out for us. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Now that is a good event.
This is my 10th one here at Sheffield and it's absolutely wonderful.
Fantom, lovely guys, good laugh, good fun, small intimate events, value for money, brilliant. And every one of us strive as a team to make sure that we give our customers the best event we possibly can.
I've been lucky enough to interview on stage some of the brilliant actors that we get along to our fantastically inclusive days. It's a really great mix of actors and a really lovely mix of fans.
The fans always a great time with fantastic access to the actors. So if you're thinking of coming to a Fantom show, come and meet us. It'll be great to see you.
It's my great pleasure to welcome to Time Space Visualiser Darren Farrant, concept artist for series 10, 11 and 12 of Doctor Who. Hello Darren.
Hi there. How are you doing?
I'm all right. First of all, can I get you to explain what a concept artist does?
So a concept artist's brought in usually around the pre-production or sometimes the pre-production to speak with the production designer to start initiating any ideas they have. They may have an early draft of the script, so where the first few episodes or the first block is going to progress and start getting the ball rolling on generating ideas and for the scenes, whether it be a prop, a set, and then I'll start sketching away and start generating. Sometimes I get a mood board from the production designer, and then off to the races. And the concept designer is the person that sits quietly in the corner, sketching furiously, drawing away, trying to do as cool a stuff as possible, and that will hopefully make it on the screen.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned there you do sketching. Is that your entire process? Do you always work with paper and pens, or do you use
I work with
computer modelling?
Yeah, I use everything. Wherever gets the job done, I think the main takeaway is. So I do a lot of. I can't sketch in pencil because my brain doesn't seem to like it. So I have to go straight in with pen. I have to commit. I do Photoshop digital painting and 3D modeling, 3D sculpting, sometimes clay sculpting. If I'm stuck in coming up with an idea using one medium, I switch to another just to see if it helps get out. So very adaptable.
Yeah, I was going to say, does it depend on whether you're working on a prop or a set or something? Or
yeah, mainly on the set. I dive straight in with the 3D modeling just because it's you suddenly get a sense of space instantly, and you can play with cameras. You can set up shots straight away, even if it's just a couple of blocks. You can get a feel for how it could be shot, and then that'll influence what you design in that space. And then you can have a back and forth with the production designer. Sketch over the top of a rough model, take it further with the modeling, and back and forth that way. If it's a prop, I tend to do a bit of everything dependent on the prop straight away. Sometimes I can go straight in with the 3D modeling, but a lot of, say, season 12 was pen and marker sketching for pretty much nearly all the props. Just with the time constraints, and I was just far quicker to sketch out sometimes and just hand it over to the poor prop makers that have to make sense of it and just go, hey, go on, make it cool.
How much research do you do, particularly for sort of like a historically set story or something like that?
It depends on the stuff I get for Doctor Who. If it is a historical setting, often it's a sci-fi element in a historical setting, or it's a specific alien tech that happens to be in the Victorian period. So then you can you either have the discussion then, is it going to be the full-on aliens, or is it going to be the historical elements? So for example, I think it was this Thin Ice, I think the episode was. The detonator for when Bill and the Doctor tied up, the detonator for that was a generator that is a historical object, and that's what that was. So huge amount of research for that, how it works. I modeled that in 3D so we could get the there's a lot of moving elements. Will it work? And then help that prop makers out as much as possible. So rather than design something, they go, yeah, it can't move like that. You got this in the way, you got this going through there. So a huge amount for that. And the season 11, I can't remember the name of the episode, The Witches. Witchfinders with Alan Cummins. And he holds he has a prop of, they called prickers, where they prick the witch, and he's got his custom ones, his regal ones, and I think he gives one to Ryan. So for that, there's a fair amount of research on what that was, because I never personally heard anything like that. So, but then designing that in our own way, you know, with a designer and feedback from Chris as well on what it could be, especially for an actor like Alan Cummins. It's got to stand up to him as well. At the end of the day, you can't just put anything in his hands. And then I think the what was the season 12? I don't know the name of it because it was called The Master's Gadget. So forgive me on my lack of lore on that, but this is straight from my
Or is
brief.
he shrinking sort of thing?
And there is a term for it, and it's just out of my mind, and it's going to haunt me as soon as I finish this. That was so I did some sci-fi. I didn't know at the time what it was. It was just the draft of The Master's Gadget. So that I started off sci-fi, and then because they move into the period, that influenced then the design of the final prop, then pulling in the Victorian elements. I looked at a lot of vintage lighters for that, and getting mood boards off of the production designer Dav. That was fantastic. And then we ended up in the this thing that had a lot of gears, or visible gears, where if you could see it, it was always in his hand, and it's just over here somewhere, and moving around, so you can't quite there's very few shots of the in focus, but then that was that's an element where the period, I suppose, dictates the sci-fi design instead of vice versa. So
cool. And so obviously then for futuristic ones you've got more of a free reign, but do you sort of still have influences that you go to?
How I work personally, if I don't have research or any mood boards given to me straight away, from as I'm reading the script or reading a description, it could be a line that's just like no idea, grey box with a red light. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, I'll start designing that then. I will sketch my ideas down first of what it could be, and then I'll start doing research. And then start. So in the sense, the research doesn't influence my thinking too much. I don't want to see something that then I'm making a carbon copy of, or is too closely resembling something that's out there. I want to just get as much original stuff, or as original as my brain would allow, out, and then start researching it, and then that would then get bring a tighter design to it. And then it's just about, for me, it's about shape language in the design. So if it's a particularly if it's a villain of an episode, are they going to be an angular shape? Is everything going to be quite soft curves? Is it going to be a blobby, or what is the species? What is the look of the creature? And then that'll often influence the design. So this way you communicate with, say, the costume designers. What are you doing for this guy? Have you got anything in mind? They're going to be holding? What are they wearing should influence the props. You can't have two vastly different. Well,
Yeah.
you get sometimes, but you get two vastly different looking things on the same character, and that for me doesn't really gel. So it's all about communication across the team about what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm doing this. Is that cool? No? Okay, fine. Take it back.
Yeah.
So yeah, so a huge collaborative process, and probably what Hayley's mentioned as well. Say the spacesuits, the doctor's spacesuits for oxygen. Before I had a few things to design on that, but that was okay. Let's go see Hayley and see what the suits look like for one before I even start sketching. So yeah, just it's that really for me.
Yeah. I was going to say, one thing I must ask you about is the 13th Doctor's sonic screwdriver. How did that start? How much of that was entirely your imagination, and how much was sort of in the script?
So I was on a job. I was designing a children's TV show at the time, and I had a message to meet with Arwell about maybe doing some work for the brand new Doctor Who that's coming, and that was all super secret at the time. And we had a talk about first step was the TARDIS to start off ideation for that. So that put me in a bit of a panic. It's like, oh wow, okay, that's a bold one. And he mentioned the Sonic, and then at the time I couldn't commit to both, so it was one or the other. So I took the TARDIS route, and by the I think couple of months, I think it'd been 6 weeks went by, and when I fully joined the production then, and designs had already been done by an amazing artist, Aidan Jones, who's at ILM now. But so I inherited the designs for that. Arwell talked me through what he was thinking with the designs and where to take it, and then there was huge feedback then from Chris, and we would just pool together about where to take this thing, because it's the thing. It's everywhere. It's it's iconic, and it's always a bit of a, oh, okay, can I just design some stairs? That's way easier, less stressful.
I was going to say, there must be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and as the deadline gets near, I think I finalized the design at 11:30 p.m. one day. I think it was a Wednesday. It just had to be sent off, and there was just emails between me and Arwell. He was CCing in Chris's feedback and addressing that, doing a tweak, sending it off. This cool, all right, cool. And then it was done, and then it was ready for. The cool thing was with technology that way, because of my 3D modeling skills, and at the time I was getting into the 3D printing world, we got the design to a stage where we were able to 3D print it to scale, and then Jodie came in and had a feel and had a hold, and then from how it was feeling in her hand, we'd take the tweaks. So especially in the grip level where it meets her palm, because it's got to be, she's holding it a lot. It's got to be comfortable, no matter how it looks. It's just got to be, she just can't hate using it, otherwise then it'll probably limit how much she wanna hold it. So taking that print, just a simple overnight print, saved us headaches in the long run, because we saw exactly how she wanted to do it, where the tweaks could be made, what to shape a little better, what to bring lower, and based off that, I think that was it. We had to address the feedback, and then it got sent off to get made by Nick Robato then, of Rubber Toe Props, and then we just waited until it turned up.
I was going to say, is it quite exciting to see things on screen then that you've designed?
It's also a bit of a panic, because you're just like, oh no, how is it going to look? And going back to the prickers, I was really happy with them designs. I was really thought those were like,
Yeah.
this is there's some beautiful detail work in there, and just like the Sonic, you see on screen it's in the hand and it's pointing at the camera, and all you see is just a little bit of something on the end. You're just like, what all that work? But I think it's why you're in there, to see stuff on the screen, and whatever I do is always going to be improved by the prop makers. And I like my role because even though I'm coming up with a design, it's influenced by so many people. I'm collecting everyone's thoughts, and then whatever I send out to the prop makers, they somehow make way cooler. And it's just like, I wish I thought of that when I was designing it.
Yeah.
It's just a little thing, and they tweak it, and you just see, and you're like, okay, yeah, it was worth it.
Yeah. So how much do you have to change your designs from sort of initial concepts to kind of actually what appears on screen, due to sort of budgets and practical considerations?
So at the start, it's usually a free-for-all. And then as the weeks go on, then you realize that where the budgets get divvied up then and have to be amended, or maybe it gets dropped from a script entirely. You spent probably a few days on the thing, and then suddenly the next version of the script comes out, and you're looking through and you're like, oh no, where is it, where's it gone? It's a fine balance. Things I don't really know where to take there. It's they end up.
Is there any? I was going to say.
Yeah. So for one thing, it's about how much I'm allowed to say as well.
Oh, okay.
Some things change entirely, like a complete design style.
Yeah.
And that happened on the latest season, where the tech shifted entirely to an entirely different thing, with a few days for it to be on camera. So I had to redesign the entire prop list in a couple of days for it to be made to be on camera. Which moments like that, you're just like, oh, okay. I thought I was having a really good week. There we go.
Does that happen often, or is that an unusual thing?
Not too often. Sometimes it's you just have to roll with the punches. At the end of the day, it's a production. Things are got to be elevated. Some things are got to be cut. You can't be precious, especially in my role, because I'm the idea person. You know, I'm like, do options, choose one. Oh, you can't go. That's not the one. That's not my favorite. But hey, you know, it's what works for the show. You know. So it's a case of just choosing as much. You can try and influence the coolest design, trying to get in there. It's probably spending a little bit more time on your particular favorite, just like make it stand out. Just be like, this is going all the way, and then it gets cut.
So you're looking at sort of props and sets. How much is sort of a practical thing that's going to be used by actors, and how much is decorative, sort of the design work that you do?
A lot of stuff is interactive in terms of, say, keypads or something. There's always a device in something. So it could be a mobile phone, it could be an iPad, something with a screen in, which will then, so then you build in a housing, and then you have to make it comfortable for the actor to hold, accessible. So you work with the graphic designer. What they think, this is the design I'm thinking. What are you thinking for the interface? Because at the end of the day, you got the actor just wants to push a button and it does something. It does exactly what it's meant to do, rather than they've accidentally pushed something and then screen's gone and it's all carnage. So in terms of that, there's a lot of electronic work in there. There's usually so again, back to the prickers, there was a functioning I think there was a police baton element in there where you push a button that makes it pop out. We took that element. They had to house that, the sonic, all the electronics in there, the motor. You got to take that into consideration because you can design it really sleek, really slim, and then suddenly, this doesn't go in there. So can you make it there? And then sometimes you can put forward a suggestion where if you do a sleight of hand, it makes it look like it's just done something. Just move your thumb on something, and then maybe it'll hopefully trick the eye. And then actors drop everything all the time, and then it's smashed, and then it's just like that happens a lot. So yeah.
I was going to say, do you have a favourite thing that you've designed for the series, or from each series? Maybe from each. So like,
each series, okay.
Yeah.
Season 10. Oh, see, that was my introduction to Doctor Who, so everything was pretty exciting there. I have no idea. I don't know why. It's just the pistol that was in the was it the Christmas special with the ghost? Yeah, maybe the guy had the gun in the head. So I had to design the gun to fit in the head.
Okay.
And at the time we didn't have the actors. We didn't know what the ratio was in terms of the fitting the gun to the hand, as well as like the head cast as well. So designing the inside goop stuff of what it would all look like. So that was pretty cool, just because it was pretty gross. I mean, and then there's a prop at the same time. It's like, oh, wicked. And you read the line, he pulls a gun out of his head, and you're like, oh, wow, brilliant.
Yeah.
Good drawing. Season 11. Too early. I think for me for that, just because that was you got the TARDIS, you got the Sonic, you got Kevin, the Dalek. So he's known as Kevin. So
okay.
Just because you couldn't have you couldn't have it written down what he was, just in case he got leaked. So he was always Kevin. So all that was cool, but Twirly, I don't know, there was something about it which was just this little robot guy. He's a bit cheeky. And I think, when you read the script flowers, it was one of those things where I hope this goes to me and not to VFX or not to any SFX guy like doing it. I hope it comes to the art one, because everything gets divvied up. And sometimes you read things and you're like, oh, that's definitely an art department job, but then it goes elsewhere and you're like, a bit devastated. So to land Twirly was because I modeled the whole thing and we 3D printed it. It was just a huge undertaking between me and the fabricators and the Arwell, and getting that signed off. It was that was a good one. And then because I only done a few episodes for season 12, it's got to be that the Master's Gadget, the shrinking thing. I sculpted the tiny guy in the Matchbox as well. So these little things like you may have big grand elements. So you may have like so you've got the Sonic, you've got the TARDIS, but it's the little things, just the little. I think it's because the ones that bring you you're laughing as you're doing them, going, you can't be serious. Like a tiny man in the Matchbox, helping the tiny man in the Matchbox. Just like this is, if anyone looked and said, you get paid for that, it's like, yeah, it's great. So I think, those are my favorites, I think, and all the stuff that got cut and I never ever see.
Maybe one day, obviously.
Yeah, maybe one day. I'm waiting for a good book, good art book. think for not deliverable items, I think for season 11, 473 concepts I did, minus sketches and all the models and all the variations and stuff. So in terms of deliverable JPEGs that are in my folder, 473. Yeah, so it was a lot of work.
Yeah,
a lot of effort on everyone's part there. So, yeah,
that's it. Because I
brilliant.
mean, we all watch the episodes, and I don't think we appreciate how much work goes into all those little details. So it's,
yeah, I mean, it's just time and the amount of like the stuff that never makes it. You know, it's the 1% that makes it to the screen.
yeah,
And you're always just thinking, and that's the problem with looking at stuff on the screen. You just go in, you just because you've worked on it, you're like, this was cut, or didn't have time to just like work on that a little bit more.
yeah.
But it's yeah, I wouldn't change it for the world. Yeah, there's just reams, there's folders all out the camera shot, just filled with all the sketches that are just. I'm looking at it now, season 11 folder, which is a binder about that thick of forbidden artwork. Probably even to me, but yeah, it's all waiting to be put in the attic one day, never to be seen.
Yeah. Well, maybe one day it will be seen.
Hopefully.
But, I was going to say, I'm sure all of our viewers really appreciate sort of all the work you do, because it, you know, the series looks great, and you know, so thank you very much for talking to me.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I play my part. I mean, team effort. It's got to be a big shout out to everyone that's involved, because there's a if you can do Doctor Who, you can do any job. You know, it's one of those just like, period, yeah, we got it. Sci-fi, we got it. You know, don't worry about it. We've got this. So any other job that comes calling, it just sets you up. So it's a really good. If anyone gets the chance, it's just Jumper is really good. No matter how seasoned you are, it will teach you, and it's just a great experience. So thank you. Thank you for having me. Hope you've liked what I've contributed to the shows at some point, as small as they are. So yeah.
Thank you, Darren.
Coming up in the next hour,
we head to the Social Hub to launch another competition.
By the Sky Demon, it's an interview with David Warwick.
There's a second part of our interview with Louise Page.
But first, eye patches at the ready, it's the fabulous Frances Barber.
Guest is without doubt a true legend of the stage and screen, having worked with some amazing people, from the Pet Shop Boys through to Sir Ian McKellen and many more. Well known to us as having played the part of Madame Kavarian alongside Matt Smith's Doctor, please welcome the utterly fabulous Frances Barber. Good afternoon, Frances. How are you?
Hello. This is the new world.
Isn't it just? We were just chatting before we came on that it was November I saw you last, but that seems like a lifetime ago now.
What a different world it was. I came down to a con in Bristol, had the most lovely time, met so many fantastic fans. We all hugged each other and kissed each other and shared each other's sandwiches. I hope we return to that soon. I hope we do.
So do I. I miss hugs, I've got to be honest.
Me too, me too. And even just handshakes. And I particularly miss hugging Doctor Who fans, because whenever I've had my photograph taken with them, they're so loving and adorable, and it's always a joy to meet them. So please let those days return as soon as possible.
As soon as we possibly can at Fantom, we will have events, and because we've tried to keep everybody really entertained throughout the lockdown. I think we've done a reasonable job of that, but there's no substitute for our sort of live events. So hopefully we'll see you at one of those very, very soon.
You ask me, I'll be there.
I know you will. You're a sweetheart. So we're going to have a little chat, which is hopefully going to keep everyone entertained for a little bit for us. I'm going to start by asking, where did it all start for you?
You mean my acting career?
Mm.
Oh, blimey. Well, I went to, when I was doing my A-levels, there were only 8 universities in the whole country that did English and drama as an academic subject. And one of them was Bangor in North Wales. And I applied there and I got accepted. And so I started to do a drama and English degree. And one of my alumni was Danny Boyle, who was my then boyfriend. Don't know what happened to him. And the year before us was John Sessions, or a couple of years before, I think, possibly. And then after that, life was very, very different then for women. Most of us applied to try and be stage managers. Even though it was an academic course, we did a lot of productions of our own. I directed some, I acted in some, we wrote things, we did what students are supposed to do, and we all applied to be stage managers. All the boys got accepted. Danny started at the Royal Court, but none of the girls got even replies. I mean, it was a different world. We're talking a long time ago because I'm very old. And so I then did a postgraduate course at Cardiff University, and it was there I met the director called Mike Bradwell, who was touring the country he did improvised plays, and he trained with Mike Leigh. So I cheekily asked him if I could audition for him. He allowed me to. I got the job. I was with Hull Truck for 9 months. We went to the Edinburgh Festival, and we came to London at the Bush Theatre. And then, because Mike Leigh was his mentor and great friend, he came to see the show. And then I got my very first television job in a Mike Leigh improvised film with Timothy Spall, who's remained my greatest friend to this day. And I'm godmother to 2 of his children, and now I'm great godmother to one of his grandchildren. So and we've remained friends. That was in 1981, and we've remained friends ever since. And in fact, I saw him and his wife yesterday because they live near me, so we were allowed to socially distant each other, watching a recital of a wonderful violinist from the LSO, who, of course, like all of us, has nothing to do, and doing a beautiful recital in a churchyard near where we live. And it was very moving, and there we go. So that's how it started.
And was it always something that you had in your blood, do you think?
I think I probably did. My dad was a bookie, so he had a very theatrical nature. I used to go to the dog track with him, and I'd go to the horse races meetings with him, and he loved doing it. He knew how to do the tic-tac. I don't even know if they still do that now. And he had a betting shop, so he was very gregarious and surrounded by a lot of those betting pals who are all, big drinkers and big gamblers, and I found it a very exciting world. So I think I inherited some of that, and they couldn't have been more thrilled when I did decide to pursue it as a proper professional career. I'd done plays at school, and as I say, obviously at university I did, but I didn't ever think that I'd still be working now, for example, because it's very, it's a difficult and it's a brutal profession, but I'm very, very lucky. I've been incredibly lucky.
And you do get to play some wonderful parts. And of course, you played, it's fair to say, a psychotic character of pure evil, I think, on Doctor Who, when you did arrive finally on our scene.
Well, I loved Madame Kavarian, I can't tell you. And initially, I was only really supposed to do one episode. And when we did the read-through, after we did the read-through, Stephen Moffat, I think, decided he was going to do a teaser. So if you remember, you just saw my face through a little hatch for about 5 episodes before I really came into the actual narrative storyline, just going, what is she doing to poor Karen Gillan's character and tormenting her when she was having a baby? And I loved every second of it.
Oh, you were teased for sure. You were slowly and surely teased upon us as the eye patch lady.
I was, wasn't I? I know, because she didn't even have a name at that point, if you remember. It was only when she finally came into her own that she was finally given a name, Madame Kovarian. I mean, we knew that that was her name, but it was the eye patch lady. Who is the eye patch lady? So no, it couldn't have been, it was like a dream come true for me. It really was.
And did they sit down with you right up front and say, this is where we're going to go with the story, with the character?
Well, I'd read the scripts, and as you know, it's very top secret, and I talked to Stephen about it, and where did we think she was going to end up? But I think Stephen wrote organically, so I think, as I say, after that first read-through, I think he then hit upon the idea of introducing her slowly and having a tease so that the audience would go, well, she must be somebody important, and she must be the foe of the Doctor. And if you remember, towards the end, I'm speaking to the Doctor on a screen, not unlike this. So on every level, they were prescient, weren't they? I mean, who knew that Stephen Moffat would know one day we were only going to be able to speak virtually to each other? So I look back on that with very fond memories now, thinking, well, I'll never complain again that it's difficult to act with a screen, because at the moment that feels as if it's the only option open to us.
Well, we're getting inventive and finding some interesting ways around it, aren't we?
We are. I mean, in fact, just before this interview with you, I was doing a Zoom play reading, I suppose you'd call it. We were rehearsing. We've done one before. We called the Lockdown Players, and there's an extraordinary cast of Robert Lindsay, Felicity Montague, Kevin Eldon, Martin Kemp, Ruby Wax. I mean, it's extraordinary. And we did another reading today. We're performing it on Sunday, this Sunday coming, on the 24th. And but my internet broke 15 minutes in. So these are the things we're just going to have to cope with, aren't we? It just froze. I was literally frozen out. And so I was desperately banging away trying to... Anyway, I got back in. So we're going to have another rehearsal tomorrow because I missed a little bit of it.
How much input did you have into the character? So how you could bring that character to life?
Well, the costume designer was fantastic, and so she discussed the way I'd look. I think in the script, it, rather casually said she wears an eye patch, and we wondered, how did she lose her eye? Was she a pirate? There are some pirates, as you remember, that come into it, so possibly she did have a sword put through her eye or whatever. And we thought about wearing the eye patch with a band. But by then Madonna had kind of done her thing, and it was less interesting. And so the actual eye patch I wore was leather, made totally to fit my socket entirely. And I used to have to glue it on with toupee tape, they call it, which doesn't hurt because you can just whisk it off. But I was allowed to help with the costume, with the idea that it was like a sort of military, but, rather sort of frightening, alluring in an older woman's way, and they were my own shoes, actually, my own high Alexander McQueen shoes. And of course, the very first time I went to a con, I didn't know, because I'd never been to one before, and I was overjoyed because there were all these girls dressed as Madame Kovarian, and even to the point that they'd replicated the shoes. I mean, with the silver straps, that was a really extraordinary thing for me to see. I was absolutely walking on water with joy. I mean, so flattered. And so, yes, and I was able to develop whatever snarling characteristic I had. And Stephen Moffat was just fantastic and joyful to work for, because he's open to all suggestions. He's just a wonderful, wonderful writer and producer.
And you certainly did put a particular twist on the character. She stands out particularly to me even now, that there was definitely a presence whenever you were on the screen.
Well, as Laurence Olivier said to Dustin Hoffman, the trick to acting is, look at me, look at me. Don't look at him. Look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. Now, I don't entirely subscribe to that, but I know where he's got it from. And for certain characters, like Gavarian, that was for sure, that was in my head. Come to me, Doctor, come to me. but I was so blessed to work with Matt, who is one of my favourite doctors of all time, because he's got one of those fantastic faces where he could look 20, 12, or 200, and you totally believe him. He's got this marvellous face, those cheekbones, and of course he's the most gorgeous, adorable man in the world.
You were very lucky, actually, because the trio of the main cast at that point, it was just a really nice period in the show's history.
I felt very blessed. It was lovely, and ironically, Rory, the character of Rory, in real life, his father was one of the Fine Young Cannibals. And I, of course, worked with Roland Gift, the singer in the Fine Young Cannibals, 100 years ago, doing a film called Sammy and Rosie Get Laid, and Roland's remained a friend ever since. And when he told me who his father was, I probably knew you when you were like that big. So it felt absolutely as it should. It felt right and it felt great, but it also felt a bit frightening, because I said, I can't believe I'm that old. Oh, where did the time go?
Also, how small is the world as well? If it's just, again, world just does funny things at times, and you mix in and out, and all of a sudden something from your past comes along.
I know, exactly. Well, at this moment in time, had this horrid lockdown and virus not been around, I would be in the middle of rehearsals with Stephen Moffat for his very first stage play, directed by Marc Gatiss, and starring Reece Shearsmith, Amanda Abington, and myself. And we were going to be opening in June this year at the Chichester Festival Theatre to hopefully go into town. And the play is called The Unfriend. And we've been told that hopefully, please, it will go the same time next year, when we, hopefully this dreadful, dreadful situation can in some way be resolved.
We must keep our fingers crossed for that.
First stage play, and it's basically it's very Stephen and very Marc. It's based on a true story where this American woman of uncertain years, myself, goes on a cruise, meets a couple, Reece and Amanda, on a cruise ship, and she's American, and they exchange numbers. And if, like all Americans say, come and stay, the English couple say, oh yes, come and stay. But an American does. So she turns up, and they're going, we didn't really mean it. We were just being polite. And so they Google her, and they find out she's a serial killer, and she's been on the run. And so she's hiding in their house in the middle of the countryside in England. And then all kinds of various things happen. I won't give things away. But in the end, she kind of brings the family together, bizarrely, but kills a few people on the way as well. It's a wonderful, wonderful... It's like a Fado farce and a black comedy. It's very League of Gentlemen. It's very Stephen Moffat. It's very Sherlocky. The whole thing, it's fantastic. So I so want people to see it. And I know that we were sold out, that. But it will happen. It will happen. We just have to have faith.
And we have all got faith. It's just about turning the corner, we think, now. So
I hope.
Fingers crossed. Did you get to spend much time in Cardiff?
Yeah, well, I was there for a year when I did the postgraduate course, and it was mainly based in the Sherman Theatre. I lived in Roath Park, and I loved Cardiff. I absolutely loved it. I've always had an affinity with Wales. I'm from Wolverhampton originally, which we'd always go on holiday to Wales because it's not very far away. We'd go to a caravan park in Rhyl, or and my friend at the moment, I've just spoken to him on FaceTime, of course. He's just got he's locked down in the Gower, and so he's been showing me all the coastline today, and it just looks gorgeous, and the weather's amazing, because I'm stuck in a flat in the middle of London with no garden, so I envy everybody with a garden. I think it must be so wonderful. But on the other hand, I live very centrally, so I'm able to, on my walks, you know, I can go, St. Paul's is really near, the Millennium Bridge, the Globe Theatre, please let that survive. So I can walk around all these wonderful landmarks, and in fact, last week I walked to the Tower of London and met Ian McKellen. We kept our distance because he lives further east, so we met in a sort of, you know, well, he said it was equidistant. I don't think it was equidistant. He was very near, and it took me a day to recover from the walk. I've never walked that far for years, but it was gorgeous to see him. And the Tower of London, it wasn't open, but the yeomen of the guard were still walking up and down on doing their parades and tapping their sticks, which I just found extraordinary. And I said, what are you protecting? And he went, the crown jewels, of course. Stupid of me to ask. And the ravens. So that was actually beautiful, and to walk along the river. So, you know, I guess if I had a garden, I'd just sit in it. Whereas, because I do go on these long treks.
Well, you and he go back a long way, it's fair to say. And there's not many people can say on their CV that they've done King Lear with McKellen, also a panto with him as well.
Aladdin at the Old Vic many years ago, where I played Dim Sum, the Chinese sidekick, in a fat suit. I wouldn't need a fat suit at the moment. I have been eating too many biscuits to get through this. And Ian, of course, played Widow Twankey. And I'd never done a pantomime before. And it was, it was the hardest work I think I've probably ever done. I mean, it's, you know, I think we did 2 shows a day. And it was exhausting, but it was the best fun to hear the kids laugh and for people to shout out. Well, I did say to Ian the other day, actually, I mean, if we were ever to do a panto again, and please, I hope we do, not me but personally, but, you know, the acting world, we would have to say, he's 2 meters behind you. He told me that was a pathetic joke. I thought
that was really good. You've hit upon an idea here, I'm sure, already.
He said, how long did it take you to think, how long did it take you to think that up, darling? Because it's a really pathetic joke. I made it up on the minute we were talking, and I think it's clever.
Well, I'd love to see you both do panto again. I think that would be amazing.
Well, I'd love us both to be able to work again at the moment, but you know, anyway.
And I can't let a chat with you go by without dropping Pet Shop Boys into it. And I just in case just in case there's some people out there that aren't aware of it, how did your association with the boys start?
So about 20 years ago, I did a musical that they wrote. The book was written by Jonathan Harvey, who wrote Beautiful Thing and Gimme, Gimme, Gimme and Coronation Street and all manner of things. Beautiful People that I was also in. And it was set in a nightclub, in a rather seedy nightclub in the gay world in London. And it was mainly about a boy coming from Northern Ireland and coming out into the big city. But the woman that was controlling the nightclub, who was the maitre d', the hostess, if you like, was my character, and she was called Billy Tricks, and she was a combination of Nico, Marianne Faithfull. every rock chick you've ever heard of, without being specific. And so she drank too much and she took too many drugs and but everybody loved her. And she kind of became the star of the show. And so for 20 years, we've been discussing, Pet Shop Boys, me and Jonathan, how we can do a one-woman show for her, because they loved her character so much. And I think it was mainly because Neil and Chris wanted to write songs throughout the genres of her life. So we think who knows how old she is? I mean, she just lies about everything. She can't even remember. But we know she was vaguely born in Berlin. She went to work with Andy Warhol in New York. So they she believes that she gave him the idea about the Campbell's soup. So they wrote a song about soup. She believes that she helped stop the Vietnam War. So they write a song about the Vietnam War. They write a disco song when she was bigger than Donna Summer. She's like a combination of Zelig, the Woody Allen film, and Forrest Gump. She was there. She invented it, and everybody stole her style, her stories. And in fact, I start off the show in an eye patch, and I say, Madonna stole this from me. And of course, whilst I was doing it in London, where I just finished before the lockdown, Madonna was around the corner in the Palladium. And so I put in some other stuff about it, saying, the reason she keeps cancelling her shows is because she's here in the audience in disguise every night, stealing my show. And it just happened to be that she was, round the corner in the Palladium. But they wrote 6 new songs. Jonathan wrote the most fabulous script. And again, I have to say rather sadly, we'd been booked to go to New York in the autumn. And the Pet Shop Boys were doing a world tour. So they were going to finish in the Hollywood Bowl in October and then fly back to New York. And then we would open on the back of their tour. And, the fact that we had a huge hit in Edinburgh and a huge hit in London. So that's on ice. But it's called Music with a K, and it's a really lovely show. It's just fun. It's an hour of escapism and fun and wonderful Pet Shop Boys music, of course.
Because you brought it back originally to the Edinburgh Film Festival initially, didn't you? And it was just, massively well received, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a 5-star hit. It was great. And so then we took it to the Leicester Square Theatre. Straight after Edinburgh, which was last year in about September, and then because that sold out, we brought it back again, and we just about missed the lockdown, so we were very lucky in terms of the timing. But hey,
we'll see it again. I'm very confident of that, and Jonathan Harvey's writing for me is sublime. I've been a massive fan of his for many years, particularly his stuff on Coronation Street.
He's hilarious. He's just got a genius touch, and it's all tongue in cheek. It's very wicked. It's very witty, and I've worked for Jonathan more than any other writer actually ever, and I would like to believe he likes writing from my voice, because we have the same sense of humor. So he'll write something down, and he knows that I'll go, you can be funnier than that, and and then he will be 2 minutes later, because he's set a challenge.
You've had a proper roller coaster of a career. I think
you could call it. What would you call it? Mercurial?
I would call it fabulous, if I'm honest, because I think it's been fabulous. There's so many other things I could talk to you about. I mean, if we had another 52 hours, Psycho Bitches for me is an amazing series on so many different levels. How much fun was that?
Have you seen Marc and I play Betty Davis and it's just so ridiculous, isn't it? And there was another thing I was doing, actually, at the time we filmed that. I was doing the all-female Julius Caesar that Philip Lloyd famously directed, that we took to New York. So I was playing Julius Caesar in the evening. And in the morning, I had to get up early, and I thought, I haven't got Betty Davis's voice. I haven't got her voice. And then I was listening to her in the car on the way to work, and I suddenly went, and I thought, oh, yeah, that's it. That's it. That's what I'll do. And I went over to Marc, who was Joan Crawford in his wheelchair, and I, what is it, young dearest? And he went, where's that voice coming from? But of course it works in that setting, and we did laugh, and wonderful Jeremy Dyson directed it, and we had a fantastic, Jeremy I think wrote the sketch as well, and I played I played so many different people, Elizabeth I and Whistler's mother and Catherine the Great, and I mean, where would you get an opportunity like that? I just adored it.
We need that kind of TV to come back the other side of this, and we need to have much more of you on screen, and we need to see much more of you. And I hope that we all of the various bits and projects you're working on all come to fruition. I know you're busy right now as well, so you haven't exactly quiet and write down either coming through this.
No, I'm lucky. You know, I did a voiceover last week for a documentary about the monarchy that I've been working on, and I've got a couple of other hopeful voiceovers coming up. And while we're doing things like this, it makes us all happy because, you know, we are worried. We don't know what's going to happen, and you know, without theatre, TV, film, you know, how boring would life be? We have to have this. Think how many people have been watching Netflix during this lockdown. You know, I think they've had another 20 million subscribers or something. So there's an appetite. We need it, and we will get through it. We will. I have no doubt we will, and things might not be the same, but we're very inventive. And there are so many inventive people in our industry, as you know, that something fantastic will come out of this.
Inventive and talented. And as soon as we've got an event, you'll be top of our list to invite you to come along. And I'm sure we would love to see you, and I know the fans would love to see you as well. Frances, it has been an utter pleasure to talk to you today. Thanks very much for giving up your time. Really appreciate it. Frances Barber.
Thank you so much. And bye, everyone. Keep safe, and have hope.
Hello there, you're watching Time Space Visualiser from Fantom Events. Now don't forget to keep voting for your favourite Avenue Who sketch over on Facebook. But first we're going to find out the latest competition winner from Jason in Social Hub. Hi Jason.
Hi there Dex, and indeed you are going to find out who the next competition winner is. So we sent you a question a little while back, and the question was, Phil Collinson was producer on which soap opera?
Corrie!
Of course, the correct answer for that. It's one I didn't have to ask you for, actually.
Yeah, strange that, isn't it? Yeah.
And the answer was, of course, Coronation Street. The prize on offer here is amazing. An Eagle Moss 13th Doctor and Ryan Yaz and Graham figurine set donated by our good friends at Hero Collector. And our winner is Jackie Wolfenden from Lincoln. So well done, Jackie. And if you wouldn't mind sending us in your address, and we'll make sure that that's dispatched off to you in the next week or so. Okay, I'm going to go straight into feedback because I'm getting so much tonight, I can't keep up with it, and it's beautiful. And I wanted to carry on, keep sending those tweets, keep popping those messages into the YouTube feed. I'll read you a selection of what's come up over the last sort of hour or so. Gary K. Such a shame that tonight's TSV will be the last for at least some time. However, it looks like the team are making sure it goes out with a bang, with amazing guests like Frances, who you've just seen, and June Hudson. And wasn't she absolutely divine in that interview? So lovely comment there from Gary. Sue W. would like to thank all the team at Fantom Films for the live streamed events during the dark days of lockdown. TARDIS Monkey, friend of the show, I know, definitely. Can we give Fantom a huge round of applause for keeping the convention spirit going in these times. I do miss conventions hugely, but this has made it a little bit easier, and to see all the new interviews and sketches has been a delight. Thanks for that. Chris Megson, you've produced such amazing content these past few lockdown weeks. Terrific interviews. Thanks and congrats. And Andrew Stocker again popping up. Favourite moment, all 10. I mean, it's great. Great events, each and every one of them a gem. Thank you all. Thank you. I also asked a question around, I'll come back to that actually. I'm going to go to Ricky Orr next, who says, June Hudson is an icon of Doctor Who and one I still need to meet one day. What an incredible woman. It was a lovely interview, that one. Daniel Hughes, I'm going to get that one correct this time out. Absolutely love the interviews with the unsung heroes of Doctor Who. Obviously, that's the series our Alex has been working on. It's a joy to hear from those who don't get interviewed about Doctor Who or gain the recognition they deserve. Also, the hilarious Avenue Who sketches for great comic balance. And don't forget, I did ask you a question, which was, what was your favourite TSV moments? Keep sending those in to us. And finally, Aaron, as a big fan of Darren's work, I'm really thankful to Fantom for getting him into this lineup of guests. Absolutely love it.
Fantastic. So, shall we announce our final competition?
It's competition-tastic here today, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
So, our final competition of the day. And the question is as follows. What was the name of the villain played by Paul Marc Davies in the Sarah Jane Adventures? That's what was the name of the villain played by Paul Marc Davies in the Sarah Jane Adventures. Now, as always, don't put the answer in the live feed. Email is the only way to be able to enter the competitions, and you could do so by emailing tsv@phantomfilms.co.uk, and you need to have emailed us by 2200 BST to be in with a chance to win. And the prize, another exceptional prize. We've got a mini display Doctor Who Ice Warrior piece from a screen-used head. So this is a genuine piece of Ice Warrior from a screen-used head, and that has been donated by, our good friends at the movie Reliquary. I can't get that word right at all today. I do appreciate you having had lovely friends whose names I can't pronounce.
So, would you like to introduce the next video, Jason?
I would indeed, but before I do that, I'm going off script ever so slightly. Now, Paul and Dex don't know I'm going to do this, so I'm going a bit rogue here, guys. So, bear with me.
Why am I worried?
Bear with me. I'd like you guys who are out there watching us right now to send me in any questions that you'd like to ask the guys, that's Paul and Dex, and I'll put them to the test at 22:30 in my next Social Corner segue. So send me in any questions you've got for Paul and Dex. They've put a massive effort into organising these events and, in fact, organising the team as well over the last couple of months. And I think we need to hear from them. So email your questions. I don't want them in the feed. Email your questions, please, to the usual email address, which is tsv@phantomfilms.co.uk. I'd like you to send me questions for Dex and Paul and make them as fun or as challenging as you like, and hopefully they can answer some of those at 10.
Nice and kind and not rude.
Well, I'm hoping there's one or two in there. I'm sure there'll be a question or two about the shirts. Okay, and now I will lead into our next guest. I had the pleasure of talking to David Warwick last week about all things Pirate Planet and more. Here's that chat. Please enjoy. Our next guest appeared in Doctor Who as part of the Key to Time season, where he played Kemus in the brilliantly scripted Douglas Adams story, The Pirate Planet. He's also appeared with David Tennant's Doctor and voiced several Big Finish stories.
An actor who has bridged both eras of the show's history. Please welcome actor and director, David Warwick. How are you, David?
I'm very well, Jason. Thank you very much. It's not that early on a Sunday morning as we record, so I am up. I am breakfasted, showered, and everything else. So,
well, I have coffee, and that's keeping me going so far this morning. It's fair to say. It's been really interesting, actually. So I've done a little bit of research, obviously, before sitting down and having a chat with you, and I've totted up that you've been associated in one form or another with 4 different incarnations of our Doctor. You've played with, you've been in stories or played with directly with Tom, obviously, Colin, Sylvester, and you were in David Tennant's Army of Ghosts. That's some claim to fame.
Is that? I suppose that raises the profile somewhere. Obviously, Tom was the first one. And then back in, I'm not quite sure when it was, you'll know the dates better, when I worked with David Tennant, except I never met him. I recorded my Metropolitan Police Commissioner in isolation in a warehouse in the back streets of Newport somewhere, which is where the BBC were basing the Doctor Who production. And I worked with Sylvester on a Big Finish audio recording. And Colin, I did a stage production, well, a Big Finish production and a stage production, a very, very lovely experience. We did a play called Corpse, which is a great comedy by a man whose name now, this is where the memory starts to go. Anyway, he wrote it. He was an actor who was out of work and decided to write himself a great thumping part. He wrote himself the part of twins. And so he played both parts, but there also had to be 3 other characters on stage. And Colin played one, I played another, and Louise Jameson played the only woman in it, actually, which is how I got the job, because I knew Louise. So, and we had a lovely, lovely time on tour. And Colin was great value, as always. He's a great, great chap. But they all are.
They certainly are. And I chatted to Colin not so very long ago, and he's just got so many stories, and he's such a larger-than-life character anyway, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. While we were touring, he was also writing a weekly column for the High Wycombe Herald, Chronicle, Globe, Bugle, whatever it's called. So he was secreted away at times in his dressing room, bashing at the typewriter, metaphorically, getting out a story. And he is a fond of anecdotes, absolutely. Yeah, he's got an anecdote for every occasion.
That he has. But obviously you came, your first appearance in Doctor Who takes you all the way back to The Pirate Planet, which was a story featuring the Key to Time. So it was a Key to Time season. And it was written by the wonderful Douglas Adams. I mean, the script in itself was a piece of almost pure poetry, really, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. No, the script was wonderful. And I think it was the first script he'd written, if memory serves me right. So the fans obviously know that and adore it for that. He was present at rehearsals. I remember the rehearsals vividly, because it's when we used to call it the Acton Hilton. People might have heard that phrase before. It was a 7 or maybe 9-story rehearsal room block in North Acton. The ground floor was reception and various ancillaries, and then there were rehearsal rooms on floors 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, possibly 7. And then on the top floor was the refectory, the restaurant area. And on each floor, there were 3 rehearsal rooms. So there were at any one time possibly 21 BBC productions being rehearsed. So you saw everybody. Morecambe and Wise was there, Dick Emery was there, the drama people were there, and we were there with Doctor Who. And it was it was a fabulous time in the BBC's history that they had this central production facility and rehearsal facility. Sadly, all gone now.
It is sad, but it was kind of nice because it was a nice pace of production work back then, because you'd have a couple of weeks rehearsal and then go into studio and shoot. So it was a nicer pace, really, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It was the days when you could rehearse. I don't think they do it anymore. They basically, you go in and you shoot what you've learnt overnight and hope for the best. But at least with Doctor Who and the BBC, then you got rehearsals in these rehearsal rooms, and so they set out the set with poles dotted around. So you had to walk around them pretending the set. And then there was a mock dog, as memory serves me right, and John Leeson voicing it. Memories from that period, we could never start rehearsal until Tom had finished the Telegraph crossword. So we all had to stand in a corner, and Tom and John and anybody else who felt they had a brain would go through the Telegraph crossword. And once that was done, then we could start rehearsals. Anyway, I'm not quite sure of his personal history at the time, but he seemed to have come in with a spare shirt and a toothbrush. I don't know where he was going home to every night, but he was coming in, and he used to hand the shirt to the floor manager, assistant floor manager, who would take it away and launder it and bring it back the following day. So I'm not quite sure what was going on there. But a marvellous character, lovely man to be with.
Yeah, I was going to say another larger-than-life character.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember the producer's run on that. The producer was a man called Graham Williams, who was the brother of an actor friend of mine that I'd been at RADA with. So I knew him socially. And he came in for the producer's run. And I clocked him standing there with the script, watching it all going. And I just noticed he was wearing odd socks. He'd got a yellow sock and a red sock. And all I could think of through the producer's run was, did he get dressed in the dark?
A great supporting cast, actually, on The Pirate Planet. You've got the brilliant Bruce Purchase, who had a very difficult part to play with all the prosthetic-y bits around him. And you had Andrew Robinson as Mr. Fibuli. It's just a masterpiece of good, solid television written by a good, solid writer. But it looked like it was an awful lot of fun to work on.
Oh, it was totally. Yes, I mean Bruce was wonderful. He's a New Zealander, I discovered while working with him. Lovely man, as was Andrew, and it was fun. We gelled very quickly, but that's because Pennant Roberts was directing it, and Pennant just drew in people he knew. I mean, this is the art of casting. As a director now myself, the art of casting is to cast people who can do the job, who will get on with each other, and let them get on with it. As an actor, the most I can expect from a director is not to interfere too much. And that's what Pennant did to us. He knew his job inside out, and was a lovely man to work with, but he just cast it correctly, basically.
And it helps, and it comes across quite strongly. I was chatting recently to Primi Townsend and Ros Lloyd, who again played alongside you in that, and their memories of it are the same as yours. Great fun, great script, and a bit of a laugh really all the way through.
Oh, it was, yes. And we all gelled on film when we went off to film, because I think we did the filming before we actually did rehearsals, if memory serves me right. We went out to Wales and shot all the filmed sequences, staying in Monmouth and going up into the valleys to shoot the various sequences. And then when we came back, then we rehearsed all the studio stuff, which is an odd way of putting it together, but it seemed to work. No, we had great fun on going back to the hotel at night after a fairly heavy schedule of filming during the day, and socialising round the dinner table. That was great. And it was nice to be back with Mary, my chum from RADA, God rest her soul. I was at RADA with Mary and Louise Jameson and Nigel Williams, I just mentioned, Graham Williams' brother. So it was great. I hadn't seen Mary for a while. So it was lovely to be back with her after, I think we'd left in 71. So 7 years later, I was there working with her. Terrific.
She's fondly remembered, and sad, very sad. She's not with us anymore.
Well, because she was a friend of mine, we have the same agent, and had because I I'd been through several agents during my career, one for 25 years and then various other people. And eventually Mary recommended me to hers. So I was with Barry Langford. And Barry was very fond of Mary, as was I. And we go to her graveside every year. We went on March the 22nd, which is just when lockdown was happening, because that would have been her 70th birthday. And there she is, alongside her beloved husband, Marcus. Do you know that story? Maybe it's not the appropriate time to talk about. It was like living in a Greek tragedy when Mary died. It was just awful.
Yes, very sad. And we've been remembering several actors who aren't with us anymore over the last couple of months. And yeah, time sometimes the healer is, sometimes isn't. And I think in this instance, we've lost several very, very good talents.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Mary's laugh, I think when I wrote her obituary for the RADA magazine, and I think in the book that Fantom published, the second volume of her memoirs, I just said she had the dirtiest laugh in the world, and if you could can it, you could make a fortune selling it.
That's a nice memory there. You say you went out to Wales to do some of the filming. I know the areas quite well, actually, in Wales. It's very close to where I used to live. So, and location filming is always a little bit tricky, but it certainly looked like it was a more challenging location shoot, I think, while you were out.
I hadn't done much location filming up to that point particularly, but I just took it for what it was. We were bussed back and forth every day into this hilly area. We were working somewhere, I think it was a disused railway tunnel, if memory serves me right, where we were filming in. And I've got one story from that time. It was school holidays. I remember that. And the local school children got to hear about it, so they all turned up and they were mingling with us. And Tom got chatting to one of the young boys and got to know about him. And he said, what's school like? And the boy said, oh, it's all right. He said, but I do get bullied. And Tom said, really? Who bullies you? He said, let's change, I can't remember the name. He said, oh, it's that boy Griffiths. So Tom learned where the school was. And on a day that he wasn't scheduled for filming, he got the unit car. He dressed up in his Doctor Who outfit. He got the unit car to drive him, this is the following week now, to drive him to the school. And he waited for playtime. And he saw all the kids come out. And he spotted this boy he'd been talking to, and he could see he was being bullied at that point. So he swept into the school playground in the days when you could because the gates weren't locked, went over to this boy who was bullying you and said, "Are you Bully Griffiths?" And the boy obviously shook and said, yes, here's Doctor Who talking to him. He said, "Don't ever bully again," and swept out. And I think, so this is 1978, so where are we, 22? So 42 years later, there's probably a 50-year-old man still having counselling because Doctor Who came and told him off in the middle of a Welsh village.
Oh, I would have paid to have seen that. I can imagine having to have strided over that playground as well. You've been in and out of Doctor Who in some guises. You've done some audio. Obviously, you came back and played Police Commissioner in Army of Ghosts. So you did a couple of big finishes, including one where you played a character called Matthew Dysart in Power Play. So this was alongside Colin Baker, Nicola Bryant, and obviously the lovely, and again, another sad loss for us, Debbie Watling.
Yes, I know Debbie, I know. That was very sad. She was such a wonderful person. I'd met her before this via the Watling family, who I had sort of connections with. Sad. And I love the Big Finish productions, of course, are great because you don't have to learn the lines. You stand in front of a microphone and just do it. And I tend to get cast as one of the baddies, which I love. Love that.
And their lunches are apparently quite the thing to have.
Oh, the studio manager does the most wonderful lunches. Absolutely healthy, varied, creative. I mean, that's the only way. It's a small fee and a large lunch.
I've got to also note that the one of the power play that you were in there playing Matthew Dysart was actually written by one of our very own Fantom friends, Gary Hopkins, who I know will be absolutely chuffed to have had a shout out during this interview. But
yes,
yeah,
Gary was terrific. The writers are always there when we record, so it's and it's fun to have them there as well. And because sometimes you have a slight discrepancy in the script, where you think, oh, can I just change this word here and there? So it's good to have them around, and they can say yes or no. By and large, they go, yeah, fine.
What was behind you going into acting? What drew you into it?
I'd left school not knowing at all what to do, and I got into a local teacher training college. I come from Crewe in Cheshire, and locally in Alsager, about 7 miles away, there was a teacher training college, and basically you could get in there. You didn't really need A levels. In fact, they accepted me without A levels, so I stopped working for them, and ended up with 1. But I went there, and halfway through my course, I was doing English and French, and I was a bit bored with the French because they were taking steps back. I'd done more in A levels than I had in the college, so I changed from French to drama, and then the ball started. I like this. What I liked was the technical side, though. I was on stage management and lighting. I then left college. I suddenly realised I couldn't be a teacher. I couldn't stand in front of a class of 40 kids, which is what it was in those days, and teach. So I left my course during the second year, and I went to my local hometown rep, which was weekly rep in those days, the Crewe Lyceum, and I asked for a job on stage management. And they said, yeah, fine. So I was lucky. So I got in there, and then I did 6 months of weekly rep. And then I stayed on when it went to weekly, and I thought, well, actually, the actors are getting £2 a week more than I am. So I decided to become an actor, purely for pecuniary purposes, and then loved it, absolutely loved it, and then applied to drama school. So I was 21 by the time I went to RADA, with 18 months of weekly rep behind me. It was just fortuitous. I think it found me. Theatre found me. I was floundering and looking at what to do, and I really didn't know. And suddenly there it was. It was just fortuitous. I was lucky.
And of course, you've moved quite heavily now in recent times into the directing fields more so than acting. And a natural sort of transition for you then, I assume.
In a way, yes. I'm also a control freak, so that it helps. It helps to be one of those. And I think the best directors, I'm not necessarily saying I'm one of the best, but I think the best directors in my experience have been actors, stage managers, academics, directors. They know the whole field of things. There's nothing worse than a director who comes in and has never acted because they don't understand, by and large. So I think, that knowledge of how an actor thinks and feels gives me a slight edge. I'm not an academic. I still need help, but then I don't do academic work. I used to work at one of the drama schools in London where I did lots of plays I would never be usually offered. What I do now are comedies, and they're technical, and I can cope with that. I know why a laugh works or why it doesn't work. And they're usually fairly simple, but some people can't see it. But I've done enough now to sort of know.
One comedy I'd like to talk to you about very briefly. In 2007, you got the opportunity to play in a run of Dad's Army's Lost Episodes, where you played the very lovely Sergeant Wilson.
Oh, yes. Do you think that's wise? I adored that. The scripts were a gift. We had Leslie Grantham, another sad loss from 2 years ago, playing Private Walker. And an actor called Peter Martin, who was later replaced in the second half of the tour by another actor. And we had a ball. It was all men for a start, but no women involved at all. So when there were female parts, a couple of the guys dressed up in drag. But it was terrific because the scripts are so warm and audiences love it. It was brilliant touring the country with that, because you'd get a range of ages. There'd be dads and mums on the front row, you know, at matinees with their kids between them, and they were watching us, and they were seeing if the kids were still enjoying it and watching us, because there's a great warmth to the whole program. It was and it's gift of a part, absolutely gift of a part, because it was written for John Le Mesurier eventually. So all you had to do was say the lines and be heard.
Oh, and it's got such a fond place in people's hearts, and I think you're right, adults, children alike. It plays constantly on TV, but the stage play was almost, if you like, the first modern recreation of it. I mean, I know we've had TV since, but it was a gamble to put the lost scripts on like that, I think.
Yes, we had a brilliant production company called Caliber Productions, Ed and Lynn O'Driscoll, who just took a chance, and they got what's his name, the writer who sadly died a couple of years ago, Jimmy Perry. So Jimmy Perry was involved, and he collated the scripts into a workable stage production. So that we did 4 of them. I mean, 2 of them were lost episodes, which the BBC had wiped the tapes. And then in the second half, we did the famous one of Don't Tell Him, Pike, that episode, and another one. And we found a link between them all. And they worked superbly. So we did that. And then about a year later, or 18 months later, we did a second tour called Dad's Army Marches On, with 4 different scripts. And they worked just as well. Sadly, I mean, I'd love them to have taken out more, but the producers then thought, oh, we're into a winning formula here. They then tried it with a lower low, which worked to a certain extent. And then they tried it with Porridge, and that didn't quite work. And then they tried it with, it was called Theatre of Ghosts, the John Thor detective series. Well, his name?
Inspector Morse.
Morse, thank you. They're all based on, it was written by somebody who'd done Morse TV scripts. And, you know, and Colin was in that and was being brilliant in that. But the scripts, it just showed its origins as from a television writer. So the scenes were all very short and sharp, and people were walking on and walking off and walking on and doing a scene and walking off. And it didn't quite gel. And sadly, Ed and Lynn just lost heart after that. Well, lost money as well, to be frank. So yes, it's a bit sad, really, that happened.
Were you working on anything particularly before lockdown?
No, my career has come to a great halt. Well, no, not quite. No, I am officially retired, for God's sake. So I should be, enjoying my dotage, but I'm not. I did a play last year, actually. I did a Ray Cooney farce at a lovely theatre called the Mill at Sonning, which is dinner theatre at Sonning, which is downstream from Reading and upstream of Maidenhead, and it's the only bridge over the Thames at that point. And it's a mill mentioned in the Doomsday Book. And Ray wanted to do a play. They wanted to do one of Ray Cooney's plays. So we did Run for Your Wife, which is one of his big hit. It ran for 8 years in the West End. I had, in fact, directed it some years ago on a cruise that went over to the Caribbean and back. So that was a lovely paid holiday. And I directed it and played one of the policemen in it. And this time Ray said, no, you can play the other policeman. So I had to learn new lines, which is always a challenge at a certain age. But so that's what I did last year. And I've got a couple of things in the pipeline, but nothing, I don't bother. I've never done things for money, which is why I've never got any. But I've got a couple of things in the pipeline that sound interesting, but won't earn me anything.
Well, fingers crossed when we come out of the situation we're in, something will come good for you there. Time's defeated us. It's been lovely chatting with you today, David.
Oh, it's been brilliant, Jason. Thank you. No, it's good. And these are such happy memories. Doctor Who is the essence of having happy memories, I think, for everybody who's ever concerned with it. And it's great that companies like Big Finish carry it on, carry the torch still. No, it's been lovely talking to you. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, no, you're always a friend to Fantom, and I'm sure we'll see you at one of our future events when we're able to hold them again. Look after yourself, stay safe, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
second part of my chat with costume designer from Doctor Who, Louise Page. During the first part of our chat, which played during the last Time Space Visualiser, we talked about Louise's introduction to Doctor Who, along with some of the ideas behind David's costume. Trust me, there's lots more to come. Picking up from where we left off, Doctor Who is a programme that has its own unique challenges. No one episode is going to be the same, and each with its own demands and restrictions. Budget must play a part as well, I'm sure, Louise.
It's challenging because it's quick, and there are budget restrictions. You know, there isn't endless money. You know, the budget is per block, so you know the budget on Doctor Who isn't as big as people think it is. It might be bigger now, but it certainly wasn't then. And you know, for example, we did Daleks in Manhattan or something, and it's a period piece. So you know, all producers, you have to say to them, you realise if you want 80 crowd in a theatre, it's 80 multiplied by this. And that's before you even start with anything else. It's number crunching. And that does not fit in to this block and what we've got for a budget. So, you know, you've got to find more money in order for us to do this. And obviously, you know, normally they just move money around, you know, so they'll say, okay, well, that next block, we're not having any crowds. So obviously it's going to be lighter for you on crowds. So you won't need to spend as much as you do on this. And so, you know, any show where you've got crowd, you've got suddenly, you know, a lot of money. Even, you know, at the moment, for example, you know, when I'm designing Grantchester and they go, yes, we'll have a ball and we'll have 80 people. And you're like, whoa, that's, you know, do the figures. This is how much it's going to cost. If you have 50, it'll cost you this much. If you have 80, it'll cost you this. But, you know, also you've got the monster aspect. And obviously things are changing now because the monsters, when I started with the sticker acts and things like that, they were sort of, again, you know, the budgets weren't there. So you're like, how are we going to get things? You can't fabricate this whole thing. You're going to have to try and come up with something that's, you know, going to be a halfway measure to work. And then later on, obviously, as you went on and went on and went on, it got bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, the interesting thing is also, again, you know, I know that now it's like with all the toys, the merchandise, everything like that, you know, when I started in series 2, the merchandise was nothing. And then suddenly, you know, people appeared. I think it was actually Brian Mincham who then ended up, you know, years later producing, but at the time he was in branding, I think, you know, turned up on my truck and said, oh, Louise, can you just look at this? I went, what is it? He said, they're going to make this doll. You know, and we just wanted to check the colours. I said, well, why didn't you ask me? And I would have given you a fabric sample. And so, you know, it was kind of something that developed very slowly when they went, oh, okay, we hadn't really thought about that, you know. It's like, well, if you want me to look at them and check that they're right and check the colours, I can, you know, we can look at them, look at the Pantone colours and check that they're accurate. But, you know, obviously if you don't know any of this stuff's happening, and in those days, you know, there was lots of stuff happening that you just you weren't involved in. Whereas I think now much more, and since Ray Holman has gone back in now in the new series, you know, he's much more involved now because it's a much bigger machine than it was in those days. But budgets are always hard, you know. I mean, any designer, I mean, I think probably any designer would say, even if they're designing the biggest Hollywood blockbuster, you're going to get some costume designers saying they still haven't got enough money, you know. But by no means did we have lots of money, not as much as I'm sure people think. And I mean, the cosplayers, you know, they try and recreate, but obviously they can only recreate as much as the information they have, really. You know, and
there are some lovely examples out there where people have really put the heart and soul into making the costume itself as accurate as it possibly can do. So I think it's a lovely testament to the show. Which one would you say is your favourite? Which show was the favourite for you out of all the ones that you did?
God. Oh gosh, well, for different reasons. I suppose I have a few that I like, but the Girl in the Fireplace, I really loved that piece, just because I loved it. I loved the script for that, and everything about it, really. I wish now I could have gone back and done it again and had a lot more time and a lot more money to do it. You know, the ball scene in The Girl in the Fireplace, it was all done so quickly. And the Clockwork Women, everything, you know, people think, oh, you have so much time to do it. But I mean, I remember with the Clockwork people, you know, we were making the Clockwork Woman and Clockwork Man, but I didn't really have fittings with them to almost to the day that we were filming. And then, you know, Millennium would bring in this massive contraption and say, this has got to go up someone's sleeve. And you were like, wow. So I think now, you know, on reflection, you go back and go, gosh, you could do so much more, you know, if you had more time and had more knowledge to do that. Funny enough, I turned the TV on the other day and Daleks in Manhattan happened to be on television. And I'd forgotten how much I really loved that episode, you know, the one with Tallulah. And I was like, oh, that looked great. You know, I really loved that episode, actually. And it was great. We recreated the, you know, the Empire State Building, the building of that and all that, and the Showgirls. And that was quite fun to do. I mean, I think all different ones for different reasons, probably. You know, I mean, doing the Kylie episode was lovely to do. Again, that was interesting because we had to film that. And I was one of the only people that knew she'd been cast. I had to go and see her in her management company offices and do everything in secret. And she was very busy. You know, it's like everything was done like by email. It's like, okay, Louise, you can come and have 20 minutes with her on this day. And you know, go and take stuff and say, this is what we're making, this is how we're doing it. And she was so lovely. She was so, so lovely. And, you know, and then I remember I had a Sunday morning, I had a boot maker making these boots for her. And they said, can you come? You know, she was doing a calendar in the East End on a Sunday morning, a photo shoot. I went all the way to the East End and we were going to fit the costume as well. And I got there and she had this makeup all over her. And she said, oh my God, no one told me I was trying the clothes on. I can't try it on. And so all you're going to be able to do is try the boots on. We're going to have to, you know, do another fitting tomorrow somewhere else. But that was great, that episode. That was good fun to do, I think. You know, I mean, they all have, for different reasons, I suppose, you know, fondness. But I mean, my monsters, you know, I think the biggest collaboration I had with Millennium was probably the Jadoon. That was my favourite monster, mainly because obviously originally, you know, Millennium only ever did the heads and the hands, possibly, not always. Either they had gloves on or they had to have prosthetic hands. But you know, then it was my job to do the rest. And in that case, it was like, you know, they were talking about having the waist of the Jadoon was up to about 40-inch waist or something. It's like, you know, Neil Gorton is so clever and they have a workshop where they can fabricate stuff in a way that I don't have the time or the money or the, you know, whatever to do that. And so they said, because the head was so huge, you obviously need that torso to be just as big. So they said they could fabricate the top half for me. And then I went to their workshop and then we worked around that to do the bottom half, you know, and I thought they looked great, the Jadoon. You know, I mean, the scarecrows were almost made on them. You know, that was a whole other saga for different reasons. But yeah, all, you know, when you look over time, different things have different sort of meanings. I loved Miss Hartigan's costume. I just liked the end result of that, really. You know, that episode I really liked. That I thought that was a great episode.
Your entire passion for what the work you did on Doctor Who comes through in everything that you've said in the chat that we've had today, because, you know, they were formative years for the new series. They were pioneering years. And, you know, the longevity of it comes from, you know, good acting, but also from good production values, good costumes, good design, and clearly the input that you had into the episodes that you've worked on, I think, have really helped the have helped that longevity, and they've brought originality for sure to the show. And all the costumes and the monsters you've talked about today are all ones that I look back fondly on now. It's hard to believe the number of years really since those years of Doctor Who now, isn't it?
It is really. I mean, the other day I was getting stuff together for a website that I was doing, and I was like, gosh, it's so long ago. And, you know, I've got like, you know, a book of Doctor Who stuff, and I've got fabrics, and it's hard because, you know, obviously over the years people have contacted me about, I think there's a group in America that are Rose fans and only collect stuff about Rose, and I used to get a lot. I was astonished at how people were on eBay and all over the place looking for the t-shirt I bought, and I was like, gosh, even when I bought it, I think there were only 3 on the shelf, you know. I mean, and people find this stuff, or they copy, you know, recreate that. There are people that have managed to recreate the Doctor's ties. There's a whole thing about the Doctor's ties. I still get odd messages about the Doctor's ties, and you know, all these things are sort of have become little cult things for different people. There's, I think, another group in America that are obsessed with Alex Kingston's costumes, and always about Silence in the Library, because obviously that, when we did her costume, you know, Riv Song, it was a one-off, you know, thing. And then I've had endless emails for years about this white costume that she had, and people saying, oh my God, Louise, I found this, you know, I found this cardigan after 5 years of looking. And, you know, it's a lot of dedication going on there, which obviously at the time when we did it, you weren't really aware of the fans. It's probably a good thing. You know, I never thought about it because it wasn't an issue then. You know, obviously when I started Doctor Who on Series 2, you know, that it was about, I think, Phil Collinson and Russell, it was about fans from years ago and wanting the show to be special for those fans. They weren't, you know, we weren't really thinking about fans, contemporary fans, and people wanting to recreate those costumes. It didn't even enter our heads, actually. Whereas obviously people that came after me are very well aware of the fact that the impact, you know, has on their fan base and whatever, you know. But it wasn't something then, you know, that I thought about. You know, it wasn't really, it was all about just the actors being comfortable and about the producers and the directors getting what they wanted. That's always what we do. If something else comes out of it, you know, then that's just sort of a sideline, you know, of the sort of Doctor Who fandom, I suppose, that you just don't think about. And I mean, obviously, Ray Holman, who designs costumes for Doctor Who now, is very well aware because he's done so many Doctors in his kind of section since he took over. But it's a much bigger thing, I think. I mean, for me, some of the nicest things were I went to the Gallifrey convention the year that I finished, after I finished. So literally it's like, well, if I'm going to go, the time to go is now when it's fresh, and, you know, I can go, okay, fine, I'll do this. And it was an amazing weekend. And but one of the sweetest things was this girl came running up to me and started crying, and she said, I heard you were coming, and I've come all the way from Atlanta to meet you because your work has inspired me to go to art school because I want to do costume. And I was so touched and so overwhelmed that, you know, she felt that. And I thought, that's an amazing thing. I'm not so sure that it was the right decision for her to do. I have to say, being a costume designer is maybe not the, you know, career for everyone, especially now when we're in lockdown. It could be a very bad idea, you know. But it was really touching, and I was overwhelmed by the amount of fans at Gallifrey that year. That you know, I was very busy, put it that way. I worked very hard on that weekend, meeting, you know, judging. I judged the masquerade for people. And people were coming out to me going, I'm making this, I'm wearing it tomorrow night. And, you know, they were recreating costumes you've designed, and it was extraordinary. And then people that were walking past you all day long that were wearing you know, costumes that you designed and they'd done their version of them, and little children, you know. But even when we were filming, I remember the loveliest thing was, you know, David, we often had fans coming to visit the set. And little boys turning up in their little doctor suits, and that was very sweet, you know, and that was very cute, always very sweet. And you think, that's nice. I mean, kids wearing Converse, I have to put that down to David, the Converse. I have to say, you know, that was him going, you know, it was a hot summer, he turned up to his fitting in shorts and Converse, and I was planning on putting him in quite sturdy boots, the lace-up period looking boots, because the art department had said to me that the TARDIS, you know, had to have ground that was you know, you couldn't be able to slip, and, you know, it was metal, and there were quite a lot of holes, so he needed something sturdy on his feet. And I said to David, well, the art department have said you need something sturdy here on your feet. And he went, oh, I think I should wear these Converse. No, this is what I want to wear. This will be great. And I was like, David, I'm not being funny, but you do realise if you do this, that when we get to the snow and winter and everywhere else, you're still going to have to wear that. He went, no, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. You know, we ended up putting about 3 pairs of socks underneath those Converse in winter, you know, and at some stage I think I even brought out the wet socks as well, you know, kind of like sealskin socks, because you can imagine how freezing it'd be in Plimsolls in the middle of winter, really. But
well, it was certainly an iconic touch to his. I could talk to you for hours and hours, but time has defeated us a little. As soon as we're back in the real world, we'd love to have you along to one of our events, and
that'd be a pleasure.
To continue that conversation in front of hopefully an audience of fans at that time. It's been a real pleasure to chat to you today, Louise. Thanks very much for giving up your time for us. Look after yourself, stay safe, and hopefully see you soon.
And you, thank you. Stay safe, and safe to all your fans as well that are going to see this. I hope everybody's well. Thank you.
Coming up in the next hour.
It's no Trickster, we've got Marc Davies.
New series writer Tom MacRae pops in for a chat.
But first, we have Unit's finest corporal, it's Fernanda Marlowe.
Our next guest on Time Space Visualiser played the part of Corporal Bell in 2 of the John Pertwee Doctor Who stories. Fernanda Marlowe appeared in The Mind of Evil and The Claws of Axos during Season 8 in 1971, at the height of Unit's popularity in the series. Hello there, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Banged up, but fine.
It was a very strong time on Doctor Who in 1971. John Pertwee was well into the role. Unit were quite well established. The Earthbound stories were going down really well. And we got to actually to the Mind of Evil, and pops a new Unit character that we've not seen before. Yeah. How did the part of Corporal Bell come about for you?
It what?
How did the part come about for you?
No, it wasn't. No, it was what it was they realised they had a storyline that was entirely male, apart from Katie. So they made Corporal Bell into a woman, and they decided the Red Guard should be Pixem Lim, and so we were the other 2 girls on the show.
Wow!
And we've been friends ever since.
I haven't seen Katie for a little while now, but. She is absolutely full of life. Every time you see her,
she is amazing.
She's utter darling. So you weren't in it, and then all of a sudden they changed the role of the character, and all of a sudden we had a female assistant, effectively, to the brigadier,
Yes.
as it would have been.
I always say I was a sort of walking ASM. If ever they wanted anything done, Corporal Bell had to go and do it. You know, like get the tea or draw the curtains or
The
whatever.
efficiency behind the brigadier, it feels like.
Yes, I don't know. He was so nice. I loved Nick Courtney. He and John Pertwee were so naughty.
Lots of hijinks behind the scenes between the two of them.
Oh yes, and with Roger Delgado. Lovely.
Which goes back to what I said, actually, with it being the dream team, effectively, at that stage. With it being at the height of its popularity, John, Nick, Roger, Katie, the other regulars in unit, the whole show had a really, really warm feel to it. Did that come across behind the scenes as well as it did on screen?
Oh yes, it was. I think it's one of the nicest jobs I've ever done, because we rehearsed at Acton, which was a wonderful building because it was masses of different shows rehearsing, but not a lot of technical crew. So it was just us, and we often knew other actors in other shows, and so it really was great fun. And John absolutely led us. He led the whole thing very well. He used to make us, before the take on the studio floor, he used to say, 1, 2, 3, Harry Roy. And we all had to copy it. I don't know why, but we did.
He could be known to be a little bit temperamental as well, if things weren't running according to plan.
Well, I didn't see it. I never saw it. I kept up with him, but through Pixen, whose husband wrote it. They were friends of his. So I did see him and his wife a bit afterwards, and I never saw. But then if you're carrying the show, it's a big responsibility and you want it right. And so I would have sympathy with that.
Oh, yes, absolutely. There's a particular line in the Claws of Axos that always makes me chuckle. Can you tell us a little bit about how that came about?
It's Mind of Evil, I think. I think it's Mind of Evil.
It's the weather one with the Claws of Axos.
The weather one, yeah. Well, that was because they went filming in Kent on the 2nd of May, I think it was, and overnight it snowed. And they hadn't the money not to go on filming, and there was snow everywhere. So I had to say, freak weather conditions over Kent, sir. And Nick Courtney and John Pertwee, who were in front of me, turned round on the camera rehearsal and made dreadful faces at me. On the tape, they didn't. But they were, yes, it was hysterical.
I wouldn't have put it past them doing it on the tape, though, to be honest with you.
Well, I'd probably be so frightened I wouldn't have noticed.
But studio time was always quite scarce anyway,
Yes,
because the rehearsal process would last for a little while, and then you'd have a certain amount of time to get the episode in the can. So there would always be an edge of nerves on the show itself anyway, on recording.
Well, we overran on Mind of Evil, on one of them. But I think it's one of the best Doctor Who's of that era. I was looking at it the other day. It really is. It stands up now very well, surprisingly. But,
it's a very good story, Mind of Evil. It's got that sort of espionage feel.
Yes, it has.
And you've got the sort of hijacking of the rocket and all sorts of things going on. It's a proper Earthbound Doctor Who story. 6 parts normally dragged a little, but that story doesn't in any way.
No, it was a bit like a whodunit. You're quite right. It didn't have any of the sort of monsters and things in it. But yes, it was fun.
And did you get along well with Barry Letts? Did
Sorry?
you get along with Barry Letts very well?
Yes, I didn't know him very well, but I've seen him because we've done gigs since. Sadly, he's died, but yes, I think we all went to Dover Castle, and he was one of them. Pixie and I, and he, and I don't know who else was there.
Most of the cast were on location at Dover Castle.
Yeah, I mean Richard Franklin I still see now and then because I've known him. I knew him before Doctor Who. I've known him since we were teenagers. But yes, no, I've kept up with some of them.
And did you, by the sounds of it, you did have a lot of fun working on the show?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. It was fun. And Pixie was pregnant and she didn't want anyone to know. because she thought, you know, it was not popular in those days to do that sort of thing. And her uniform had to be let out. And she swore the lady in the costume department to secrecy. But,
would you have liked to have stayed on and been a more regular character as the?
Oh yes. Yes, I'd have loved it. But they changed because they decided UNIT had run its time, didn't they? Mm-hmm. And so they then went on to much more peculiar things.
They went back to Spacebound episodes, but for me, I think the unit story had, at that point, it had a good strong season left in it. I think it would have been nice to have seen Corporal Bell stay.
I would have liked it.
Become a regular.
Because I just having such a nice time, because it wasn't that demanding and it was very fun, and yeah.
I think these days on Doctor Who, in the modern Doctor Who, you've got the Brigadier's daughter, effectively. Yes. So you know, you've got the women in the higher powered military roles, which at the time in the 70s, obviously casting any female into those kind of roles was pretty much a no-no, wasn't it?
No.
It's been lovely just reminiscing. I think you speak very fondly of the series, and I think that comes across very clearly. And whilst it might have been two stories, Corporal Bell for me is, as I'm a big John Pertwee fan, Corporal Bell for me popping up in the episodes, I always give a little cheers for Corporal Bell when I see him on screen.
It's so silly because it really was only a cough and a spit. But yes, my children, I showed them. I mean, they're grown up now, but I showed them one of the playbacks of it, and they kept saying, "Is that your real hair?" I said, "Yes, it was my real hair. That's what hair was like in those days." It looked like a Barbie doll.
What got you into acting initially? Was there a bit of
all my family are actors. All of them, yes. My grandparents were actors, and my parents, and I just followed. And I did it because I just thought that's what I would do, and I didn't really understand what I was getting into. And it's only when I got to drama school that I realised that it wasn't just going to the stage door and having fun. It was actually, you had to sort of act. And I went too young. I should have gone a bit older. I think I'd have got more out of drama school. But I loved that. I was with a very good year of very nice people. Because a lot of the boys had done national service, so they were older. And so we had quite a mature element to the year, which was rather nice. But yes, and then off I went into rep, and on we went.
And where did rep take you? Where did you visit? Where was rep for you?
My first job was Lincoln, which was, again, a very happy job. I was there for 9 months. Penelope Keith was one of the... I went on for her once when she got flu. But yes, she was... and then Lincoln and Hornchurch, Ipswich, I did quite a lot. And then I did 1 or 2 small tellies. And then I had my children, and I'm not very good at doing 2 things at once. So now I've taken to the paintbrush. I'm a painter now.
And the rest, as they say with Corporal Bell, was a bit of history, wasn't it?
Exactly. But he was so nice, Tim Coombe, because I went to see him. I think his father, who ran Spotlight, had seen me in something and thought I was all right. And so he said, see her. So I went to see Tim Coombe for something quite else. And he said, you're for it. Let's go out to lunch. So we went out to lunch, which was very nice. And then he said, if I do ever get anything, I shall get in touch. And I thought, oh, well, you say that, very kindly. And he did. No, he did.
It was the tradition in those days that if you were associated with a director, you would tend to sort of follow the director effectively into certain things.
I think people did. I mean, people like Mike Leigh, I mean, he had always the same people around him, people like that. But I wasn't in that category. I mean, yes, actually in rep, I worked for somebody called Nancy Poultney in about 3 different reps. I went and did special weeks in places. So yes, it does happen. Because they know that with any luck, you'll learn your lines and won't fall over. and you know that they're a nice director, so it works.
Makes for a more pleasant, or it may presumably for a more pleasant experience for you.
Yeah,
Rep certainly, it could be quite the treadmill, couldn't it?
Well, it's terrific teamwork because you haven't really rehearsed enough, and so somehow you've got to get through it. I mean, I remember once I dried totally, and I was having to ask a lot of questions, and this wonderful woman, I've never forgotten her, just said, "Well, Mrs. Blenkinsop, if you're going to ask me this," and I said, "Yes, I am," and she just got me through this awful moment. What's her name? I've forgotten, but yes, I was very grateful.
The beauty of live theatre.
Yeah.
It's been lovely reminiscing with you today. Thanks very much for giving us some time to chat to us about Corporal Bell. And actually, it's been really interesting to hear about your early theatre as well. Thanks for your time. Really appreciate it.
Not at all. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Bye.
Right, so here I am with Paul Marc Davies, a man of many monsters. You
so many monsters, so many bad guys.
And you've done Doctor Who, Torchwood, Sarah Jane Adventures, and Class. Are you the only person that has done all the spin-offs and the main show?
Yeah, because Paul Casey was right on my heels up until I did Class. Because I think he had done all three. I've also done the Big Finish as well. So yeah, I've got the full set. Quite an honour.
Was it always your ambition to do all the shows?
No, not at all. It hadn't dawned on me at all. But then after doing Doctor Who and having just sort of so much fun there. When I got asked to do the Sarah Jane Adventures, I had that right. I'm in the system feeling, and yeah, of course, I hoped I would be considered for other things as well.
I feel like you need some sort of certificate or badge given to you by the BBC.
Yeah, that would be nice. Maybe a ribbon that I can sew onto my swimming trunks. That would be
perfect. Your Peter badge. So, how did that first gig on Doctor Who come about?
Well, put forward by my agent, and then got the audition and found myself in the audition, and I was allowed to just interpret the character however I wanted to do it. The chieftain of the future kind. And so yeah, I just sort of did this spidery, slightly insect-like, slightly mad character, and the director, whose name has completely slipped my mind momentarily. They're all going to know it out there, and they're all going to think, how can he not know this? He was jumping around. He was very excited about the character I created, and that was that. And then off I went to do it.
So you've been at the read-through, and you've obviously rehearsed the scenes. It must have made quite a difference then having the teeth added.
Yeah, especially as the teeth genuinely were like hard razor sharp teeth, and I was bleeding from so many places. I mean, it took me a couple of days to stop biting into myself, and was sort of really having to take them out in between takes because they were just vicious. You just got to do as you normally do, like lick your lips, or and before you know it, because the teeth fit over your teeth, so they're much longer than your teeth. So at the point where you wouldn't normally be biting, with the teeth in, you're already bitten right the way through something. So yeah, they made quite a mess of my face for a couple of days, but got used to it.
You certainly don't want to be biting your tongue with those gnashes in.
No. But then, out of all of the things that we were doing that day, there was so many things that were causing pain. Those teeth were kind of the least of my troubles. You know, I mean, we were running in a quarry in that quarry in Wales. When was it? I mean, it was November time. I mean, it was unbelievably cold in that quarry, and we were doing very sort of physical things. I remember one of the scenes, we were running, and then we suddenly sort of like slide to a stop, and it was that slide to a stop when your muscles are frozen, and I pulled a muscle so badly in my thigh I could barely walk, and in fact extras were being carried off left, right and centre with similar kind of muscle strain injuries. I couldn't walk, but of course had to carry on. And so at one point got carried off by the medic who was there, who had this kind of magic spray that he sprayed on my leg that was just kind of like, you know, for when you've got to carry on kind of spray. But it was kind of hard to get to with all the leather and everything that was going on there. But yeah, so I was in agony. Lips bleeding, legs, muscles messed up.
Well, clearly I've got it completely wrong, because I would have imagined the future kind was probably the simplest transformation of the characters you played, but clearly not.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, there were just like some strange, sort of unforeseen difficulties that came about. But no, all in all, I mean, it was just so much fun, and I loved it down in that quarry. I was, I had a trailer next to Rennie Zaga, who's just such a great guy, and we got on like a house on fire, and that's what I remember about the shoot more than anything else, is just me and him sat in this trailer in the quarry, just putting the worlds to rights. It was great fun.
Did you get much time to get to know the leads on the
show? Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot of hanging around down there, and we did get to chat quite a bit. I was, if I remember correctly, because I was fascinated with the stone. Years ago, before I was an actor, I was a sculptor, and so I was fascinated with the stone that they were mining in the quarry there. And then it turned out that Captain Jack had sort of grown up in that whole environment. If I remember this correctly, that his family owned mining company or something. We were talking about rock, and yeah, that was interesting, in between singing show tunes. Yeah, David Tennant was, well, he's just so upbeat as well. He's always so upbeat, and you know, that's really just your job when you find yourself you know, in a quarry in November in Wales with very little to do. You know, the acting part of it is going to make up about 5% of the time that you spend down there. The other 95% of the time, your job is just to help everyone to stay sane and upbeat and full of energy. So when it comes to it, you know, it's not just 4 o'clock in the morning, freezing cold. Oh, get me out! You know, it's not that. You're ready to go. You know, and so yeah, we sung a lot of show tunes down there.
You experienced the proper old school Doctor Who experience of being in a quarry in the cold at night. Yeah. It's like we're back in the 70s and 80s all over again.
Is it more CGI these days then?
I think a lot of the time, yeah. Another member of the cast, of course, you had a Knight of the Realm with you. You had Sir Derek Jacobi.
Oh yes, yeah. And in fact, I was so excited about you know him. I just adore him, and yeah, I was very, very excited about meeting him, and I just didn't really get to meet. I got to literally just cross paths with him. I mean, we didn't have any sort of scenes together, of course. So we kind of met queuing up for food on a couple of occasions, and that was just about it. But then we did meet at a convention I think it was about a couple of years after that, and we had a little bit more of a chat. I mean, what a warm man he is. He just has this I don't know, aura about him. He really does.
Now, of course, in the Sarah Jane adventures, you had a reoccurring character. How has that been able to return to the role and build on it?
Yeah, I mean, it was that character. I was so the main thing with that character is this sort of domino effect due to part of the costume. So, okay, you can't breathe through your nose. My nose was covered. Couldn't breathe through my nose at all. So you had to breathe through your mouth all the time. And if you breathe through your mouth all the time, you need to drink lots of water, okay? Also, I'm doing this voice like this. If you're doing a voice like that, you need to drink lots of water as well, or else you'll wreck your throat. So I'm drinking gallons of water, and I'm in a costume where I've got platforms like that. I'm almost 7 foot tall. I can't see where I'm going, and because of the gallons of water that I've drunk, I'm having to go to the toilet like all the time. And every time I go, I need to, find someone to take me because I can't walk or see. So. Yeah, that was kind of an issue, needing the bathroom a lot. Also, it's a lonely existence. It is a lonely existence when you look so terrifying. People can't, a lot of people on set found it hard to adjust people would sort of come up to me like I was a scary doll and just sort of like poke me and prod me, and then sort of like turn to the makeup staff and say, "Oh, how long does it take to put all of that on?" And I'm like, "You can ask me." I'm sat in the, So it was funny. People were genuinely terrified. There was obviously a lot of children on set as well. They were all terrified. But yeah, it was nice to develop it. But I just wanted to make him more and more horrible, more and more revolting. But I liked the way that the character did develop. I mean, by the third time I played him, when I was playing alongside David Tennant again in the wedding scenes, you got more of a sense of his character. He wasn't just this sort of like pure ball of darkness, that there was some vulnerability and personal meanness there as well, but also admiration for the Doctor, and I loved it.
It's interesting, you mentioned several times how terrifying the Trickster appeared. Were you surprised they managed to get away with him being as scary as he was, considering Sarah Jane was a children's program? It was on at tea time.
Well, yeah, and when I was playing the character, certainly by the second series, I was just thinking, he's this big old dude hanging around with children a lot. I mean, he's really quite obsessed with children, it seems, and so that was you can't escape. Why does he want to hurt children so badly? Yeah, it was a revolting character. Yeah, it was funny when we had the I think year before last, there was the big convention for reunion for Sarah Jane, and God, I enjoyed that so much. It was really funny, because when you're in your 30s, now in my 40s, 10 years goes by like that, and you don't think about it. And it'd been 10 years since I'd done it pretty much. And adults were coming up to me. These were adults in their 20s who were telling me, that I'd absolutely terrified them, that I was, in their nightmares throughout their entire childhood. And it was just so strange because these were adults. These were people in their 20s. So I was just thinking, God, that much time really passed, and it has. Yeah, it's been a long time.
So your final experience in the Doctor Who universe was in Class, again as another reoccurring character. How was it working on a show with such a young cast?
I mean, they were all just so lovely and so just so professional. You know, they really they were just completely on top of it all. But also, as I'd always found, whenever I'd worked on any of those series, they seemed to be very, very good at picking actors who are a lot of fun, you know, and on during long shoots, long difficult shoots, you know, keep everyone's spirits up. So it had been a lot of fun, and again, it was a difficult role. It was a really difficult role for me. I mean, I've never fainted in my life, and I fainted 3 times during the filming of Class. I had to be carried out of the studio once, unconscious, and it was so hot in that suit, and I was so surrounded. I mean, literally an inch of rubber around everything, and once the heat goes up inside you, there's nowhere for it to go. We were filming in the middle of summer. There was some, you know, we were filming in a house at one point where, and it was 80 degrees outside, and I was really struggling with the suit. We had a stunt man who came in for one day, who was, you know, my stunt double. He was only there for the one day, and at the end of the day, he was just like, I don't know how you're doing this every day. And I mean, this is a guy who has dedicated his life to being in dangerous, horrible situations, and he was done after a day in that suit. It was there was some terrifying moments. Had heat stroke. I had 2 days off anyway, but on those 2 days, I was lying in my pants on my hospital bed with the air conditioning turned up full. I thought I was going to die. You know, I mean, it was a tough one. It was a really tough shoot.
On the plus side, though, did you lose any weight?
Maybe.
I could do with that suit after lockdown, actually.
Yeah, my weight very rarely fluctuates. I'm still wearing the same jeans I was wearing when I was 18.
Oh, I hate you.
No, actually, I have quite a strict diet, I would say. Oh no. I mean, when I first hit 40, you know, there was a moment where, because I don't really have mirrors in my house, really. You know, I've got one in the bathroom so I can, you know, so I don't miss my mouth when I'm trying to brush my teeth. But that's pretty much it. And I did catch myself in the mirror around about 40 and was just like, hang on, who is that? Who's that? And so yeah, so got a little bit stricter around 40.
Well, there's the one show that we haven't talked about was your somewhat briefer appearance on Torchwood as the cowed leader.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was. There's not really much to talk about there. You know, we were filming in this. It was like a server room, and the noise was unbelievable. It was absolutely unbelievable. I mean, you've literally got like thousands and thousands of rack servers. Each one's got their fan. There's huge cooling for the whole building. And I was stood 30 feet away from the camera, and no matter how loud they shouted, I could not hear them saying action, couldn't hear them saying cut. So everyone was just coping as best that they could, but they ended up I think they even sort of dubbed a different voice on me. I don't really consider that me. It was me in the suit, but that was about it. There was quite a bit more script that I attempted to just shout out, but I ended up just scrapping a lot, I think.
Well, I think the obvious question to ask you finally is, of the 4 characters you've played in the Doctor Who universe, which one is your favourite? I'm presuming it's not the Torchwood character.
Not the Torchwood character. Definitely not Coronation. It's difficult because it's difficult to kind of like separate the job that you're doing with everything else that's kind of going on there, you know. But you know, for me, playing the chieftain was a real new experience for me. You know, it was the first sort of BBC work that I had done. You know, up until that point, most of my work had been independent films, and well, okay, Harry Potter wasn't a small independent film, but this was it felt like the first sort of like British TV role. I was just incredibly excited about it and really kind of humbled by it all. You know, I'll always remember, you know, arriving in at the Novotel, you know, the day before I was due to start shooting. And, you know, this had never happened to me. We're going to a hotel and get my room, and the woman behind the counter says, "Oh, we have some mail for you, Mr. Davies." For me? And of course it was the script. And so I kind of got the script and got a beer and went to the jacuzzi and sat in the jacuzzi reading the script, and just had that real feeling of, yeah, I've arrived. Just felt great.
Now, I said that was the last question, but I can't allow someone to mention Harry Potter and then not ask them about it. What was it like working on that sort of huge franchise?
Mental for so many reasons. There are so many things I could tell you about it that okay, here's something that not a lot of people know about my experience at Harry Potter. So I was due to be playing the ghost of the Cavalier, and that was all penned in. That was going to be starting in April. I had just got back from traveling around India. It was in January of that year, or beginning of February of that year, and I just had a party because I just arrived at home from a month traveling, and big party. Got woken up by my phone at about 6:30 in the morning, and it was my agent saying, "They need you on the set of Harry Potter now." And I was like, "I am not filming for another 2 months yet." They were like, "No. There is a teacher, one of the teachers on the head table, that has just dropped out because of food poisoning, and someone has noticed that you look exactly like him, and you're going to have a big black beard on anyway, but they need you now." And I was just like, I was flat out in bed, and I was like, I can't do it. I can't do it. Okay, not a problem. Call back 10 minutes later. Okay, they're offering you this much money, and it was a lot, but I was still no. And then they called back 10 minutes after that, and it was like, you can't refuse this amount of money. So I was like, okay, jumped in my car, drove to Leeson Studios. On the way there, I get a call from one of my closest friends, who was working as essentially third assistant director on Harry Potter. He was basically looking after all the kids, making sure they were all in the right place. And he called up and said, "Paul, are you on your way to Leeson Studios?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Paul, the entire production is stopped and is waiting for you." He said, "All I've heard all this morning is Paul Marc Davies, Paul Marc Davies, Paul Marc Davies." He said, "That's all I'm hearing over the radio. They've been trying to get hold of you." So I arrived there. They throw me in the costume. They get me through makeup. They slap a beard on me. They push me into this, you know, I'm seeing this huge scaffolding and boards and, you know, for the Great Hall. And I walk through the Great Hall. Of course, everybody is in there at that point. All of the kids are like turning around because they all know that they're waiting for someone. Maybe they think they're waiting for someone important. I felt very important at that moment. And I walked all the way down. And of course, as I get to the top table, I'm like, oh my goodness, oh my God, Maggie Smith, oh my God, oh, you know, seeing all of these sort of Alan Rickman, oh my God. And then sort of Maggie Smith, who obviously just recognized me as the guy who had been sat there all the time, just sort of looked at her watch and went, that was it. I was like, "Morning." So that was my first day on Harry Potter. So actually during the sorting hat scene, there's a guy with one of the teachers with the big black, that's me as well. I'm two characters in that one scene. There you go. New fact for you.
And you dared keep Dame Maggie Smith waiting.
Yeah, I did.
Well, Paul, it's been an absolute pleasure chatting to you.
Oh, my pleasure too.
Thank you so much, and take care. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
My favourite ever Doctor Who story. What an abominably difficult choice.
Don't make me choose one, please. Please, no.
I don't think I can choose my favourite story ever.
Greatest Doctor Who story. That is a tough one.
I'm not great at choosing favourite stories because my opinion changes all the time.
So my favourite story, that's so difficult because there are so many really good stories.
I think on reflection it comes down to two.
My favourite story is The Marmite of Doctor Who.
My favourite Doctor Who story? Oh, that's easy.
My favourite Doctor Who story?
There's just too many, and that's the joy of Doctor Who, that each story is different, a different time, a different place.
I'm rather fond of the Green Death, you know.
Just look into the crystal and fight it, Mike. Fight it!
Fight what exactly? I wonder what happened to that.
Hello, Tom Bear here. Just taking the dog for a walk.
But I suppose if you had to choose one...
It's the one I've watched most recently.
The Five Doctors will always be a favourite.
Remembrance of the Daleks.
It usually goes back to Bad Wolf and the Parting of the Ways.
The Happiness Patrol.
The Seeds of Doom.
Mummy Janet's favourite Doctor Who story is Robots of Death.
Do you go high pantomime like the Horns of Nomon?
Genesis the Daleks or Brain and Morbius?
Tales of Ren Cheyenne.
Time and the Rani.
You know, I'm also really rather fond of the Ark in Space. And of course, with the DVD, it's even better because there are enhanced special effects.
I love the story, I love the action, I love the emotion, I love the pace, I love the setting, I love the locations, I love everything about this story.
And knowing that fans can quote it verbatim is one of those things you just have to laugh at.
It's got everything. Doctor and Sarah, Craze villain in Harrison Chase, Scorby, Amelia Ducar, and the Crinoid, of course, at the end, which controls all the plants.
If I'm off sick though, then it's Time Meddler. I love that one.
It's just a great series finale. I love it so much. The Daleks are incredible in it. All the threads of the series come together nicely. And Eccleston, what a great exit for Eccleston.
But seriously, the one that I go for, and I watched it the other day, The Curse of Fenric. It's got everything that I wanted when I was a young teenage lad.
Who Talk by Fantom, they did a great commentary, I recommend that.
Tales of Ren Cheyenne, absolutely spot on. Jago and Lightfoot, the Doctor and Leela at their absolute best.
Something controlling plants, you know.
Happiness will prevail.
No, I just can't. I can't choose one.
I could probably quote it to you off by heart, but I'll spare you that.
Lockdown Buffon.
Joining us on Time Space Visualiser, he is a screenwriter, playwright and author. He is BAFTA and Olivier nominated and the writer behind the brilliant West End smash everybody's talking about, Jamie. He is Tom MacRae. Tom, thank you for joining us this afternoon. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Thank you very much for having me.
You're very, very, very welcome indeed. Let's hit the ground running. How was it growing up? Was it a creative household that you grew up in?
Yeah. My mum and dad were both teachers, both art teachers, and so there's lots of books in the house, which I always thought was quite normal, but I know that was actually quite a lucky thing to have, and lots of colour and stories and lots of sort of homemade projects, which was good training, really, I suppose, for doing what I do now, which is slightly high budget homemade projects, basically. But I'm still sitting at home making stuff up, which is, then gets passed on to bigger teams of people to make bigger things with it, but it sort of starts in the same way. So no, it was a good training for all of this. And also I've got a half brother who's a lot older than me. So I grew up as an only child. It was just me in the house. So again, quite a lot of time on my own, lots of imagination and pretending, the chair was a robot, the cupboard was a TARDIS, all that kind of stuff.
Absolutely
so
right.
I'm sure not the only person watching this who would have done the same thing. Our neighbours had a shower cubicle, which was really unusual when I was growing up. People didn't really have shower cubicles. They might have a shower in the bath, but at the time you didn't have a shower.
Yeah.
They had sliding doors. And we used to play endlessly. It was the TARDIS and just open and close these doors and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it was a good practice for what I've ended up doing.
It is. It's excellent stuff. So how did, you said parents are teachers, how did, and artist and all of that kind of stuff, how did that for you become writing?
Well, I mean, I suppose I do wonder if it's because my dad is a really, really good artist. And he can just sit down and draw anything, and he's really a painter and does stained glass, and he's really good at cartoons, and he has this amazing eye. And maybe I just kind of knew I was never going to be as good as him, but he's quite dyslexic, and he's not very confident with writing words on the page. So I don't know if there was something where I kind of thought, all my family is so good at drawing, but actually I'm good at this other thing. Well, I think really it was just, I loved Doctor Who, I loved Star Wars, I loved He-Man, Transformers, and I used to just live in those worlds in my head. And so I wanted to make stories like that as well. And the only way I could see to do that was to tell those stories, was to write them. Not that I didn't write anything when I was a kid. I was very late learning to read and write, and I found it an absolute pain until I learned to touch type when I was 16, which was a game changer for me because I can type so fast now. It's not an effort. It's I can churn out 130 words a minute easily, or 110, I think, last time I checked, actually. But it was just that I loved all these Let's Pretend games. And so I suppose moving into that storytelling was, being an artist wasn't going to really do that, or at least I hadn't thought of conceptual artists, but still they follow a brief, and I wanted to invent stuff of my own. So it kind of was the way into it, and I wanted to be a director. So I started writing scripts so that I could get a way in, and then that became my main job. And I still do want to be a director, and I will be. But it kind of just telling stories and using language and all those things. But I never thought I was good at prose. I just thought I was quite good at storytelling on the screen. So when I then started writing books as well, that felt like a real leap. And suddenly I thought, oh, maybe I am a kind of a proper writer. I'm not just doing this to try and make a film director career happen. Maybe this is actually its own thing. And then when I did theatre for the first time, and with Jamie being such a success, and also writing the lyrics, which was another whole new thing. So I've been learning all these new skills, and I just love it. So I've ended up in completely the right place.
It absolutely sounds like it. Was there any kind of formal training in terms of writing?
No, nothing at all.
Nothing.
No. I last year or the year before, time flies. I was made an honorary doctor of the University of Sheffield. So now I have a qualification, but I didn't before.
Excellent. Hey, listen, honorary doctorates, people often say, oh yeah, they're just given away. I would say, given your back catalogue, you've more than earned that doctorate.
Well, they are just given away. That's why they're so hard to get. Because how do you make them give it to you? There's no path to that. So yeah.
No. You're quite right. But what I'm saying is, you seem to have done an awful lot of work to get an honorary doctorate.
Well, that's very kind of you. Thank you. I mean, Jamie took 5 years to go from idea to opening the West End, so you could say that was my thesis. Yeah.
Well, absolutely, and I'm definitely coming on to talk about Jamie in a little while, because I need to hear all about it. But TV work, we're talking some fairly big name things. We've got Marple, Lewis, Casualty.
Yeah.
It's
Casualty. I mean, Marple, Lewis, Casualty. But thank you for putting them in the same.
Is that really how you would?
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, Casualty was a nightmare. Marple was a joy. I loved Geraldine McEwen. We became such good friends, and she really encouraged me to write for the theatre. and she died just before the Jamie Commission came through, which was a real shame because she would have been there at the press night. But no, those were brilliant shows to do. And I mean, Marple was on the other day. It's weird because my mum died a few years ago, and she was an extra in Marple and in Lewis, but both quite ghostly ways. So in Marple, she's sitting at a table talking to Polly Walker, the actress who's one of the leads in that episode, and they're sitting at a table, and the camera pans across following an extra carrying a tureen of soup. And so my mum's just this kind of blonde blur in the background, but to me, it's clearly her. And my dad rang me up the other day and he said, oh, Lewis has been on TV. And at the end of part, I think 3, there's a cliffhanger where it kind of holds on Lewis and Hathaway being like the da, 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 and just walking down the street. Back to the camera is my mum. And it's really quite ghostly because, you know, when you know someone really well, you can't help but recognize their walk and even just the sound of their footsteps.
Yes, of course.
And my dad rang me, and he was kind of like, it's lovely, but I feel like I've seen a ghost. He was really sort of emotional about it. So she's this little Easter egg hidden away in these 2 big ITV1 dramas that are on all the time, literally like once a week. They're on ITV3. Now I'm back in the UK for a bit. It's like switch on TV and there's either my Marple or my Lewis.
Such is having that many ITV channels. That's the way it works.
Well, yeah, there was only one when I wrote them, so the chance of seeing it again seems so remote. But now, yeah, it is wallpaper.
But very good wallpaper, nonetheless.
Yeah.
And you created Threesome for Comedy Central.
Yeah, I loved that show. It was so much fun doing that. It was my first time I had my own show, and I was a producer on it as well. And it was like having your playground. I actually got the green light for it when I was on set for the filming of The Girl Who Waited. So Nick Hurren, who directed that, who I've known for a long time, Nick and I are sort of friends outside of work. And he was shooting the scene in the round white room where there's the 2 Ames, all the handbots are coming through the doors. It was quite complicated. And I literally got the call to say, we're greenlit your show. First time this had happened. So imagine the first time it happens, it's a it's a big deal every time. First time. And I ran to like tell Nick, because he knew all about it. And I looked, and he was having the most complicated choreography of the day. And I thought, I can't interrupt him. And Karen Gillan, who at the time I barely knew, was there. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I know I don't know you, but we've since become very good friends. But at the time, I was like, I know I don't know you, but I've just had my show commissioned. She was like, oh, and she was so lovely. And that was kind of like the start of our friendship. But I had to tell someone. And I'd spoken to her a few times, so I knew her more than, I didn't know the crew. I'd never met them because I was in London and they're in Cardiff. So she was like, I knew Nick really well. Karen I'd spoken to twice. Matt wasn't there, who I knew a bit better. And Arthur was off having a cigarette, I think. So Karen, I kind of pounced on her, and then we got to make the show. And it was a fantastic 2 summers. I had a brilliant time doing that.
I'll bet. I mean, it's well loved by quite a number of people.
Very small group of people, but
it's one of those that's held incredibly dearly to people's hearts. That must mean a lot.
Oh, I didn't know it was. That's very kind of you to say so. I mean, I know it's been remade in Finland, because it says it on my IMDb page. That's how I found out. I didn't know that. I didn't know anyone remembered it.
Okay.
Just me.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I know it's probably not the most mentally healthy thing to do to go searching for oneself on the internet. I've done it for you. There's plenty of people out there who really hold it really dearly to their hearts. I think it's lovely. It's a really nice.
That's made my evening. Thank you.
Good. No, it's a really nice piece. And you talked there about that excitement that you have from work. Does that happen a lot? Are there many moments of pure joy when you're a writer?
Well, I mean, I can't speak for anyone else, but yeah, for me, it's kind of pretty regular. I mean, I suppose that's probably quite a lucky thing to be able to say, but because of the success of Jamie now, I'm only working on things that I want to do, that are mine, and I've just had the most fabulous set of offers, and so I'm working on wonderful things which I cannot talk about, but it just and obviously the Jamie movie we've shot, and that's out this year. Fingers crossed. No one knows anything at the moment, but fingers crossed, and that's been fantastic to do, and to kind of get the movie it happened all very easily, really, for how complicated these development processes can be. And so off the back of that, I've had some fantastic doors open for me. And I was thinking the other day, it reminds me of when I did Doctor Who, and that I was only 25 when I did it, so I thought I hadn't really done anything, but I suppose probably my CV was quite good, but I'd done a lot of kids' TV. And I knew I'd never written anything that I would have wanted to have watched. That I really would have rushed home for. Yeah. And then along came Doctor Who, which was my favourite show, and Russell being, so generous and bringing me on and getting the Cybermen. And it was like hit after hit after hit of just excitement. And suddenly I was doing something that I was proud of and that I knew that I would have watched. And then after Doctor Who came out, suddenly everything changed, and I was getting Marples and Lewis's and scripts with like really good money, and I'd been so broke and so poor for years, and suddenly it was all working out, and it was like this very sizable shift off the back of Doctor Who, where I went from being one sort of writer to another sort, and I could feel it all change. And I haven't had a shift like that again since Jamie came along. I mean, there's a gradual incline if you're lucky that you're always going up, but when you sort of wake up one morning and suddenly everything's changed in your life, and Jamie, that it did happen almost overnight once the show came out, and the huge benefit has been that I'm just being able to kind of pick and choose to do the things that I want to do.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. You've talked about your love for Doctor Who. So how did the gig come about? 2006. There you are. We need Rise of the Cybermen and the Age of Steel. Where did it all begin?
I got a call from Russell one evening. I'd been in at the BBC the day before, back when they used to have drama was divided into two departments called series and serials. And I think series was basically soaps and casualty, and serials was like the proper dramas. Or it was the other way around. I can't remember, one or the other. But I'd been in to see the one that wasn't the soaps and casualty one. And the head of that department said, "Oh, I had BBC Wales on the phone today, availability checking you." And at the time, I didn't really know what that meant. I was like, oh, that's nice. And she obviously gave it to me as this lovely nugget of news, but to me, it just didn't mean anything. And I didn't realise that meant, for those of you who don't know, like I didn't, that they're making sure you're available, because they don't offer you the job unless you're free, or basically it's a chance for you to say you don't want it before they offer it, so you don't turn it down. And then that evening, I got a call from Russell saying, well, he told me, he said, you're coming on Doctor Who and you're bringing back the Cybermen.
The full interview will be available later on the official Fantom Films YouTube channel. So join us there, where Tom and I discuss his unmade Doctor Who story, Century House. We have a chat about the upcoming Everybody's Talking About Jamie film. And we also discuss how, when gender diversity is under daily attack from bigots, television and film can step in to encourage kindness and acceptance.
Still to come in the last hour of Time Space Visualiser.
We take a final trip to the social hub to check in on Jason.
We reveal the winner of the Avenue Who vote.
Sure, so sure. We reunite Samuel Oatley and Jamie Childs.
And no, he's not gone to Barnard's Castle. We go to Tara with Paul Lavers.
Right, I'm joined now by Paul Lavers, who is actually, by the looks of things, sat back at the location where he was on Doctor Who back in the 1970s. How is it to be back there? The weather looks lovely there.
Yeah, terrific weather. I mean, we have a great day. I'm just making sure that Count Grendel of Grach doesn't come back. We didn't see him exit the moat, so we don't really know where he is at the moment.
Did you just drive there to test your eyesight, by any chance?
Yeah, that's right. I thought, I can't find a Specsavers, but I can find Leeds Castle.
Perfect. So, Doctor Who, how did you come to be involved in the story of the androids of Tara?
Amazingly, I just received a script. I'd done an episode of When the Boat Comes In for Michael Hayes. And that was terrific. That was with James Bolam, and it was a terrific episode. And I actually, my episode of When the Boat Comes In, also Paul Darrow, Avon from Lake 7 was in it. And so we had a great time, because I'd worked in the theatre with Paul for a couple of years down in Bristol. So we got on well. We had a chat about this and that, and we were constantly giving each other quizzes about films, in actual fact, when we weren't actually very busy. And of course, the funny thing is that not only did I work with Paul, but I also worked with Lois Baxter in the theatre. Paul, Lois and myself, we did She Stoops to Conquer at the Little Theatre in Bristol. So it was lovely. So Michael Hayes, got on so well with Michael Hayes, and I just got a script. Would I like to do Swordsman Farah? And just looking at the script, it was just, I loved it, because I loved The Prisoner of Zenda. The Prisoner of Zenda has always been one of my favourite films. First of all, I remember seeing the Ronald Colman version, which was wonderful, and then the Stuart Granger version. So it was absolutely, there's no question. I just said, yeah, I want to do it.
How great, you didn't actually have to do an audition. The part was offered straight to you. So you arrived in studio for rehearsals, I assume. And in those days, actual time was given to rehearsals, wasn't it? TV productions changed a lot now.
Oh, yes. I mean, hugely. I'm also sort of heavily involved in technical side. I love the technical side of video. I edit my own video. If it's a Wednesday night and it's still lockdown, then you can join my video quiz on Facebook. Paul Lavers on Facebook, 7 o'clock every Wednesday. So I make the graphics, I do everything, shoot it, edit it. So I've always loved video and film. I started on film. I had an 8mm, not Super 8, the original 8mm movie camera with my parents. I did a lot of shooting with that, even did some animation and stuff. And then I wanted to do a ghost story at some time. I'd written a ghost story and I wanted to film it. But film was fiendishly expensive. So we had U-matic 3/4-inch low band videotape to back up. And then when everything was going fine with the takes, then we'd switch over to 16mm. But I actually found I like the feel of video more. And one of the things that was different in those days was that all location stuff was done on 16mm film. And obviously the studio was done on video. So you see that there's a bit of a jump. I know some people say, oh, you can't even see it, but you can see the difference in quality between the 25 frame per second, the 24 frame per second, going to the 25. And it's just, there's a totally different feel about the whole movement. Movement is totally different on video than it is on film, because you've got 25 frames on the film, you've got 50 frames, really, fields on television, on video. So it's like they don't join up too well. I've gone on and on, but then, you know, you get my meaning. It was just a very strange thing. You go and do the filming, and then you go back to the studio, and it's a totally different feel. It's also very much a difference to the actual camaraderie of being there. And when you're filming on location, even if it's only just down the road in Kent for Leeds Castle, you're all in it together. So it's like a travelling group of players. You have a laugh, you have a chat, endless stories, and you feel like a team. When you go back up to town, up to London, and rehearse the studio stuff, well, 5, 6 o'clock, everybody just goes, oh, see you tomorrow, woof, and they're off. And so you don't get that feeling of the company knitting together as well as you do on film when you're on location.
And talking about the company, how did you get on with the show's leading man? How did you find Tom Baker?
Very interesting. I went to one of these events the other day, and someone, I will remain nameless, couldn't stand Tom. I loved him. He was very good to me. He looked after me a bit, because I was going through separation with my first wife through into divorce, and it was like I was feeling very sorry for myself at the time, wondering about what happened to my 2 boys and everything. And he just sort of looked after me. And even when we were in London, having sort of going against what I've just been saying, even when we were in London, he used to take me out. He took me to a couple of clubs. He introduced me to Douglas Adams, in actual fact, one of those. And he said, this man's a genius. He's an absolute genius. And of course he was, sadly, not long for the world, but he was a genius, Douglas Adams. But it was that sort of thing. He looked after me. And so that I loved him. I loved working with him. He had great integrity when working with or around children. He wanted to make sure that he maintained that Doctor Who image. He smoked like a chimney, but he would never smoke on location in case children saw him. And he maintained that. So I loved it. I loved working with him. but he's different. He's a powerful person. So he's quite sort of in your face. And I can understand how some people don't react as well to him.
It's interesting you mentioned his commitment to the children who've been watching the show. After your episodes were broadcast, did you notice the reaction of children that you met as you were going about your daily routines?
Well, the moment when they were transmitted, I was actually in Vienna. I was doing The Importance of Being Earnest. And in fact, it's very interesting. Whilst I was making The Androids of Tara, I was offered two things. I was offered to play Algernon in The Importance of Being Earnest in Vienna, or I was sort of offered a ghost story. I'd done a Christmas ghost story a couple of years before for the BBC and M.R. James. And I was they were talking to me about another one. And I was thinking, well, what do I do? If I do the ghost story, it's a week maximum. But if I do Vienna, it's about 3 months, and I'm away from the country. And it was everybody, Cyril Schatz, who played the Archimandrite, saying, oh, Paul, you have to go to Vienna. It is wonderful. It is so beautiful. You will love it. And Tom would say, yes, you've got to go to see Vienna. Well, you've got to go. And so I did go. I did go to Vienna. But yes, so I was over there when they were transmitted, when the episodes were transmitted. So the sad thing was my two boys were watching over here, and they saw in episode 2 where we take the drink and I collapse, and we all collapse. And they were a bit upset that I collapsed. So I rang them up afterwards and said, no, I'm all right. Daddy's okay. And the ironic thing as well is when I was over in Vienna, who should be filming just outside of Vienna but Peter Sellers and his wife Lynn Frederick. They were filming The Prisoner of Zenda.
Ah, perfect.
So it's like, wow, unbelievable. So yeah, children, I think, I don't think I had any problems with children looking at me going, oh, it's a man who cut Doctor Who's scarf off.
Yes, of course, you damaged the iconic scarf.
Yes, yes.
So we've talked about Tom Baker. How did you find Mary Tam to work with on the production?
Oh, what? Obviously, she's an amazing beauty, and I don't mean that in any way. She was a beautiful woman. She just had grace, poise, looks, a lot, but she was also incredibly fiercely intelligent. And she would be doing the Times crossword, and I'm sort of, just about doing the Beano crossword. And she was fiendishly intelligent, very charming, very very nice to work with, and a lovely person. I luckily, I don't mean this comes up, that came out wrongly, but I just did something with her about 6 months before she died, and we met, and she said, oh, hello, Paul. And I never expected any of them, of the stars, as it were, to ever remember who you are, because, they have to do, they're working with hundreds of people, of episodes and everything. And she was just so lovely. She just, oh, hello, Paul, how are you? I just thought, oh, Mary, thank you so much for even remembering who I was. She was just, it was lovely. And she still looked amazing.
Now, one of your other guest actors was Peter Jeffries. Had you worked with him before?
No, but what a treat. What a treat. There's a man with fabulous stories. He had wonderful stories, and he was so full of bravura. I just seen him just before I did Doctor Who. I'd seen him in the film Midnight Express, where he played a very sort of strange character, sort of bit of a medicine man. And it was amazing just to see him. He said, yes, well, we did it on. I said, oh, did you get to see Turkey or anything like that? No, he said we did at the studio in Shepperton. But he again was a lovely man. I bumped into him a number of times when we were filming, again in London, just in a pub or whatever. He was so a real actor. Do you know what I mean? He had so many stories, so many, and it was a joy to be with him. Funnily enough, I've been working with his daughter, Victoria Jeffries, over the past couple of years doing medical role play, which is great fun. We just have a chat, and she has memories about him, and it's lovely, lovely.
You just mentioned that you were asking whether he got to see much of Turkey while filming over there. I'm sort of throw that question back at you. When you were in Austria, did you get much chance to see the country?
Not as much as I would have liked, but certainly we did get out and about. The great thing about the theatre in Austria at that time, it's a Vienna English-speaking theatre over there, which is wonderful. And they had so many wonderful sponsors that we would get to spend a weekend in a castle looking not unlike that. And we were being entertained by the Count of this and the Count of that and the Viscount here. And I mean, it was amazing. And I think Bill Bryson says that if aliens ever landed and they landed in Vienna, they'd assume that it was a capital of the world, because there are so many amazing buildings. And The Third Man was always one of my favourite films, and to just go to the city where it was filmed was truly magnificent. I remember the first time I was let off rehearsal, I could wander around and I saw, the Cafe Mozart. That's where Orson Welles sat down with, I must sit down there. I had a cup of coffee there, Wiener Schnitzel, whatever, and then go off, walk a few hundred yards down the road and then say, Cafe Mozart. You think, there's another Cafe Mozart. There were sort of hundreds of Cafe Mozarts all over the place. No, loved Austria. It was lovely.
How funny you should just mention Bill Bryson, one of my favourite writers. I'm sat in my study and I'm currently reading this.
Oh, yes.
I've got his latest book. That's what I've been reading outside.
Yeah, that is on a list that I was going to get, but now we're sort of holed up. It's like that'll have to wait until lockdown's over.
So you've returned to acting now, but you took a break and were a presenter for considerable time, doing the late night continuity.
Yeah, that was really. I got to the stage where we had. I eventually the good side of the story about having been sort of separated from my first wife. After I came back from Vienna, I met my wife now, Erin Geraghty. We were doing a TV film with Kenneth Moore and his wife Angela Douglas, and it was Angela Douglas who said, "You ought to go out with Paul." And she said, "Oh no, he's just getting over a divorce." I said, "No, why don't you?" And we did, and we got together, and the two boys came to live with us, and then we had. We were sort of diagnosed, if that's the right word, as we were going to have triplet daughters. So we had triplet daughters, so that's 5 children, and it was time to do something that brought in just a little bit more money than the jobbing actor that I was. So I became a TV presenter, which was fabulous. I love TV presenting, I still do. I love presenting on television, and it was something that I could do that would bring in a heck of a lot more money than acting, and yet it would still be exercising all the muscles that you had to use as an actor. So funnily enough, I've done 2 productions at the National now, the National Theatre, and the first one was in Les Blancs, and the second one was in Network, where I played. I was on screen at the National as an American TV journalist. And whilst I was doing the audition for that, they said, "Oh, how have you managed to sound so much like a TV presenter?" And I said, "Well, actually, I was one for quite some time." I said, "But I don't normally mention it in auditions because it might go against me." And they said, "Oh, no, always mention it, always mention it. It's a fascinating skill to have, and it will be good for your career." So since then, I mention it all the time.
Well, one last question, and we'll return to Doctor Who. basically, what would you say your highlight of being on that show was?
There were some, I suppose there were little moments that Michael Hayes and Tom Baker allowed me to have. Just little looks, or just when the doctor had said, "Yes, I can't stand, robot," and I just would go, just a little look at the end of a scene, which normally as a sort of visiting actor, you don't get a chance to sort of develop any real character on screen. And they just gave me time to do little things like that. And I love them for it. It was such a tremendous sort of release to be able to do what I wanted. Only tiny little bits, but they really made me feel a part of the whole production.
Well, thank you very much for giving us some of your time to talk about your memories of being on the show. If I were you, I would go for a swim in that lovely moat behind you.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. When we were testing it earlier, it's not as good as it looks, I'm afraid, John. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to remember everything about Doctor Who.
Well, take care. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John.
Hello and welcome back to Time Space Visualiser. We have Jason in Social Hub Corner. Hello, Jason.
Taking my glasses off very quickly there. Right, okay. I'm just going to do some quick feedback very quickly, just as we're coming into the last Social Hub now of the event. Paul Richards messaged in. One of his favourite moments on TSV is the interview with Philip Hinchcliffe. He's such a charming, talented man and always interesting to hear his views on Doctor Who. Agrees, he's very consummate whenever he speaks. Brigitte, one last call out for you. You've been a real friend of the show. My favourite moments through TSV have been the interviews with David Troughton and David Horowitz. I adored both actors and saw them in many roles. To hear more about their Doctor Who and Agatha Christie work has been fabulous. Daniel Hughes, one last call out. Madame Kavarian was one of my favourite villains from the Matt Smith era. I am yet to listen to her appearance in Big Finish's The Diary of River Song. Guys, I've enjoyed reading each and every one of the comments across all the TSV events. You've all contributed interactively. It's made the job of Social Corner a whole lot easier. And I really appreciate you all having taken the time to message your feedback in across all our social media.
Right, I'm sure this isn't a good idea, but you have questions for us.
Yes, well, I thought I'd turn the table on you guys, because actually you're always the one asking me questions and putting me on the spot on a few occasions. So I'm going to do the same back to you. So I'm going to give you a nice, easy question to start with. What's your favourite Doctor Who story?
Oh, that is putting me on the spot, actually.
Okay, City of Death is my favourite Doctor Who story. It's classy, it's intelligent, it's sophisticated, and it's fun.
Okay.
I'd say it's like me.
It's like you, darling.
Thank you. Took many writers.
No domestics now, please.
I think it probably has to be something kind of Sylvester McCoy last couple of seasons, maybe Curse of Fenric.
Battlefield.
Maybe Curse of Fenric.
Curse of Fenric, good choice, excellent. I've got a question in from Anthony in Bedford, and he'd like to know what your favourite moments have been of TSV throughout the run.
The relief that I felt once the first one was over, I think is...
we didn't have a live feed 4 minutes before, as I recall.
Yes, technology-wise, it has been such a learning curve, because I'm quite a technophobe. Last time I did anything like this, I was at university, and literally we were doing things on VHS. So it has been a lot to
You're
learn.
showing your age.
What's been your favourite moment?
I've quite liked the live link-ups because obviously we had Nessie B, Debbie, Velile, Sophie. It's remarkably there's a lot of adrenaline when you go live and you know that person is waiting on you to ask them questions or waiting for the quiz, and in person you can read the room and you can feel how people are reacting to it. But when it's just you and a camera and someone else, you can't quite judge the energy on it. So, but I will never ever watch like a Eurovision again and mock people taking the piss out of delays or the amount of times that you think someone's finished speaking and they start speaking and all that. It's very difficult.
Well, I know a lot of the guys that have done interviews have noticed that it's a very different dynamic from the ones we would usually do on stage. You've not got an audience to feed off of. The guest might be the sort of guest that performs to a crowd, and you're getting very different different sort of story from them, different sort of mode as to how they're behaving on the camera. So I think we brought out something quite different with some people.
It'll be interesting, I think, when we take it back to live stage and see how it looks then.
I think it's going to be like a big elastic band, and we're going to be that relieved to be back. the room's going to be quite electric.
I have another question in actually from Mike Teague. With regards to the question to our wonderful hosts, i.e. yourselves, bearing in mind that you both sport beards, what do you think is the best beard in the history of Doctor Who and why? That's a wonderful question.
Sablon Glitz. I quite like the cutout motif.
I mean, to be honest, there's only one iconic Doctor Who beard, and it's got to be John Nathan Turner, hasn't it? That was the look of the 80s, the JNT beard. And floral blouse. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no! I'm sure there's worlds apart on the floral blouse beard thing.
I'm sure.
Before I get to my last two questions, I'm going to ask you actually, what are your memories of when we used to do live events?
Hazy.
It's been a while now. Our last one was Valiant in March, which was in Sheffield. And in the period we've been away, we should have done 4 more so far.
Probably. Oh.
Yeah. So we've got a lot of catching up to do in the rest of this year. Fingers crossed.
We have. When do you think we could return to events?
Difficult. Obviously, we're guided by all the government guidelines and what people are advising. Interesting that craft fairs, antique fairs, and that sort of thing is starting to come back to normal here in the UK. So I'm hoping it won't be too long, but obviously we've got to keep everyone's safety paramount. So we've got a series of scenarios, what ifs, in terms of what the government will allow us to do, and then how we implement that in order for it to be safe for the attendees as well as the guests. So social distancing, at the very basic, and how we implement that at our current venues, and also going forward to Utopia in September, which I hope to see everyone at.
I'm going.
He's going.
Don't let it put you off.
So it's that thing of we've worked it all out at what different stages we can do things. So as soon as the government allows us to go ahead and put something on, we will do.
And I mean, we're more than keen, I think, to get back on the road and get this into a real live event situation. But what sort of measures would you be putting in for social distancing, do you feel?
Well, for example, with our signing day events, which are only capped at 50 people, we'd probably look at different timed entry. So not everyone's arriving at the same time. We'd utilise the space in a certain way that can allow people to be however many metres that we are at that point from each other. So rest assured that when we do get back to I was going to say normality, near normality, and there are certain restrictions in place, we will be implementing and doing everything safe, because we want everyone to feel comfortable and feel happy. And I know there's a big Doctor Who family out there that meet at conventions, and we all enjoy meeting, the Doctor Who celebrities and things like that. So it's important for us that we can do that, like we've done it online, but in person, but we do it safely and responsibly.
And hopefully, when we are in that situation, we'll see hopefully quite a lot of you come and say hello to us. That just make our days, I think, when we can all get back together again. Okay, that's brilliant. You've been. I've actually interviewed the bosses. I can't believe I've interviewed the bosses.
You're fired.
Yeah.
I am. Yes, I'm rubbish. Dex, I think you've got one task left to do. Could you reveal, please, the winner of Viewer's Choice?
Yes, well, before we get to our final panel, which is with Samuel Oatley and Jamie Childs, we have the winner of the Avenue Who vote. It is...
I'm drum rolling.
The Scheme of the Daleks. Enjoy, everybody.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
You will answer my questions, Doctor. You will tell me what the future holds for my creations.
All right. You win. In 1972, the Dalek scheme to conquer the Earth failed because they only sent 3 Daleks.
You misunderstand me. The only schemes that concern me at the moment are color schemes. What color will my Dalek army be?
Well, they come in many colors really. Black, white, red. They're even see-through sometimes. Although that's mostly in the books and comics and things like that.
Then it is as I thought. In the future, my Daleks will be infinitely customizable. Should they ever flag, a coat of paint will make them relevant again. They will be bronze, silver and gold. They will have blue... I don't want to say balls, so let's say globes, black globes and golden globes. Collections will be enslaved to their endless variants. There will not be just one Dalek in every home, but dozens, including some whose differences are subtle to the point of imperceptibility.
Davros, for the last time, consider what you're doing.
Impossible. My workshops are already fully automated to produce a series of collectible action figures.
But where does it end? Silver, bronze and gunmetal grey Daleks today? Dayglow blue, yellow and orange Daleks tomorrow?
It is an interesting conjecture. Yes, I would do it. We must create more Dalek color schemes, as our creator demands. Delineate, decorate, then duplicate, proliferate. We must sell them into homes across the galaxy. Disseminate, then infiltrate. We must make more money to expand our Dalek army.
and repaint them on a regular basis. Remunerate, accumulate, accumulate. We must incorporate, conglomerate. Our Dalek designs must be safe from inferior copies. Seek, locate, and litigate. Decorate, proliferate, disseminate, accumulate, proliferate, conglomerate, accumulate, decorate, disseminate, accumulate, conglomerate, disseminate, accumulate.
Excellent. The destiny of the Daleks is all but assured. Now all they need is a really good catchphrase.
Next up on Time Space Visualiser, I'm pleased to be chatting to two people who were involved in the opening Jodie Whittaker story of season 11, The Woman Who Fell to Earth. Sam Oatley starred as the Stenza warrior Tim Shah, and Jamie Charles directed the season opener with a lot of expectation from the fans and public alike. Hi guys, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good, thank you, yeah.
Good.
Thank you for the introduction.
How's lockdown been for you?
Sam?
How's lockdown been? Lockdown's been interesting. I'm sure everyone, has been embarking on a very different way of life. But yeah, it's been difficult as it has for everyone. Like not seeing other people, not getting to necessarily mingle with your family in the way that you usually do. Obviously, if you've got kids, which I have, it's a very different experience. I don't think we're meant to spend 24 hours a day with our children, so that's been a very a big learning curve for us all. And yeah, you know, but it is what it is. We've all had to do what we've had to do, and you know, in order to make sure the world can tick and carry on, and hopefully we're getting towards some sort of normality resuming, although, you know, who knows how long this scenario is going to be going on for, on and off. And, you know, we might be in a new world for a little while until they find something that can squash this thing, you know?
So, yeah, well, I mean, for me, I've been quite fortunate that I've managed to get. I was doing his Dark Materials in Cardiff, and then we were just finishing up on that, so managed to get out of there, get up north quickly. Like this was at the start before lockdown actually kicked off, and then managed to get to my granddad's house up in near Northumbria, and he's basically got quite a lot of outdoor space and stuff. So that's been quite good for me. I've actually spent more time outdoors than I've probably spent in the last 5 years. Mostly I'm in like a dark studio, and I'm sort of like quite transparent looking, and I've actually got a bit of a tan going on, which is pretty unusual for me. I don't think anyone will recognise. But in terms of yeah, like it's been quite nice because I actually moved a lot of my stuff up here on the move up, just because I had quite a lot of things stored up from Cardiff. Obviously, since I was there from doing Doctor Who right until through Dark Materials, so it's nearly 3 years, 2.5 years, something like that. And I accumulated quite a lot of Doctor Who stuff actually over the period of shooting it, and got some very generous gifts and things from RL, production designer, and all that. So I've actually been able to sort those things out a little bit, and I've kind of like got my clapper boards out, and I was like, oh, I should get these framed up, and I've got a few other nice little things, and I've been sorting all that out and going through it all. So it's finding, you know, there's newspaper clippings and things, and a lot of things that obviously happened when those episodes come out. Otherwise, they were just sort of in a box, like, and I'll be like, yeah, I'll deal with them one day. I've actually finally got the chance to, so it's good.
Mm-hmm. And Cardiff's so lovely as well, isn't it?
Yeah, It's great. I mean, I absolutely loved being there. I mean, I only went to do one episode, well, one block of Doctor Who, which was the opening block with Sam, and then ended up doing the 2 blocks, and then ended up doing 2 series of Dark Material. So I ended up staying there for like nearly 3 years. So I literally went for a couple of months, and ended up staying for 3 years. So I enjoyed it a lot.
Well, I love the city. I can't complain about it at all.
Yeah, right.
So both of you appeared both of you were involved, I should say, in the opening of Jodie's first story of season 11. How did the opportunities on Doctor Who come along for you both?
Go on, Jay.
Mine will lead into yours, I suspect, Sam. So, it was kind of a strange one for me. I got a call kind of out of the blue, just, from my agent, and Chris Chibnall had kind of like, I guess he'd heard a few things about me, and I'd kind of, a lot of it came from, I'd actually did a short film, which has never been released. I've never ever done anything with it. He saw it through my agent or something like that, and it's got a very much a feel of like kind of what I ended up doing with episode 1. And he just got in touch and said, look, obviously they were looking at directors who were slightly more established and things like that, but they wanted somebody who might sort of bring a fresh eye to it and would be like super collaborative and that kind of thing. And so anyway, like a few days after that, I went to have dinner with Matt Strevens, and he kind of said, like, what would you do with Doctor Who? And I was just really honest, and I said, well, I like these things about it, and these things I might tweak a little bit, and like just go at it with this kind of idea. And I was just on the same wavelength as those guys, it seemed, and I was quite honest about things. You got to be in those kind of meetings, and then I got the job, and that was it. And obviously super exciting for me, the fact I didn't know it was going to be Jodie the Doctor at that point. I have a story about that which I'll tell you later, because it's a really cool story about how I found out. But at that point, I had no idea who it was going to be. I had everyone was kind of saying maybe it was going to be a female doctor and stuff, but they wouldn't even tell me that. Like, Matt would not tell me. I was sitting at dinner saying, how interesting is a new doctor going to be? He's like, I can't tell you anything. So, but obviously, I took the job, and the rest is history. I had a great time doing it. And then Sam.
Yeah, well, kind of similar, I suppose, in a way, as far as the introductions went to Jamie. I was, I got a call from, actually, what's funny, I did a mail out to some casting directors, because I hadn't been doing, actually, it'd been pretty quiet for a while, and I hadn't done loads of different stuff, and I had just had my show reel redone. I just literally got my show reel refinished. So I sent out my show reel to some casting directors that I hadn't seen for a while. And Andy Pryor was one of them. And Andy's been great to me throughout my career. He's been really supportive. I'm very, very fortunate that I've had a pool of casting directors that I've got on well with, that I've worked hard for, and that have really looked after me. And I sent Andy the reel, and the next week I got a call from my agent saying Andy Pryor's asked if he can see you for Doctor Who. They want to see you for it. So I was like, oh, great, wow. And what was funny is I'd been a fan of the show when I was young, and I'd watched it when it had recommenced on television. But obviously I'd never auditioned for it, never sort of got up for it. So at first I was just like, oh, cool, wow, this is interesting. But I got the script through, and I kind of stopped thinking about it, because I was just like, what am I going to do with this? Like, what am I going to do with this? And so I just kind of was working on it. And actually, I decided to do very little with it. I thought that the problem with these characters, sometimes you find when they get into actors' hands, is actors really embellish or overdo it or try to do too much with it. And I had a real vivid image of what I wanted this person to be like. And actually sound like. The first thing I discovered was the voice. I just thought about the voice and what I wanted it to be vocally. And then I just thought about all the sociopathic characters I've seen in my life on screen, and the ones that I think are really successful. So like the Michael Corleones, the Hannibal Lecters, whatever it is, that are really successful. And I thought, well, what traits from each of those individuals could I bring into this character, even though it's an alien sociopath? And that's kind of how I viewed it. So I just worked on that. I wanted to focus on sounds, because I thought, seeing as he didn't speak, the character wasn't like his first language wasn't English. I wanted to really focus on how he might use sounds and words and stuff like that. And so I thought about that and tried to learn it as best as I could. And then, you know, went into the meeting with Jamie and Alex and Andy, and it just kind of it clicked really quickly. It felt like in the meeting, it just felt like it clicked, and that we were all kind of on the, as Jamie says, I felt like I was on the same wavelength as them, and I knew what they wanted, and they, you know, I think they knew what I was trying to bring to it, and we knew how to kind of eke it out of each other a bit, if you know what I mean. So yeah, it all came, and then the next day I got the call saying they wanted me to do it. So it was then it was just crazy, you know. Then it was like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm actually doing it. So yeah.
It's a nice surprise when phone calls like that come through, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, you said earlier, Jamie, you had a very distinct view on how you wanted the series to look, or how you wanted the sort of your directing to look on screen, and you can see a very, very visible change in the direction. And obviously, it was a bit of a reboot to a degree anyway, so that was inevitably going to happen. Did you have to go into quite a lot of discussion and planning about that, or did they just let you go with what you wanted to try and achieve?
Well, you know, obviously, first of all, like if you're doing a show that's been running for a long time, I think you have two responsibilities. One is that you need to respect what people like about that show. The last thing you want to do is come on and like just chuck all your ideas at it, and it's completely different to everything. Especially with it already having so many new, you know, variables and stuff with that series. But you also want to go, okay, well, look, it's gonna kind of, some fans are gonna like it, some fans aren't gonna like it, but it's also what you've got to think is it's gonna bring in new fans as well, and that's important. Like that new demographic, how do you keep refreshing a show? You know, like the fans of Doctor Who, some of them have been fans for years, for decades, and it's like those fans, either they'll stick with the show, hopefully, or, you know, maybe but over time you need to regenerate those fans. It's like using, no pun intended, using the word regenerate, but you have to bring in those new fans, and that's what Chris's hope was with it. Obviously, he was the showrunner and had like massive input in all sections of the show, but he did give me a lot of freedom as well with that. I mean, obviously, we're on the same page, so he was like enjoying what I was saying, and the movie references and things that. I mean, it was all movie references as well. You know, it was like we're like, why don't we make Doctor Who the movie for episode 1? And you know, and it had that sort of narrative about it, and you know, like one of the main things, and I don't often talk, but it is such a visual difference straight away, is that we shot with anamorphic lenses, obviously, and that was something that I suggested right first. I said, look, why don't we shoot that and convince the BBC to allow us to have the cropped frame and stuff, and obviously, like, they'd done things like that before, the BBC, and were a little bit scared by the idea, just as you would be, but came around to it, liked the idea of it. We shot lots of tests, they loved it, and you know, and at that time there was like there's this sort of resurgence of that kind of 1980s like nostalgia stuff, like, you know, Spielberg and things, and you know, and that was kind of like, that's the sort of cinema I've always loved, like growing up. You know, I always wanted to be a British filmmaker who brought a bit of that heightened reality to cinema. And the great thing with episode 1 was that Chris wanted to set it in Sheffield, and obviously Jodie is from like Yorkshire. And so it was, and I love, you know, the films that I love films like Kes and things like that. So cinema verite, that very British, like Mike Leigh, Ken Loach style stuff as well. So I was like, why don't I mash the two together? Like, you know, so we've got a bit of that. We go to Sheffield, use the landscape and stuff, but also bring like a Spielberg, like polished feel to it, shoot anamorphic, shoot everything on dollies. Like I didn't want handheld shots and stuff. I thought, let's elevate the, you know, the production value like massively. And also, and the other thing that allowed us to do, Jodie, when I discussed like with Jodie how she wanted to play the Doctor, you know, and how what she wanted, her nuance that she wanted to bring to it. You know, she's very theatrical and like a very big actor as the Doctor. Like but I mean, in terms of like choreography and stuff, and I love that kind of thing. I love actors moving with the camera and doing a lot of that stuff. So by playing like shots wider that were more cinematic, but allowing her to come into her own close-ups and be like free to move a little bit more, and that kind of stuff, really, but without us just following handheld, which can look a very kind of, I don't know, like just sometimes just very TV, you know. So like, how do we keep it cinematic? So that was kind of like a lot of the discussion that we had. But Chris gave me a lot of that freedom to do that, you know.
You can see it actually. There's a shot quite close to the opening where they're sat up on the top of the hillside, and you bring the camera out, and they're clearly sat on the edge, and you bring the camera out and around in front of them, and it just works so well, I think.
Oh, great! Yeah. I mean, when I suggested getting to do that shot, actually, it wasn't like I want like a really big crane shot on the end of a thing, so I'm going to be really like demanding and get a big crane up there. It was more we were actually filming quite a lot up there, and I said, well, you can get these cranes. They're called a Scarab, which is basically like a 4-wheel drive truck type thing with a crane on top. So they're amazing. You can get them in like the most complicated positions. These are on like war films and stuff like that. And anyway, we got one, and I mean, that was the most precarious I've ever seen one parked in my life. I actually have a photo of it somewhere on my phone, but it's kind of like on this angle on the side back there. But it's amazing. And then the grips are going, no, I'll be fine. It's fine. I'm good. That doesn't look fine to me. So yeah, I think the producers are like,
You got away with that, Sam. You didn't. We had to wait till much later in the episode before he got you on top of the crane further on, and we'll talk about that.
I was lucky. I avoided that bit. Yeah, absolutely.
We'll come and talk about that in a minute. Just one more question, Jamie. Was it a deliberate decision to withhold the opening titles out of episode 1?
No. Do you mean like the title sequence?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was totally deliberate. Chris wanted to just start it like kind of like a movie. Do you know what I mean? Like you just fade from black into the story. So that, which I think was a great idea. You know, it's that kind of like introduction into it, because it is something new, and it's like almost not to brand it straight away. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that's a good idea. It's like, you know, otherwise you kind of like slapping the logo on, and then it's all about that, and then it becomes, you know, I think he wanted. Actually, one thing that Chris told me, kept telling me when we were editing that episode, which was a really good bit of advice for me, and it's something I've kind of used, like, you know, since on other things. It was like, let's not blow all our things in one go, you know, like let's allow it softly to build into something. And, you know, and he was thinking of the whole series. I'm thinking of that one episode as well, you know, and not go too big too quickly. Just let it kind of have this little easing everybody into it. And that was a good bit of advice. And I think that was partly one reason not to put the titles on there.
Sam, you knew you were going to be playing the villain of the piece, and it was a monster role. So inevitably, with monster roles comes difficult costumes and almost challenging to play. How much did you have a part in the costume? What was fitting like? What was it like to wear? How easy was it to work with?
I mean, you're right. Obviously, I knew that a lot of that's, again, it's a very good point to raise, because again, it's part of the reason why I knew that going to the audition and trying to do too much with it would have been foolhardy, because there was so much going to be done for me with the vision of the character anyway. So I just had to bring stuff to the table that would elevate the work that was being done by others. I'd never done any of that work before. Like, I've never done any. You know, I came to realise there's a whole profession of creature performers. I literally had no idea. Like, it wasn't something I'd ever known about. So the fittings were interesting, because I didn't know really lots about what I was going to be wearing or what I was going to be in. Getting the cast done at first was a very painful process, and I've learned a lot about what you maybe should or shouldn't do during those things, as far as how you're getting fitted and how they come up with the casts of you. But yeah, other than that, obviously, I was just there as for them to use, really, to get the costume right. And I know Jamie had real specific visions of how he wanted it to look as well. So there were constant video calls back and forward in the fittings to make sure that things were right. It was taking a lot of adjustment, the costume. I was doing quite a heavy training program when we were doing it, because I wanted to try and make the character as big as I could get. I wanted to get as muscular as I could for it, so that it tried to be as imposing as possible. So that was interesting, because I'd be going back for fittings and they would be saying, right, how much more do you think you're going to gain? Because it's getting tight. So I'd have to try and taper off what I was doing in the gym as well, so it married up. It was like trying to get ready for a wedding dress. Like, you know, don't lose too much weight, because or don't put too much weight on because it won't fit. So there was a little bit of that really. The first episode, the costume was definitely harder to navigate because we were learning about it. At that time, we hadn't really been in the scenario where we were shooting with it, so we'd only been in like the sort of fitting. So suddenly doing shots where I'm running and jumping over stuff, suddenly we became aware of what the limitations or the difficulties were for the costume. But actually that was really good because that meant that we learned a lot for when we came back for the second episode. So it was really good. But I would be lying if I said it wasn't a hard thing to work in. But I know, don't get me wrong, from what I've heard, people have had it a lot worse than me in certain costumes. So, I was lucky. I had my nice cricket cup at the front, which meant I could go to the toilet. A lot of people don't have that luxury. So, yeah.
No, you're quite right. They don't. How long did it take to fit?
Well, we did it over a course of weeks. As far as the actual fitting and the creation of the costume, it was quite a long process before the shoot obviously started, because it was such, they were. I mean, Jamie will be able to add to this, I'm sure. But seeing as it was the first new villain/monster they were creating, they really wanted it to have an impact, and they really wanted it to be memorable. So it was a long process back and forward. As far as actually when you're getting into the costume and the prosthetic, from the days were long, obviously, because it's a longer thing to do. So usually you're from walking into the trailer to walking out ready was probably just under 3 hours, I'd say. If you were getting fully done, so prosthetic and costume. If you were just doing costume, it was obviously a lot quicker.
Were you happy with the end result of it, Jamie?
Yeah, I was really happy. The stuff they did with the costume was great, and like last minute, I was actually quite involved in that costume, like from the start, just because it was one of the first things that we were kind of working out what it was going to look like, and Chris had this idea for the baddie, and what he wanted with him, but like even things like I remember. Obviously, we had creature designers and stuff on it, but I remember like at the very, very beginning, like a lot of my time would be spent sketching something and be like, "What do you think about this, Chris? What do you think about this, Chris? What do you think about this, Chris?" And and I remember one night I was like, I was in Cardiff and we were about to go out like for some dinner or something, and I just sent like an idea for the mask, like what the mask was going to look like, these like the hexagons and stuff, and that was something I'd found something somewhere that was like not the same by any means, but like inspired like that idea of me, and it kind of like just what would look quite alien, and have like a kind of an insect quality about it or something like that, but also like futuristic, but not like Blade Runner-y too much. It wanted it to feel a bit kind of almost like it was I don't know, like cast out of like rock or granite-y something, not like super clean cut metal, like it wanted to look like cast or something. And then I drew that mask idea, and like Chris just was like, yeah, that's great, like finally we've hit the nail on the head, like he really, really liked that. And then obviously we sent that off to Millennium FX, and they started like to, I think my idea that I had, they were just like, yeah, that's never going to work on an actual fit. I mean, that's the problem with a creature costume, and someone's got to fit in it. So you come up with like a really cool idea, and then they're like, yeah, but anatomically it doesn't work at all. Like, you know what I mean? It will not look like that once it's on a human body. So you're always finding that balance between the two, like what looks really cool and what's actually going to be able to, like, Sam will actually be able to bend at the knee. But you've always got that problem going on. And I mean, like those costumes, I mean, the thing is, no matter how good they are, like they always can end up looking like a rubber costume at the end of the day. Do you know what I mean? But I think a lot of that is like, where do you show it? Like, how much light do you put in it? Like, you don't let him ever be lit by like a fluorescent light in a hospital. Like, make sure he's always backlit and smoky. And one of the final editions was, I was speaking to Danny Hargreaves, who was a special effects guy, and I think I was watching actually Blade Runner 2049. It had just come out at the time, and I was like listening to that soundtrack quite a lot, and I was like, hit Ryan Gosling's car in that in that film like has these really cool just like lights on the back, like just like, and it just reminded me just going through like blue environments, and I was like, what if he had like a backpack with like some lights, and that was kind of like almost like a regulator for his whatever he breathes. So we kind of added that right at the last minute, and then put actual 2 smoke things in it, so he's constantly, because the thing is, again, like going back to rubber costume, it can look very like stuck on and very rigid, and there's no movement, so you can't have wind and stuff around it. It just looks like always just like kind of stuck there, which is one of the problems with CG as well. But you know, by putting them on there, all of a sudden his movement and like he had like atmosphere around him, and that just changed it straight away, give it life, you know.
You can see that especially when you're in the crane sequence. I mean, that in itself, the whole sequence of the crane, where you've got the Doctor and you've got Tim, and you're up on top there. I mean, that must have been difficult to achieve, but very impressive. How was it for both of you during those sequences?
That was my first shoot day. So that was like, yeah, it was like coming into a mega film, and the first day's your love scene with someone. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's just in you go straight away. Like, so yeah, it was a real sort of, we were like, oh wow, we're on the crane, and wow, like blah, blah. So it was great fun and actually, what was great about that is that it kind of got you. It was like a weird your flight or fight things kick in, because suddenly you're like, right, we're at the business end, I'm on the crane, this is arguably some of the most important stuff for the characters in the episode. Let's just go, let's just do it. Let's not worry, let's not talk about it, let's not build up to it, let's just hit it. So actually, in a weird way, that was really lovely, because it got, and I don't know whether Jamie remembers, but it got us thinking about stuff that ended up feeding the character, my character specifically, talking about it here, for the rest of the episode, and also for the second episode. So I remember I got on set after I'd just got ready for the first time, and obviously everyone's taking pictures of them with you, because you've got your full get-up on. And so that was a real laugh. But then me and Jamie were just talking about how he would walk and move and stalk. And I said to Jamie that I really like the idea of him being like an old school boxer, like a real old, like 1940s Rocky Marciano style boxing, like, so that he walked and it kind of rolled in his shoulders and kind of moved in this weird kind of, pattern. And so what was lovely is it forced us to probably have conversations and make decisions very quickly that we wouldn't have done if it had been shot in a different sequence. Do you know what I mean? And that was lovely, because then you really started to think about things that were going to feed into the storyline and the character and the other characters earlier on in the episode, and obviously later on in the second episode as well. So yeah, it was quite a baptism of fire, definitely.
And you certainly challenged yourself, Jamie. There's no two ways around that.
Yeah, it was a baptism of fire for Sam and for me and for everyone. I think, like, I remember when Chris had sort of said, like, he had this final sequence of the show and he wanted it to be on a crane. And actually, funny enough, I did a show before Doctor Who called Lucky Man, which is like with Jimmy Nesbitt in it. And the end sequence of that, like, they'd had a similar idea. It was set on a building site, and this guy climbs a crane and jumps off, commits suicide. And we looked into doing it, and it was just impossible. Like, they was just like, we can't get a crane, we can't do this, and there's so many problems. It was so expensive. So when I came on to Doctor Who and Chris said I want to shoot on a crane, I was like, well, it's going to be hard, because I've already just tried to look into all that. And he was just like, doesn't matter, we're doing it. Like, we're going to figure it out. So we went like round the houses entirely. One of my things, and one of the things that I pitched to them right from the start was that, like, if we're going to make a show like this, let's keep everything practical as much as possible. Like, I don't want loads of CG in it and stuff like that. So, with the crane, it was like, right, what do we do? Like, we're going to have to film on a crane somehow. And that's going to be like, once you're up in the air on a massive crane, it's just impossible. I mean, you can't get a crew up there and stuff like that. Plus it's terrifying. which I did actually go to the one in Sheffield and go up the top properly just to have a look to see what it looks like from the top of a crane, which is terrifying.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we kind of started with like, maybe we'll get a section of crane and we'll do it in the studio, and because obviously like the producers have done Doctor Who for ages and they're just like, it rains every day in Wales, like we can't do this outside because it will just rain. And I was like, but we can't do it in the studio, it's not big enough, like, you know, what we're going to do, green screen, and then it's not going to look real, and it's also going to be really expensive because actually by doing it that way you end up, it costs more because every single shot is a CG shot, and you know, they're not cheap, like, and on a Doctor Who budget you're really going to struggle. So we kind of priced that up, and it came in like more than the entire episode had as a budget. And then Nikki was like, okay, let's do it outside, I don't care if it rains. so Arwell managed to get in touch with a crane company where we actually shot the ground stuff, which is in Sheffield. And they like give us a crane basically, but it was like, but obviously to do it, so we did build a full-size crane, but like not as high off the ground, so it was just one section of it. And but the biggest challenge of the whole thing, which actually doesn't seem like it would be, was finding a place to do that. So you had to obviously set a crane up, but if you're only like one section of crane off the ground, when you're filming on top of that crane, you're at the same height as what's around you, so then you don't look high. So we had to try and find somewhere that was really flat or on a hill. And then obviously if you're on a hill, it's like then you're not allowed to set a crane up on there. And we ended up finding, like, was actually not that far from the studio in the end. There's like the dockyards, which has like loads of flat grounds, and then the city's quite far away. So once you're up there at night, it looks like you're really high. And it was high. I mean, we were still 15 meters or something off the ground. So once you're up there, I mean, you know, a little mesh floor, and lots of people are afraid of heights. I mean, it was definitely not for the faint-hearted once you're up there.
And I'm hopeless with heights as well, so I can see what you're saying there. We're going to take a break at this stage. Part 2 of this fascinating discussion can be found exclusively on our YouTube channel immediately following tonight's Time Space Visualiser.
I just wanted to say to you, but also to the fans, is that I really, what I miss about this is that I don't get a chance to see them, because that's I find that it's such a sweet event. You do small events, you don't do massive ones, and you really have a chance to meet the fans and to speak to them. And I've got to know some over the years, and I really enjoy spending that little bit of time with them in such an intimate way. So, you know, that I just want to say hi to everyone, and that I'm really saddened that we can't all be together, and when we can be, I really look forward to it.
Today, I'm in Sheffield at Valiant. Now that is a good event.
This is my 10th one here at Sheffield, and it's absolutely wonderful.
Fantom, lovely guys, good laugh, good fun, small intimate events, value for money, brilliant.
And every one of us strive as a team to make sure that we give our customers the best event we possibly can.
I've been lucky enough to interview on stage some of the brilliant actors that we get along to our fantastically inclusive days. It's a really great mix of actors and a really lovely mix of fans.
The fans always a great time with fantastic access to the actors. So if you're thinking of coming to a Fantom show, come and meet us. It'll be great to see you.
Well, before we sign off for the final time, let's go over to Jason, who's going to reveal the final winner.
Yes, I've held you hanging on right until the very end before I have got the competition winner here. So our final competition of the day was set, and the question was, what was the name of the villain played by Paul Marc Davies in the Sarah Jane Adventures? And the answer is the Trickster. Our prize, fabulous as it was, mini display Doctor Who Ice Warrior piece from an actual screen-used head. So this is a brilliant prize donated by our great friends at the movie Reliquary.
You'll get there eventually.
First time.
Still time.
There's not an awful lot more time, though, is there? That's the problem.
So
our winner is Harold Penner from North Kildare in Ireland.
Fantastic.
Well done, Harold. If you could drop us your address across, and we'll make sure that prize is out to you as soon as we possibly can.
So that leaves us to say goodbye. Oh, it's been wonderful coming. Were you doing something rude there, Clifford?
No, I wasn't doing sad face.
Trust him to ruin a good goodbye shot.
That's just...
Yeah, it's been fantastic coming to you over the past 9 weeks. It's been fantastic from keeping a community together, a Doctor Who community, and keeping all that love together.
Yes, it has. I think it'd be nice to say thank you to everyone on the Fantom team that's worked relentlessly hard over the last few weeks, doing interviews, editing, all sorts of things, actually, that probably don't get the credits that they should do.
Yeah.
Do you want to go for it, or should I keep going?
Right,
I don't mind.
Well, I was going to say, please do keep an eye on our YouTube channels and on our social media, because there's still plenty of material that's going to be coming out over the next few weeks, including another 50 episodes of Alex's Unsung Heroes.
Maybe more.
We don't know. We've just shut him in the
We
cupboard
think 7
until he
seasons
stops.
worth, but we're not quite sure yet.
Yeah. So please, it would be lovely and fantastic to see you in person on our next event. So please do keep an eye on the social media channels and our website.
I'm still doing thank yous. I mean, what? It's like an Oscar thing. This could be my moment.
We'll go for it.
This is my perfect moment with you. Also, need to say thank you to all of the participants, all the people who have been interviewed, who graciously gave up their time for free to join in and keep everyone happy. All doing it in the spirit it was intended, to make everyone stay positive in these difficult times. Any other thank yous? Thank you to everyone at home for watching this.
To you.
Otherwise, it would just be us in a broom cupboard.
Well, it's a rather nice office, but yes.
It's a broom cupboard.
It's a broom cupboard.
It's tiny. He's only small.
So that just leaves us to say thank you and good night, and we'll see you again sometime soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, give me a thought channel.
Hello!
So I asked my agent if I was up for anything else, and she said, yeah, you're up for a part in Doctor Who.
It was a long time ago.
Good evening.
I think this is going to work, do you?
Into my back garden.
Actually, it's what's inside that's going to get through.
Try and bring Doctor Who into the homes of as many people as we can around the world.
It's cooking.
In a kitchen.
With food.
And utensils.
I remember Doctor Who when I was a child.
Kind of like a dream job because I've been a fan for quite a long time.
Oh, autos.
it was me all the time.
Sweet dreams.
Night night. Bye bye.